And welcome to day 2 of New England NCAA Regionals for Ultimate here at Wainwright. It is a misty, foggy morning, and we don't expect it to change much for the rest of the day. We are here at Wainwright Sports Complex, Maine Ultimate, hosting this tournament. I am Mike alongside Tom and our videographer Max. Tom, what are you looking for today?
It's the semis, Mike.
Yes.
Get excited. I know it's early, but gosh, get excited, man. This is the winner of this game is guaranteed a spot at Nationals, if I read the bracket right,
Yeah.
which that's a caveat for sure. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really good game. We got to see Northeastern, phenomenal team. A great program. We had a lot of talent at the college and club level, on this team. So this is going to be a really fun game and a really great day to figure out who from the Northeast region is going to represent the region at Nationals.
Yeah, we've got 2-seed Northeastern against 3-seed Tufts in one of our semis. So that is something exciting. Sidelines are already very active. That's nice to see.
Yep.
We do have 2 observers today, checking for primarily in and out of bounds, catch, no catch, but they will step in and make calls when requested.
All right, and we're getting ready to go here. Northeastern pulling from the lobster pot end zone to Tufts in the vacation land end zone.
Oh,
nice focus
exciting.
by number 2.
Very exciting off the pole.
Northeastern playing person defense. Tufts in a deep set horizontal, giving you a clue of how they want to run things to start, probably with a lot of handler movement, given how deep that stack is.
Yeah, they did that. They came out and did that yesterday. Did a lot of handler stuff early, and then as the disc progresses down field, try and get that deep shot or just a big gainer up the field.
Yeah, Livingston to Vu here. Vu looking downfield. That's Cordis.
Working back to
and
the middle of
Gas
the field.
looking downfield again. Back to Livingston. Around Vu.
Oh, and a nice lead pass there, and that's going to be a point.
Vu to Gas. Great offense by Tufts, using the width of the field all the way down. Nice controlled movement. Yeah, great O point by the Tufts O-line. So Northeastern going to put their O-line out there, see if they can respond. Not a lot of wind to speak of yet. You can see the flags on the other side of the field, kind of blowing from right to left a little bit. So we do have whatever wind that we do have is, as it's picking up as I'm talking now, will be more of an upwind downwind, at least right now. So Tufts will be throwing the disc downwind. So if it picks up, that could be a factor. Right now, though, it's not gusting enough to really affect the throwers at all.
No, this is right now the conditions not exactly ideal because the disc is going to be wet, and anytime there's a turnover, it's going to be wet, and that could play a factor. You really got to focus in on offense to make sure you can get you grab hold of the disc with the conditions. You can't get lazy, you can't lose focus. It's got to be 100% all day, and if you can get that quick turn because of that, you can take advantage, maybe get a quick strike.
So you will notice when Northeastern receives the disc, they have one player in a mismatched jersey. He's wearing a bright red. The observers checked with Tufts at the beginning of this point to make sure they were okay with the player wearing a mismatched jersey. Tufts has no issues, and here we go. A side stack from Northeastern to start. We're looking to reset to the middle.
Oh, good way for 4 to take away the deep space for Northeastern there. Good work by the Tufts defense.
Oh, he's stuck. He's got to do something. High stall count.
Oh, great read by the Northeastern player on offense.
Number 13 going to attacking that disc there. That was a high stall count bailout by Northeastern.
Tufts really doing a good job of not getting rattled by that and getting back into their defense. A great lead throw there, near sideline.
Great throw to space, but Tufts' defense is intense.
Oh,
nice catch. He's not in.
No,
he is in.
Calling him in.
The observer calls him in. Great catch by number 2.
I did think his first point of contact was his shoulder in the end zone and sliding out.
Sure, because we clearly have best perspective from way up here, Mike.
Dude, we got a camera.
We do have a camera. Yeah, it's more challenging as like I was talking to the observers before the game. This field is, you see the lines on the field. The field is lined for lacrosse, not for ultimate. So ideally, we would have an end zone line, a front end zone line to refer to. We do not, which was also, I'm guessing, why we might have seen. We saw at least, well, there was multiple offsides calls in one of the games that we did yesterday because the team ended up taking the offsides penalty, which means I think you have to have a couple violations before you can get a penalty, I think. My knowledge of the offsides rules isn't great either, but yeah, having the fields lined for ultimate would be ideal. This being a multi-use facility, we will take what we can get. It's a great place to play ultimate. It's a great place for the community to use in various ways. So we really appreciate the city of South Portland. You know, the partnership that we have with them is key. I mean, these events are not possible without the use of the Wainwright Sports Complex.
Yeah, I mean, when we do our signature event, Lobster Pot, in the fall, it's, 80 to 90 teams, and all these fields are full. So
wherever, as you see the camera panning back and forth, if it's green, there's ultimate being played on it.
That's right.
As Northeastern pulls, Vu again with a juggle. He's giggling, but the disc is getting closer to the ground as Livingston with the disc now. Again, the similar setup for Tufts, deep downfield with those, trying to get those big gainers to the cutters as they go back to Vu.
In a horizontal. And, we've seen a couple of slips already. So the field conditions are having a slight effect.
Yes.
Not quite, digging a little too hard on that cut and slipping. Not quite getting a little bit, your weight a little bit over your too far outside your cleats and outside your frame. It's definitely going to have an effect.
Recess to the middle. There's Gast with the disc now, looking for Livingston again on the far side.
Corner's open, but good mark. Is at about the 2, trying to punch it in. A slip there cost Tufts.
Yep, a slip and kind of a bladey flick that didn't really float to space. Unlike the Northeastern throw you saw on the last point, as they look deep downfield, too much.
That's going to be too much.
Good look though. Number 1 was very open in that space. Tufts getting to breathing heavy here. This is a really active point. You can see how deep the stack is. Look, they got Livingston there in the middle, kind of like a.
It's interesting. They put their handlers in like a birch stack and then the horse stack across the field to start, and then once they get moving, they just do a bunch of handler weaves and movement like that. Great under there. Ooh, again, slip on the field.
Nice catch by 81 though, keeping himself in play.
Tufts moving it to the far side of the field.
Kyle Walker. Oh, foul called. Vu with the disc. Up the field, Tufts nice and patient on their offense, looking to reset to a handler.
Ooh,
good bid. Northeastern switching off to some of these handlers, but being dynamic down the field.
Good work by Tufts near sideline.
Oh, good piece. Nice catch.
Great catch. Oh, nice little give and go there. Should be a point.
It
in
is.
The front corner.
Gassed again. Good offense by Tufts. Really, I think everybody touched the disc on that line too. They used everyone. Real patient. The handlers were really dynamic, attacking up the field. Good offense. It makes it 2-1. Tufts all hold so far.
Yep. No breaks. But you're seeing it live. You know, we've had some slips on the field. The moisture in the grass is definitely having an effect. And now Tufts will be getting ready to pull right to left across your screen from the lobster pot end zone. This isn't water. It's for the love of Maine. Sourced from Sebago Lake, canned with care. Maine love means sustainability with every sip. Maine love is the way water should be. Check them out. Sideline cheers getting going again.
They are. Tufts is hunting for a break here. Northeastern's offense last time they had to work, but there's a lot of speed, a lot of quickness on both of these lines here. So let's see. Northeastern coming out looking more like a vert to begin.
Good cut there. Ooh,
Nice
little
catch.
bit ahead of them, but nice grab by number 11. Northeastern, far side of the field. Working the disc really well.
99 on Tufts trying to get in there. Oh, we got an injury. Ooh, it looks like maybe is it his back or a calf or something? Yeah, he's coming up limp here, just kind of pulled something. Yeah, like on that point, 99 for Tufts, that's Malone, was trying to kind of peeled off his guy to make a play, but didn't quite get there, but has managed to recover. It's Northeastern looking to hold.
And point.
And
No
not
point.
Not in yet.
Knocking on the goal line, right on the goal.
Yeah, you still see players slipping
nice
back there.
inside fake. And that is Ing on the reception from Ben Chamas. Northeastern evens it up. I mean, you saw bigger chunk plays out of Northeastern there, but they weren't. It was nice to see that they're not entirely reliant. They can use the quick passes. They can break the force. They can do those little cheeky inside throws. Didn't rush anything. Didn't get impatient on the goal line, just trying to immediately punch it in. Just taking their time, moving the disc around, waiting for the player to break open.
Well, and there's still like fundamentals, you know, right? Like their stack does a good job of really pushing hard downfield, and you know, you get the sense that like, you know, if they feel like they're open or that there's an opening, they're gonna just turn on the jets even more and just go.
Yeah.
But you push the stack downfield to then create the space underneath, and that's just, you know, it's just fundamental ultimate, but it's just second in nature to these guys. So yeah, so it's been all 0 points so far.
Yep.
I'm intrigued, Mike, to see if Vu, number 2, will catch this pull, and if so, how close to the ground does it get?
Yeah.
Because you know Northeastern's going to pull another one of these, you know, outside in backhands. It's going to come down. They can be hard to catch on a normal day, but he actually flattened that one out a little bit.
Back.
And Vu is not going to catch this. It's 22 instead. Vu's like, I'm not doing that anymore.
Oh, I like this different little handler set here.
Yeah, we got Cordis, and then we've got 81 Sundaram.
Oh, what? Just
Look.
what?
Well,
Because they're
Northeastern's playing a little bit. They're trying to like they're switching the unders and the deeps, and a pick has been called, which is hard to justify. They're 10 feet away from somebody when you're not really playing them, but pick has been called. Looks like Northeastern is out of that kind of switchy, although maybe in the back here, number 1 and number 13 are probably going to be switching the unders and the. As now the discussion between the players and the observer is just where the stall count comes in, because the pick happened and kind of things continue to progress for a couple seconds, so they're just coming to an agreement as to what number the stall count comes in on. Yeah, so Northeastern back in. Okay, yeah, it looked like they were kind of like doing some switchiness there, you know, kind of recognizing how quick Tufts is and trying to make things a little bit easier on them on defense, and also just to kind of throw a little wrinkle in there, make Tufts think a little bit, get them out of rhythm, I think was the idea.
And definitely trying to take away the deep space.
Yep. I got
And
Livingston.
that was
Good
a
bid.
good fake.
Whoa, tight throws here by the handlers.
Oh, had him.
24.
Nice continuation to far side of the field.
Simon Cordes on the far side. Good reset. 7 is doing work with Vu here, getting the disc, looking. Another pick. Livingston was going deep.
Yeah, it's unusual in that Tufts has two scores and Livingston has not been one of them.
They've just working the up lines here, these handlers. Looking for gas again.
Yeah, they're really doing a good job of forcing it up the line.
That was a tight window there.
Near sideline. Finally get it off the sideline a little bit. Oh, that's a good throw. Oh, just didn't lead him. Just a little bit behind.
If that throws out in front, Gas has got his third score. As they go big Northeastern.
Deep shot, and that's going to be too far.
Too much. Flipping the field though, making Tufts go the whole way again.
And violation on the Tufts player there. Did he not walk player?
Did he not walk it up straight or something, or?
No, the Northeastern player made contact with the disc to prevent the Tufts player from getting it.
Gotcha.
Oh, good switch again. This good switchy defense so far from Northeastern because they're playing. It's switchy, but it's disciplined.
It's switchy but disciplined. But part of the reason why they're able to do this nice throw, as they call it, travel on Livingston here. We talked about that yesterday. There's a tendency for happy feet to be happy feet. The observer agrees that it's a travel. It's coming back. What Tufts might have to do to kind of get Northeastern out of the switchy stuff is attack the deep space, because they're switching it to help them. Northeastern is switching to help guard the unders, and Tufts has not shown that they're willing to take a shot yet. It's much harder to do so in this direction, though. Well, not much harder, slightly harder for these throwers.
There is enough of a win to make it something
nice
like
catch.
that.
Well, we know from yesterday that 99 has got immense vertical ability.
Good work by Tufts, far side of the field.
Nice
low
catch.
throw, but a great bailout.
Yeah, Rowan Gast again as number 7 continues to dominate on this point.
Northeastern really content with just playing smart D.
Yeah, they're playing small ball here. Lots of really short throws. It takes them a couple swings to get across the field, but they're content to do so.
Yeah, and that's going to be a point in the far corner.
Livingston to Vu. O-lines continue to hold. 3-2 in favor of Tufts. So it's not as important today, but when you check the weather on your phone, do you check the UV index? If the UV index is 4 or higher, wear sunscreen SPF 30 or higher. Seek shade, wear a hat, and sunglasses to protect your skin and your eyes from the sun's harmful UV rays. Impact Melanoma is committed to increasing awareness, providing prevention education, promoting early detection, and saving lives. Protect your skin and learn more at impactmelanoma.org. Be sun safe 365 days a year. Yes, even in the wintertime. You're out skiing sometimes. Sunblock is really important even when you're skiing. Bright sun, reflecting off the snow, all that sort of stuff. You can see the sunshades across the way on the other side with the yellow dots on them. Like those are, that's the Impact Melanoma organization providing those for us. We are incredibly grateful for their partnership, and they also provided us with sunscreen dispensers over at Attorney Central. We're always grateful to have them here as a part of Maine Ultimate.
And yesterday they were dual function. They were sunshade and rain.
Yeah. Tufts with a deep pull. Northeastern clap, catch the disc, and Tufts looking a little zony here with that kind
Yeah.
of wall cup. So trying to push the disc sideways and trying to make the down the field up the middle looks more congested and tight like that one. But great throw by Northeastern there.
And that's a travel.
That was also a travel. Number 11 literally just picked his foot up and walked around. I'm sure Tufts will take note of that.
I mean, if I could do that, I'd still be playing. All right, we have Northeastern, far side of the field. Again, you know, that flat wall, just trying to make deep shots and through the middle difficult.
Yeah, now they need another popper right in the middle that they don't have yet. When they go to the side, there's a gap in the middle to hit number 6.
Yep.
He just got to be, he has to go a little quicker. Now 11's out here.
Yeah, if they can get the next continuation swing.
But Northeastern made an adjustment too. They pulled 18 into the middle here to help as they go cross-field hammer.
Northeastern now just literally walking it down the field. Nice movement.
Looks like they're still going to stay in it. Tufts committed to this for the whole point.
He didn't pick it up till too late. That was a point easily. Right. And now in the back of the end zone.
Nice throw. Really tight rotation on that into the, you know, into a bit of the breeze there. That makes it 3-3.
91 on the receiving end of that throw. That was, you know, when you're playing zone, you're not really trying to, you know, I mean, if you get like your hands on the disc for a turnover, that's like a bonus. You're just trying to make him make a lot of throws and maybe make a mistake, and that's what Tufts did. And on the other hand, Northeastern just took what they were given, patient, march it up the field for the score. Tougher score at the end because of the throw and the positioning, but still, I mean, holding serve. Both offenses playing really well. I like the patience. And it's interesting. It seems like Northeastern's philosophy on defense is if we get the turn, someone book deep, and we are going to send it if it's, you know, midfield or beyond. And okay, so we turn it over. Big deal. Now they have to go the length of the field again.
Well, that, and I mean, we've seen them do it twice. They were, you know, like we had said yesterday a couple times, the right decision. Like the cut's there, he's open by 5 yards. Like take the shot. Mm-hmm. You know, take the shot. Like why not? As Tufts begins on offense, a little kind of clustered to that side of the field, which is odd. Tufts' spacing is usually a little bit better than that. They seem like they're really kind of tight up there. As
really good defense by Northeastern right now.
Sunderham gets out of the corner to Livingston, around here to number 7, who just is going side to side. Open all the time, as now things are slowing down a little bit. Good use of the space to Livingston, gassed on the far side. Nice cut by 13, but he dropped the disc.
Good throw, too.
Tough, good throw. Spencer Anderson not quite able to haul it in as Northeastern looking to capitalize. This could be massive as far as this game is concerned. As they go up the field.
That's a tough throw. Curling away upfield. Blady. That's tough.
That's a hard one. To get that kind of almost a high release flick to not do that is really hard, especially when the disc is probably wet as Tufts takes over. But again, good defense by Northeastern on this point. Tufts is having to work a lot harder than previously. As this time, great catch this time by 13. That's like mental toughness right there, right? You just put one on the turf, come right back with a harder grab, through with a grab. Oh man, now, but they're saying he was out. No, they just wanted to stay back, to go back to where he caught the disc, not where he slid to. Nice layout by 15. Oh, it's heating up, Mike. Timeout by Northeastern.
Smart timeout by Northeastern there.
Oh, it's getting spicy.
It's you know, layout D's, layout O's. What more can you ask for?
I'm being asked what the commentary was like on that. That was, given that our mics are always live, but I can't directly answer the question. But it's really, really cool. This is this is what we want to see, right? This is two high-level teams battling it out, layouts all over the place. This is Ultimate at its finest, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
it's just, you know, both teams competing really hard.
Yeah.
You can't make a mistake with a throw. That's what we've seen. You can't,
Yeah.
you know, get a little too much blade on it or a little too much air under it.
It's like the windows to throw in are so small. Like if you're, and when, like some of these are not even necessarily, I mean, I wouldn't consider them being thrown behind the receiver.
Right.
But it's that they're not significantly out in front of the receiver because the layout and the bid is coming and covering like the entire body of the cutter. Like, so you've got to throw it way out in front or else it's in play for the defender. This is, yeah, the intensity just got turned up a couple of notches on this point. You know, again, this is a break opportunity for Northeastern. Let's see what they've drawn up off of the timeout.
Oh, that's great.
Good break
Great
throw.
defense on the handlers. Better
He's
throw.
in. Oh, great break throw.
Pratley on the reception there.
That's big. 4-3 Northeastern. Northeastern with the first break of the game.
That was really great defense on the front of the stack and the handlers, and then just a really great throw on that second cut.
This is where, like, if we had instant replay, and if you're at home, you can probably back up the feed and watch it. I would want to see again, like the mark on that thrower, because that throw
Was grass level.
was, well, first of all, I mean, it's not to take away from the throw, but that's the throw that you don't want to let up. Like, because that's not only is it, that's to the break side, your defender's in the wrong spot, but also that angle puts him in the end zone. Like,
Yeah.
like if you're going to give it up to that side of the field, you want to give up the around that won't score.
Yep.
You don't want to give up that one. So I'd want to see what happened to the mark. Where did they move? Was there, because I didn't see an around fake by the handler.
No.
So was the mark just too much on his hip? Or was it just, it probably was just a completely dirty throw. That's just way down low and really, yeah, great play. Northeastern with the first break of the game. Tufts needs their O-line to just shake that off and respond down the field with the wind.
Short pull. Get a little bit of roll out of it. Tufts takes over, middle of the field. Sort of a split stack, side stack. Oh, good switch.
Well, and Northeastern's going person handlers, or at least for a second they were, was like person handlers and kind of like a switching it downfield with like a last back for just the first throw or two, but they're all caught up now.
I like what Tufts is doing. They have confidence in all their offensive players on the field that they can switch out some handlers and try to get mismatches downfield.
We haven't seen 99 get really involved in offense yet. We know how much of a threat he is. As 7 gets loose down the field. And that's not in. They got to follow, though. Resets to Vu, right? Oh, good fake.
Oh, yes!
Low laser skewer for the score.
Absolutely.
Vu to Sundaram. The reply by Tufts was emphatic down the field. Northeastern must be kicking themselves because we know Tufts 7 is a phenomenal player. What happened? How did he get loose in the deep space of the field with no one around? Like, of all the players to lose track of for even a half a second, not number 7.
Yeah.
Don't let him run around free. Great job by Tufts. It's 4-4. But now, as it looks like we probably have a timeout on the field.
Yeah, probably just trying to gather yourselves, get focus. But yeah, Tufts comes right back and gets the score. Fuel your performance naturally. Proudly sponsored by Recover 180, the organic hydration drink made with real ingredients, no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Whether you're training, competing, or recovering, stay hydrated the clean way, because your body deserves better. Recover 180 Organic Sports Hydration. Go to drinkrecover.com for more information.
Yeah, so they're here. They're a new sponsor for this tournament. Their stuff is really, really good. It's made with organic ingredients. They use coconut water as a base, which is really awesome and very hydrating. Not nearly as sweet actually as your Gatorade, Powerade type things. They're on Amazon.com. If you're local, they are in CVS's,
Sweet.
and also at the Whole Foods in Portland. So check them out there. If you see them for sale, give it a shot. You have definitely a really cool alternative to your more traditional like recovery drinks. Healthier, better for you, less sugar, less salt. Yeah, a really, really cool new company in the market.
You know, the fight for shelf space in retail and grocery stores is real.
Yeah.
Like trying to get, that's why some of these like startups have trouble getting into stores, is the fight for shelf space.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Northeastern ready to receive in the lobster pot end zone in the black and sometimes red.
Yep.
And
you see
Tufts in the white.
Tufts number 7 and number 10 Gast pulling double duty here, offensive line and defensive line, as Northeastern looking to go deep right away. Here they go. Lots of space for Northeastern's cutters. Good mark. And, you know, a little bit of, okay. Sometimes fouling is okay. You know, like that's a good mark, making them think twice about it. And it denies the disc going to 11 on Northeastern, which is someone that they really want to get involved.
Near side of the field, Northeastern with the disc.
Nice.
Oh, good bid, but unable to come up with it. I just like the patience that Northeastern plays with.
Number 6 almost had. Now he's got to recover, though. He's in a trail position.
Nice inside throw, and we have guessing a pit call.
There's this, yeah, they got caught. The sarcasm from the sideline is hilarious. So it looks like a call was happened, and it looks like number 10 on Tufts stopped playing, and no one else in the field heard the call and continued to play on. Check the rules! So what I'm gathering from hearing the players talk about it is it looks like Northeastern made a call, but then it didn't affect the play, and they said play on, and the Tufts player didn't hear that or didn't play on, as Northeastern now takes advantage of that, being out of position and scores. That's a tough one, and plays like that are the frustration part from players when you don't have referees who can step in and make an active call. The observers can only make calls if there's like a significant disagreement or if players, you know, agree to come in and make something, and it might, so it's like, that's really hard to, that can be frustrating as a player when stuff like that happens.
Yeah, because you're, you know, as the offensive player, you know, maybe you're pivoting, you step in and you get fouled, and you call the foul as you're releasing it, it gets completed, and you yell play on, or it's just an automatic play on, and
Right.
the defender is confused, doesn't hear it, focused on something else, and then all of a sudden you stop as the defender, offense keeps going because it is a play on. It can be it led almost directly to that score because of all the people upfield for Northeastern.
Well, I mean, Northeastern
Tufts
was
trailing.
They were essentially playing a power play in hockey.
Yeah.
They were playing 7-on-6 because number 10 was standing 25 yards away, being like, "Where's everybody going?"
I think that's what you should do. Bring the penalty box into Ultimate. You got to spend 20 seconds off the field.
All right, Tufts on offense. Vu with the catch off the pole did a great job. It didn't hit the ground. His confidence has returned as Tufts continuing to move the disc around. Short throws on the resets. Livingston Vu looking downfield.
Around midfield.
A lot of high stall count. They really wanted to get things moving with the handlers here with Vu and 7 as a deep shot
Oh,
downfield.
that's a nice throw. Curling back to the middle. 99 gets in the play for Tufts.
We knew 99 was going to come into play at some point down the field. It was just a matter of when. Malone downfield and found for the score. A little wave there to the Northeastern defender afterwards. Bye-bye. See you later. Ties it up now. 5-5.
Really good half so far.
Yeah. This is exactly what we expected from these two teams. Like a battle every point, nothing easy. Got to earn everything. Yeah, it's really, really good.
Both teams trying to throw a little something different on defense just to try and keep the offenses guessing. And if it works, it only works for a throw or two, and then they're back into their offense.
Tufts has this back. They wanted to get it tied. Now we're seeing a D-line on the field. Some players haven't played a lot yet in this game. So definitely going back to their more traditional D-line look here. They had some of their players pulling double duty to pull it back into a tie setup so they can go back to their regular line. As that pull is
that
out.
A little bit on
Heads
the pull,
up to the fans.
and that's into the crowd. There's
the fan
a gift
had
for a
it,
lucky fan.
and he got defended by the other fan. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, took away the glory of the fan. Oh, bummer. He's so sad about that too. Northeastern taking over. Horizontal stack.
I think you should be able to keep the disc when it goes into the crowd, just like in baseball.
Yeah, but the baseballs don't cost $12 a piece.
Far side of the field, Northeastern with a disc. That was a little handsy on the Northeastern handler part, giving a little push off, but defender didn't call it. A crossfield throw, curling back and reach over by 13. Nice grab.
Might be the only hole in Gast's game for Tufts number 10 is that he's just not that tall.
Yeah.
And that Northeastern player, he's very tall.
Yeah.
Yes. Good offense by Northeastern. Like the matchup downfield. Take advantage. 6-5.
As a defender, it's like, dude, I was in position. He's taller than me. I can't do anything.
Yeah. It's frustrating. As someone who is not tall and can't jump, I'm frequently in that position. So it doesn't really matter, but if it's up there, I'm probably not getting it. So.
And pulling on the bottom of his jersey as he's trying to go up is a foul.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Because then they'll fall on top of me and I'll break something.
Well, at least you would have gotten injured playing ultimate and not like yard games.
Not like yard games or like getting out of bed in the morning. Yeah. Northeastern ready to pull.
Getting out of bed is an underrated challenge.
Well, is this going to come back into the field of play? Yes, it is. My depth perception was really off on that one. I thought it was further wide than that. Let's see what we got. Again, a little switchy.
Side stack by Tufts.
Northeastern likes the switchiness for a couple of cuts, just to kind of the whole. A stall's called. Yeah, a stall on the throw. That's the goal of that Northeastern kind of switchy defense to start. Is they're just trying to take the initial action of Tufts. They're trying to just kind of gum up the works and slow them down, and it worked here. They got a contested stall, so it's going to come in at stall 8. He's got to get rid of it, and he does. But yeah, it's good defense by Northeastern here. Good strategy to slow the Tufts offense down just a little.
Near side of the field, deep shot again, and just got turned around on defense. Not in. Tufts with the disc on the goal line. Near side of the field.
He's stuck. He's got to get rid of it.
Oh, bad throw though. That was a high stall count. Trying to find an opening and just could not get.
There's nothing that he can do on that one. Sunderram had no options. Ooh, there's a call here, but Northeastern, you can see the handlers very frustrated with each other. They wanted an action, some movement that they didn't get, as 15 calls a foul. Okay, the observer upholding the foul call. Good bid by number 2, just got too much body on the way through to the disc. Northeastern, though, a little out of sorts on offense. Ooh, nice catch.
And that's going to be, defended by number 7.
Oh, he catches all the way back up and takes away what was a sure point by Northeastern. Oh, my.
That was important.
Oh, he just wants it more than anybody else on the field right now.
Good break out of the stack. Wide open underneath.
Well, they switched, though, and that's why good holster by Livingston at first, because he would have thrown a turnover. 99 coming under now. 13 looking downfield. He had him if he wanted him, but he didn't like the throw.
Oh.
As defended by the Northeastern player, Anderson with a costly turnover by Tufts. They're all caught up now, but
Tufts.
He's nervous. Livingston
with the was able to get the D.
He knocked it out of bounds just far enough. This is exciting.
You can't really catch your Ds in that spot.
No. Around to 81. This is where cool heads prevail here. Don't do anything crazy. Oh, Livingston's going deep. 99 coming under. Malone looking for a cutter. Gassed.
I really like the interchangeability of these
nice
Tufts
cut
players.
by Livingston. Does he have the wheels to get it, though?
Can he get there? Oh, just out of reach.
That cut was set up so beautifully. It's just, this is a long point, and he is gassed. I think beginning of the point, Livingston catches that, but just a little too far. Great cut, great look, great timing. Just legs are just not there right now.
Northeastern
vertical
taking it at their own goal line, middle of the field.
Vertical stack for Northeastern to start here. D-line, I guess, running their running more of a vert offense.
Oh, that's a
turn. Yep.
Yeah, peeled off, easy on the under.
Yep, just a miscommunication or just a poor cut. I'm not sure. Gassed around Livingston again.
Near side of the field. That was a questionable decision.
Don't throw that there. His receiver had no chance, and now Tufts switching quick. 99 catching back up though.
Northeastern on the offense. Oh, and they've got the deep shot, but that's going to be short. And
there's going to be a call here because everybody hit the ground hard. Oh dear. Do you know where the field D5 is? D5's over there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so down.
Yeah. 32's coming out.
32's coming
little
out.
Dinged out.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if there was a call on the field, though. I don't know.
I thought the Northeastern player ran through the Tufts defenders.
It's like at first, I kind of assumed that there was a call, but there might not have been, as now the observer's making sure that Tufts gets the opportunity to also sub. When an injury sub happens, the other team has the opportunity to also make a substitution for any reason. As no call on the field, just the injury, and hopefully the Northeastern player is okay as Tufts takes over. They substituted Anderson for 22. Tufts did. So now it's Cordes is on the field for Anderson as we go around to 81.
Good movement by Tufts. Kind
Sunder
of getting back into the flow.
Oh, good piece.
Again, questionable decision there.
I think that the Northeastern defender's just been tired of seeing that around happen and really committed to it and got a piece of it. Go around.
Northeastern trying to punch it in, but good defense. Trying to get the around, and that's going to be a point.
Got it.
Another break for Northeastern.
7-5 Northeastern now. And it's not for lack of trying by the Tufts offense, but they need. Tufts is making this hard on themselves. They got to get a couple breaks in the now.
Tufts offense needs to realize that they're really biting hard on the around. So do a different cut, do a different throw.
Yeah.
Get the stack a little more involved in the unders to alleviate some of that stress that's now being caused by trying to take those rounds away.
Yeah.
A little less reliance on the handlers and a little more on the cutters.
So, have you ever wanted to visit Portland, Maine in the summer? On Saturday, July 19th, come join 119, that's oddly specific, other Ultimate players as they board a ferry on the mainland and cruise to Chebeague Island, where a day of Ultimate awaits. Ultimate Time on Island Time is a 5v5 hat tournament where you will find out what team you are on during the ferry ride out to the island. Hopefully you like your friends. Don't like the players on your team? Oh, okay. Do you jump into Casco Bay and swim back to the mainland, or do you remind yourself that you're headed out to an island off the coast of Maine to play some really good Ultimate? There's a barbecue after the tournament, and if you are interested in staying overnight, there will be camping available on some private land. Check out maineultimate.org for more info. Mike, I know you've gone to this one before a couple of times, and you've had a terrible, just kidding, you've had an amazing time. It sounds like it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll go out and, set up on Friday, and sometimes there's movies and a pizza party on Friday, and then we'll camp out and get up bright and early for the tournament the next day, play a day of Ultimate. It's mini, but it's fantastic. Get a lot of people from all over, young, old, and then camp out again. It's great. It's a great time.
Yeah, I know that some of our friends from the Bangor area, up north, there's usually a group of them that come, and I'm sure that some of our Seacoast, New Hampshire friends come up for that too. So there's a really solid variety of people that come up for that tournament. It's a lot of fun, something to do in the summer. Summertime in Maine is the best time in Maine, in my opinion. As Northeastern, ready to pull after the timeout. Tufts going to receive.
Curling back into the middle of the field.
Tufts trailing 7-5. This is important. I mean, every point is important, but this one in particular.
And again, coming out with a little bit of a flat zone for Northeastern defense.
This one is a little more zony than the other ones looked like before.
Yeah, it's tighter on the handler marks.
It's not a person on handlers and a zone down and switchy downfield. It's a zone. Yeah, you're right. It's a wall kind of going across as you can see them moving as a unit here. Tufts Northeastern switching everybody around. Yeah, so it is like a wall to start us. Tufts patiently.
Oh,
nice catch by 99.
Catch. Toe drag. Risky but successful throw.
Yep.
And right in the middle is open. Now it's closed.
Yeah. Number 7 looking to kind of swing it around. The handler's got to reset. He does. 22. Around to 10 to Gast. They're trying to, as a back to Cordis, again, they're trying to get it to the middle. There we go. So,
81 wanted the big shot.
He did, but good patience by Sundaram. Take it, just work it down the field here. There it is.
And didn't see the underneath coverage.
Yep.
Northeastern takes over near side of the field.
Yeah. The Northeastern defender just had a better angle there, and you didn't see how fast he was closing. Closing speed of that defender was impressive.
Good. Oh, hammer around. I like that.
That's the Tufts defender kind of poaching in the lane as they keep trying to switch here.
Must have been a pick.
There was a pick called. It's just with all the noise and the sidelines being so active, it can be hard on the field as a player to hear calls. Tufts trying to switch things on defense up with some of the cuts that are happening.
Ready to get in position on defense. Northeastern with the disc. Moving it back and forth.
See, there's another switch by Tufts that got caught again. They would have been better off not switching that one. But,
yeah.
As just good spirit here, going for the disc, the contact happened, no hard feelings. Who's the better number 10?
Yeah, and sometimes you 10 on 10 crime. Sometimes you just, as a defender, you get in the wrong spot, it
just happens, yep. That was a good flick throw. There was a turn earlier on a poor one. That was a good one, throwing that up line like that.
Northeastern.
He's going to do it again. There it is
again.
again.
Happy to control the disc. waiting for something to open up, and that's a hammer over the top for a point.
With that, Northeastern takes half, 8-5. If he's here, we'll have an interview with a Tufts alum, our friend Brunch, at halftime. He's walking across the field. Mike, you want to go do that interview?
No, you go ahead and do it.
All right, I'm going to go over there and see if I can interview Brunch.
Do you want my microphone?
All right, so check back in a couple. I'm going to go see if I can interview our friend.
All right. Here's this.
Take this.
The magnet is inside me.
Hold on, I got to take this one.
All right.
Where'd my magnet go? There it is. Nope, that's not it. And welcome back to the Wainwright Field complex. We're here at halftime and Div 1 regionals of Tufts and Northeastern, and I'm here with Brunch, Tufts alum. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Yes, like you said, Tufts alum, now a player on Red Tide and a volunteer at these Maine Ultimate tournaments for the last few years. It's great. It's been a great weekend.
Awesome. Wait, you've been checking out the game here? What have you thought so far? This has been a really good one.
It has been a good one. This has been the most amped up I've been watching a game in years. Like, I'm throwing out F-bombs out there at the other team, which is not good for a volunteer of a tournament. But I'm in it. It's fun.
Absolutely. Do you think that they got it in them to pull out a victory here? They've got to get a couple breaks in the second half.
Yeah, 8-5 is the most dangerous score in Ultimate, as some people say. Honestly, props to Northeastern. These are two pretty talented teams, very talented teams. And Northeastern is just, it seems like they're sticking to their game plan. They're getting turns, and they had turns in 3 of the first 4 D-line points and couldn't convert, and then kind of opened it up and got 3 breaks here. I think from the tough side, it's, these tournaments are hard. It is game 1 of day 2, and it's easy to go into a half and be like, all right, well, we don't have this one. Let's just regroup and try to get that third bid. But if I'm Tufts, if I'm on that team, my mentality going into this half is Northeastern hasn't won anything. I'm going to go steal their lunch and try to take this away from them.
Absolutely.
two rival teams. They played each other at sectionals. I think Northeastern came out victorious by a few points. So we'll see if Tufts can turn it around here and really play with some intensity in the second half, more so than they have in the first.
Awesome. One more question for you before we go. You're an active member of the Maine community. What's your favorite event that Maine Ultimate does?
That's a great question. There's so many to choose from. You know, we have all the tournaments. We have Lobster Pot in the fall, which is one of the biggest college tournaments in the country, if not the biggest, close to 100 teams. We've hosted regionals now for a few years in a row, which is always great. But some of the fun stuff that Maine Ultimate does in the summertime, for example, Ultimate on Island Time, where we all go out to Shabig Island and play a hat tournament on an island. That's the first year they did that. I went to that, and I think that's my favorite Frisbee tournament I've ever played. So for all of you those out there listening, New England, wherever you are, Ultimate on Island Time, I believe it's registering now on the website, Maine Ultimate. You should go check it out and sign up and come up that weekend. There's no better time to be in Maine than in the summer. It's the way life should be.
That's awesome. Cool. Brunch, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
And we're looking forward to an awesome second half.
Yeah, go
Cool.
Tufts.
Thank you.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
And we're back for the second half. It's Division I regionals. This is a semifinals game between Northeastern and Tufts. A hard-fought first half. The score to begin the second half here is 8-5 in favor of Northeastern, who's wearing the dark jerseys. Tufts wearing the white jerseys. Tufts pulling also to start the second half, needing a number of breaks to get back in this game. As our halftime interviewer, Tufts alum Brunch, alluded to, he wants to see a little more energy out of Tufts, particularly on the defensive side of things. And I would agree. I think that's, you know, they've also made some offensive mistakes with some turnovers, but the way they get back in this game is bringing it on defense in a big way.
And starting on defense, it's got to start now. You know, you get a quick break here, and it's a really competitive game again.
Yep.
And
It's game on. If they
is
can get
going
that.
to be out. Northeastern in the black on the left side of the screen, going to the right. And looks like Tufts they're coming out. So Northeastern's coming out in sort of a split stack ISO.
Yeah.
Looking like they're going to try and get 13 in the deep space.
Good poach here by 7,
that
trying to get in the lane.
Could have been a pick. Far side of the field, Northeastern moving the disc. Good job by, almost had it.
Good bid by Tufts defender.
And good job of the Tufts defender staying in front of his mark, but unable to shut it down. And so Northeastern scores again to open the second half.
Yep, 9-5 Northeastern. Something that, again, if you stuck around for our halftime interview, something Brunch, alluded to, like, sometimes you see teams when they get down by 3, it's a really hard mountain to overcome because you're down so many points that some teams will kind of like, call it a day, so to speak, and kind of regroup for the third place for the third place game to try and win and get that last bid to nationals. However, the road to do so is so much harder.
Mm-hmm.
If you lose this game and you put yourself in that third place bracket, you then have to win 2 more, to take that bid. So you do kind of want to put as much effort into this one as you can, because you win this game and you're in.
Yep.
So the Tufts O-line going back to work. It's important, obviously for these guys, no more mistakes. Every time they're on the field, they must score.
And they just have to, I say it a lot, especially to my high school kids. They have to relax and focus. And it sounds, it doesn't sound like it makes sense, but that's what you have to do. You gotta kind of relax, play your game, but remain focused.
Yeah. And you know that Northeastern's going to do this, right? Where they have their guys, 3 guys guarding under, 1 guy guarding deep. One person has to, or 2 people have to just do what they just did there. Livingston and number 81 just kind of basically gave themselves up. There's they just both made cuts and they flooded it and got them out of that switchy.
Yep.
So Sunderland and Livingston working together, just get them out of that. Once Northeastern gets out of that switchy defense, then Tufts can now start rolling. And that's what they need to do, is just do that, dedicate themselves to that, give up your, move.
And deep shot up the field, curling back, competitive bids on both ends, and Northeastern able to undercut that.
Good bid by both players. 99 is obviously the big deep threat for Tufts, and the Northeastern defender, number 1, up to the task.
I don't hate that look.
Nope, not at all.
Oh, floaty. Now Tufts needs to capitalize on the quick turn.
Good patience here by Vu after getting
Absolutely.
that defense. Had a couple of options that were too tight to do at this point. He's there.
Oh, and that's going to be a point in the corner of the end zone.
Great job by Tufts. Obviously, every O-line hold has to happen. Good job getting it back. Take advantage of that floaty kind of short throw there by Northeastern. Now it's 9-6.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a different set from Northeastern. We've seen them in the first half when they get the turn of chucking it deep to an open receiver, and if they overshoot, well, Tufts now has to go the length of the field. They were trying to actually work the disc that time, and it was unsuccessful.
As now Tufts needs to do the work on defense.
I think I was. Yeah, they need to do something different. Get the turn and somehow come up with something. Dig a little deeper. I know that's a cliche, and I hate cliches, especially in announcing, but it's they got to do something. They got to do something on D to get the turn and get a quick score.
And it kind of tells me they haven't done a lot of different strategy, although I say that and now they're coming out in a zone. So here they're coming out with that flat zone, trying to force a questionable choice, and it works.
Footsteps. That was footsteps that time.
Well, 99's closing speed combined with a hammer fading out of play, so 11 has to glue himself to the line and try to stretch to make the play. And 99 putting pressure on it. And here's the turn Tufts D-line needs. Now they need to get off the line, though.
Oh.
And that's where I would have done something different. It worked, but I wouldn't have 7 Graf pick up the disc, given how dynamic he is off of the disc. I would keep him off the sideline and let him be the one to get off. But it works here. Good little juke by 49.
Yeah, good. Oh, got to get a little more on that, but that's the right throw.
18-6. That's Grossman with the disc now. Looking at Graf again, up line.
Trying to get the great D by 11. Borth.
And again, like we said before, that throws right on Graf on 7, but it has to be out over the pylon. Let Graf go get it and let him keep it in play.
Yeah, that's one of those things that you got to put a little outside in on that.
And just trust that he's going to make the play and keep it in bounds, but don't give the defender any opportunity. As now Northeastern trying to be chilly here, but they're always looking for those over the tops to kind of rush the progress here. As Tufts really doing a good job downfield, making these windows real tight. There's a good look by Northeastern, those through the middle.
They're really,
That's the one that they're having a hard time
You
with.
can't let that go.
Well, it looks like 49 here for Tufts is really kind of being glued to 11. And when number 2 gets active, then, well, that was the case, but then now they've adjusted their position. Over
Good
the
patience
top.
by Northeastern here.
Yeah, like, I mean, you know, zone is a gift for an offense. As long as you're willing to be patient, you should eventually find some holes.
This is a really good, this is a really effective defense by Tufts right now.
Well, and because Northeastern is not really moving it fast, they force this over the top. Because Northeastern's not really moving that as fast side to side, Tufts isn't having to work that hard on defense either. It's like usually you want to run the cup until they get exhausted, but Northeastern's not swinging it back and forth very quickly. Is that another one? Nice catch. 18 loses his footing, but that was a good catch.
Good patience by Northeastern there. Instead of trying to force a throw through the slip defender, there's still 7 back there.
Good job taking yards by Northeastern there as they go through the middle again. Woo's got to be a little tighter in the middle. All right, now they're going to stay in it, I think. Oh, a little slip there. Northeast there. Now Northeastern's doing some more swinging all the way around. There you go.
Trying to get it into the end zone, right near the end line. Oh, and that was an interesting little bladey throw. And that's a point. Jamming it up the corner of the end zone.
Number 9 is hopping for joy after that one. Now it's 10-6 in favor of Northeastern. Northeastern firmly in control. Tufts tried something different there. I mean,
it was effective.
It definitely made Northeastern work, and there was multiple opportunities. Those questionable throws, this time Northeastern came down with them. You know, the one out here with the diving catch close to the, close to our camera over here.
And they did get the turn.
They did, right? Yeah, because like they got it over there. They got the hammer that went out of play. That was the same point. Yeah, and they just ended up giving it right back to them, unfortunately.
We have seen some slipping out there. Field is wet, but it seems to be holding up pretty well.
Yeah, like the field's wet. They're slipping, but they're not. The field is not so wet that they are digging. Like there's no like divots or anything, and the players are losing their footing on occasion, but it's really not. Given how much rain we had so quickly yesterday, it's not too bad. It's now Northeastern pulling up by 4. Tufts going to receive the cleanest catch from
always an adventure.
Always an adventure. 99 going deep, but no dice there. As Sunderham swings to Graf, up to Vu.
Near side of the field.
They're really taking Livingston away on the unders. They're really pushing him deep as he goes up the line this time. Thought about the deep cutter there, but nothing happened as they go back around to Graf again. 57, Talwalker doing work here on the wing for Tufts. Got a little bump in, a little bump in there, a little push from Graf, taking his disc space back as he goes around to Sunderham again. Deep shot.
Another deep shot. This is a better one.
Gas is wide open. Livingston's going to be an option as they're going to play a little 2-man game. Yep.
Good patience.
Back to.
Oh, good fake there.
Talwalker with the disc, looking to reset. Good job. Good choice. They go around. Oh, 99 Malone took his eyes off it. At the last second, you saw him glance for the next throw.
And Northeastern now.
Oh, that's a backbreaker.
Numbers deep, and didn't take advantage of it. A little surprise.
A foot from 99, but it worked anyway. Nearly a foot block.
Northeastern working disc middle this sideline to the camera. Nice under, but a little low.
That's a tough catch. Good bid though. Tufts taking over. They need
that's
this one.
that's a really hard catch.
It's a hard throw. We got a foul call here. Tufts player number 7, Graf, calling the foul on 32. One of those things where each player is entitled to their position, but the observer upholds the foul call. Because this is a battle here.
Nice work up the sideline.
Livingston's going.
Angled throw. Oh,
Nice
great
catch.
grab by Livingston.
He's in.
And that's a
with the
point.
score.
That's his first point of the day,
Wow.
which is unusual.
He got in some good sportsmanship by 1 on Northeastern 2, giving him a pat on the back as he went by, being like, sick catch, dude. That was really good. I wasn't convinced that was actually, I feel like it was for Livingston originally, but then number 10 was in the picture too, and I was thinking maybe it was going to be to him, but Livingston just decided that it was his.
You know, we talked about that a little bit yesterday, some of those tweener throws, you know, in between two players, and that's exactly what that looked like. But Livingston was able to get up and grab it.
10-7. Tufts needs more of that to make this game competitive again. From a score standpoint, it's been obviously a highly competitive game, but the score, they're chasing 3, so they need more defense. As Northeastern looking to answer with another smooth O point here. And let's see, it's 10:09. We started play at 9, so we're not up on any sort of cap situation yet. Games are to 15 today, with a significantly easier path to nationals on the line for the victor, and a tough road for the loser.
And the disc is up. Curling back, middle of the field, middle of the end zone. Northeastern takes over.
Tufts coming in person.
Oh, and that was just...
Who just bowled him over. Just didn't
He's
slow
like,
down.
yeah, whatever. It was out of my hands. It was completed. I don't care.
It doesn't matter. Didn't mean to, just probably kind of maybe lost his footing a little bit, maybe slipped a little on the way in and just knocked him right over.
Oh, and a little bit floaty on that, but got away with it.
Yeah. Got called with some switching downfield, but good defense by Tufts here. Northeastern not gaining. They're still on their own goal line pretty much. Haven't really gone anywhere.
Oh, and a deep shot. Need to turn around and get the D.
Good defense by 4 at 18. That one kind of hung up on the throw. They're kind of, I'm wondering if we're getting some more wind, even like 15, 20 feet off the ground, even a little higher than we are. Because it seemed to kind of go with velocity, and then it just kind of stalled and kind of fell out of the sky. Yeah, now, as we're talking, you can see the flags going on the other side of the field. The wind's picking up, it's getting a little gusty. Going downwind, so Tufts going downwind right now. As number 7 is going to rip it.
Trying to take advantage of it. If 5 gets on his horse.
Does he have it? Oh, that was an acrobatic bid. Oh, just too much. Graf just let it go like a 90-yard backhand. And
he would have been in.
Rizvi, I mean, he laid out at like shoulder height to go get that one. Riz with the bid.
Nice around here. Northeastern moving the disc back towards the end zone.
Looking to reset here, Northeastern. They got there's a pick called up the field. A pick or a foul or something that happened that created that opening. We had the battle of the 10s earlier. Now we have the battle of the 6s over there.
Deciding what they're coming back in on. Northeastern with the disc at their end line. Swinging it towards this side of the field, near side. Oh,
good job by 18 staying on his feet there. Up, it's nice catch by 11.
Another nice grab, 11.
Oh, but he threw it to no one.
No.
As Chesney takes the easy pickings there as he threw it. The Northeastern thrower threw it to no one was looking. Eye contact is important. As now a pick happens or something. Coming in on 0. As Rizzi really wants a point here. He was taken off again. And he's gonna put his head down and go here too. Does Vu take the shot though? Nope, he decided not to. A slip downfield by a Northeastern defender. Everybody recovers. As they come out here.
Northeastern D line working the disc, or Tufts D line rather, working the disc well. Near side of the field.
That was Rosenberg to 6. Grossman with the disc. Looking at Rosenberg. Got it.
Nice crossfield throw.
Graf again. Looking at Vu up line. Nope, nothing doing there. Back to the inside. Oh, he lost it.
Just a little out of reach.
He had it, and he lost it in a timeout.
And a timeout, smart timeout, in my opinion, by Northeastern. Long point. You want to make sure you maintain this lead, so you want to get this point.
Absolutely.
Especially after a couple of, like, unforced error miscues. You know, not looking for the disc, a little bit out of reach, a little fluttery.
Yeah, so I'll take this time. We have our flags in our end zones. We have our lobster pot end zone down on the right side of your screen, and our vacation land flag on the left side of your screen over there in that end zone. So we'll tell you a little bit about one of our events coming up, and it's Vacation Land. Vacation Land is a 2-day club tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate. The tournament will take place the weekend of August 2nd and 3rd, right here at the Wainwright Complex in South Portland, Maine. We hope to have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed, and we'd love to see you and your club team there. The cost will be $650. Why Vacation Land? That's what we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate on line fields, not these, but the fields down in the strips down there. Golf carts, trainers, Tourney Central, food trucks. For more information, check out mainultimate.org as we get back ready to play here.
And there's a pick waiting to happen. In the
there's a duo in the middle there. They're trying as Tufts attempted to switch and didn't communicate it well.
Northeastern.
They're looking smooth. Yeah, they're looking smooth here to start.
Far side of the field, Northeastern. Oh, great undercut by 49.
Woo with the layout. That was amazing. Woo's one of those players that looks like he's just kind of jogging, and then there's a burst of explosiveness.
Oh, great grab.
As Graf goes up and
we got
incidental contact here. As Graf went up with one hand, he with his other hand just caught the Northeastern player in the face. Not purposeful, but just kind of caught him on the way past. So that's happened. I mean, hopefully the Northeastern player is okay. I had my nose broken and was given a concussion on a play like this, so it can really, really hurt. But definitely nothing purposeful there. Yeah, but
another thing that hurts is when now that it's getting a little bit windy, when you're going to catch the disc and the disc does a little hop and you catch a disc in the face, that's always pleasant. A little air bounce, never hurt no one except your face.
So Northeastern taking this. Did he come off the field, the injured player? Yeah.
I think he has to.
But then they substituted 2 players.
He doesn't.
No, he didn't actually. And then Tufts making a sub because Gas came in.
Yes.
For Rizzi. As they go up to Chesney.
Far side of the field, far sideline.
Looking to reset. Oh, there we go. Up the middle, Rosenberg.
Take the easy throw. Don't
back
make
to
it
Chesney.
Difficult.
These guys back to Rosenberg. Good work, the 2 of them together. Around here, Grossman. This is like the second unit for Tufts doing work here with Graf and Wu. Wu with a nice grab. That was a little floaty.
Okay, I want to get rid of that float. Oh, you had the up line.
He had him, but this is all right. You put it back in Graf's hands. He goes to Gas.
Near side of the field.
Wu got kind of cut off by Vu there, kind of in the same spot. Good idea. He's got Chesney.
Good mark.
The high stall count, though, as these guys do work here. Graf, Vu looking at Chesney if he's got him. Nope. A poach on the back by the Northeastern defender.
Yeah, and these Northeastern players, their marks, they're not true forces. They're sort of straight up and slight force.
Good fake as he goes
And
to
that
the
is
back
going to be
line
in the
to
back.
Grossman. He looked right past Rosenberg, who was right there.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
He sent the zinger to the back line, and Rosenberg was about 2 degrees to the right, just watched the disc go right by his ear. Good job by Tufts. That makes it 10-8. Tufts needs more of this. They need more of this. That was excellent work by your second unit there. Real patient, good offense. They didn't try anything crazy. Jump, reset, swing, take their time.
You know, D-line did their job. They got the turn and then worked it up the field. That was good work.
Yeah.
Now, if you're Northeastern, you got to come back and say, okay, remember, we're still up 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where, like, you know, I know that, like, everybody has their different, you know, preferences and opinions when you play, whether you play college, you play club, of like, do I prefer being O-line, do I prefer being D-line? And, like, you know, O-line, the pressure is we execute, we score. Like, we don't make mistakes, we are precise, we make great decisions, and every time we get on the field, we want to score. And that level of pressure and, you know, can be a lot for some players to handle and yeah, you know, like on the other side, if some like playing D-line, where you be aggressive, you attack, and when you get it, you do want to score your breaks, but it's not a huge deal if you turn it over again.
Right.
So it's like, which do you like? And here, the pressure's on the O-line now to make sure that Tufts doesn't go on a run, right? The O-line, like, needs to just go back out here again and put an end to this. Take the momentum Tufts is trying to generate and just snuff it out. As they go kind of side stacking with lots of space in the middle. Rosenberg tried, didn't quite get there for Tufts.
Good work by Northeastern here. Ooh.
Rosenberg really aggressive. He's got to catch up, though, on the mark there.
Oh, that looked like a little...
There's a lefty. Sometimes I think lefties are cheating.
Good movement by Northeastern here, and
too much
back corner, dude. Keep it in the field of play. That's too bad.
It was too much velocity. It's too much velocity to begin with, and yeah, I do. And then the breeze kind of picked it up and launched it even further. But yeah, you gotta give your player a chance to make a play, and if you just punt it out of the end zone, there's nothing anybody can do. So
all right, now can the O-line of Northeastern get a D here? They need to really focus in and get, you know, force that.
Poor execution by Tufts. The cuts there, just didn't catch the disc.
Now Northeastern takes over. Just passed. Ooh. Good way to come back for that disc, because you know he wants to undercut.
Wu was looking for it.
Great inside throw there by Northeastern.
This is a tall order for the
disc at the goal line.
Yep. Nice throw.
Wait, I have someone open in front of me? No, I will throw the blade over the top.
Yeah.
Nice throw by Northeastern.
Yeah. It gets really hard when you have as many talented throwers as both these teams do. When you get close to the goal line like that, you don't really need to even like wait around and form up and run a play. You just be like, who's open? Then I'll just throw it to you. Like,
just get to an open space. I don't need much of a window.
Nope. Just put yourself in an open spot and I'll find you. Yeah, that one really hurt, because like Tufts did, like they were given a turnover, and then to immediately turn it over again. It's not even that they turned it over, it's that they turned it over right away, 10 yards outside their own end zone. It's like, that really hurts. And now, is that 12 now? Is that 12? No, it's 11. You would think I know the score. Yeah, so it's 11-8 Northeastern. The lead is still 3. So
yeah, well now you're Tufts. The offense can't get down. They can't start thinking scoreboard. They got to think just point.
Yeah, you cannot score more than 1 point at a time in Ultimate. So they just got to keep scoring, and their defense has to generate some more turns
until they implement the 2-point rule. which is probably going to be a full field.
Which is hilarious. Well, no. It's a thing in Wildwood.
Oh, really?
In the Beach Ultimate tournament, I believe it is. A 2-point is a full field, I think. I have only been to Wildwood once in my time, but as Northeastern doing the switchies again, as their Livingston catches a minute, that's the way to get them out of it. There you go.
Nope, that's not going to be the around is available.
The around's available. Generally, if number 7 cuts, he's available. Nice put to 99.
20's making up ground, but
Got it.
just can't make up enough.
Good.
Tufts hold serve.
Good job by Tufts. Number 7 is actually disappointed in his throw, and I would be too. For a player of his caliber, that throw should be 10 yards further so that the defender has no chance. But excellent job by Tufts. Catching back up again, now only down by 2, 11-9. No, like when you are a player of Graf's caliber, you look at that throw and you say, that needs to be better.
That's a little too tight.
A little too tight. No reason for it to be that tight.
Well, you know, they could implement something we've tried in boot recently, double or nothing. You score, you get the disc back, but if you turn it over,
The score goes
you
away?
get -1.
You know, you've had a lot of really bad ideas.
No,
Mike.
that's a great
And
idea.
this is a really, really bad idea.
You get the chance to score 2 to their 0, but if
No.
you turn it over, it's -1.
Denied. Veto.
I think it's a great idea. You're gonna have to do a lot of talking to get me off this mountain.
Anytime I make the cameraman laugh, I consider it a success, and I made Max laugh at that one. So. Okay, so the D-line back on the field for Tufts. I don't think Graf's going to come off the field for the rest of the game.
I doubt it.
And I don't blame him. Northeastern hoping to keep the O-line moving here. All the O-line's got to do is score. See, it's super easy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, scoring's fun.
As the Geico commercials would say, so easy a caveman can do it. Yeah, except it's windy and the other team's really good.
Big gainer up for Northeastern. Now far side of the field, past midfield, far sideline. Good work by Northeastern here.
Oh,
Good holster. And there's
he didn't have it.
That was a great bid
Again, though,
by Yang, but you need.
I don't like being picky on the throw sometimes, but don't throw that outside in. Throw it flat so
Yep.
it doesn't die. Like, oh, the scooper
Oh, that was magnificent.
to 18 Rosenberg. I didn't recognize Rosenberg. He doesn't have his hat on. I was like, who is this
Yeah,
guy?
that's a problem.
I know. Where did his hat go? Thank goodness he
The
has a
wind
number.
must have picked up too much for him to keep it
It
on.
must have, yeah. I was just like, thank goodness I know that 18 is Rosenberg. Otherwise, I'd be like, who is this person? As now Grossman has the disc. The observer getting everybody organized, and we're back into play. He looks for Malone in the middle. Looking back, Wu has it now. Grossman with a flat cut, unfortunately, as he can't get it to Graf.
Oh, that is not. Yeah, you might want to get upset about that, but you weren't
No.
open. Don't make that throw.
No, that was just really good coverage by the Northeastern player. He's right in his hip pocket as they go far line to 10. A call has been made, a pick or a foul or some sort of shenanigans.
And that's a situation there for Tufts where you're being too reliant on your handlers. You know, get other people involved.
Well, and I will also be a little critical of. Even
Oh,
though, that's out of play.
long throw.
Is honestly, Graf's played a ton. He's a phenomenal player. We're getting tired, whether he admits it or not. And he did not present a good window for Wu to throw the disc in.
Nope.
And when you guys in your hip pocket, you've got to set him up and really cut him into the ground, basically. And he
I
didn't
like
do
this.
that.
Oh, no.
Oh, Malone took his eyes off it again. He just didn't look at it all the way in, and he dropped it. Oh, that's unfortunate from Tufts.
Oh, high release flick
Yeah.
over the top, and Northeastern
Firmly in
scores
control.
again. That's too
Yeah.
bad because Tufts did get a couple of turns and they couldn't capitalize, and Northeastern just looking like
that's-
a powerhouse. Right now.
But that's too, though, right? the Northeastern lead now is back up to 4, but 3. Man, I can't count. I clearly need more coffee. It's 12-9, so they're back up to 3 again. But twice, Tufts has gotten a turnover and then promptly turned it over within 10 yards of their own goal line.
Yeah.
And Northeastern has gone to score. So it's just like that. You can't make those mistakes.
And it looks
at
like
this level.
looks like Northeastern is calling a timeout. Probably trying to get their guys a little bit extra breather.
Yeah. So we'll take this second to tell you about another one of our sponsors, Revision Energy. It's Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner and was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortuna Muller. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate as a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, or electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. Yeah, we have a bunch of fans here from other teams and things too, kind of hanging out watching, or maybe it's just a bunch of, we have the Middlebury Pranksters are right below our camera right here, checking out the game. As we get to, it's 10:30 now, we got to be getting up to some cap time maybe at some point soon. Which could also be why the timeout happened. It's Tufts still has a lot of work to do. We know they're gonna battle though. They're not gonna give up.
Yeah, they just gotta, right now you're like, okay, it's getting late score-wise and time-wise. You just gotta maybe try and get a quick strike, maybe do something a little out of character, but you still have, if it's a soft cap that goes on, then you still have some time.
Yeah. Here we go. Northeastern pull coming down. Cordes picks up to Graf.
And Northeastern coming out in that kind of flat zone again.
Yeah.
Flat cup zone, rather.
Yeah, Sundaram, Cordes, Graf, moving the disc around.
A little fancy.
Yeah, this is where Tufts needs to, their cutters need to use some more space too, as Livingston finds a good little spot there. But you've got 10 players within a 10-yard box here. Nice catch by
Great
Livingston.
grab.
There you go. So Gas down here is kind of pulling the wing out, a little bit, making things easier for the poppers. Because if you don't do that, then that's just too tight as Livingston doing work in this zone offense for Tufts. Good fakes and move it around. Sundaram out
good
here,
under here.
close to Cordes. Yeah, Graf they're really trying to take away 7 as much as they can. This might be 7's best avenue is to come from behind like he's doing with Cordes here.
Yeah.
As Cordes almost walked back to Portland. You've got Vu with the disc now.
Nice veteran move.
Sundaram, Cordes on the near side.
Couldn't quite get the grip on the disc to get the quick throw off. That's too bad.
So this is good patience by Tufts, but unfortunately, time is not your friend. This is why Northeastern is throwing the zone, making them take forever to score points. Because they're going to run out of time here if they don't score quickly. They need to score a bunch. Cordes around.
Good up the field throw there.
Talwalker resets. They go around. Skip Cordes
two's
to
open.
Sundaram and Vu. Graf wants it. Graf doesn't get it. Graf now gets it. Nice catch.
I like the blade there.
And a scuba over the top.
And I like the scuba there.
It's a
Even
gas.
better.
Good job by Tufts. But, love the strategy from Northeastern. Make them take forever.
Yep.
Time is on your side, especially given that Euroline has been utterly dominant.
Yeah, they've been, more or less unstoppable. So, and that, if Northeastern offense can score here, that can really demoralize what's left of Tufts.
Yeah, Tufts needs now they got to get on the break train, right? They're running out of time. It's 12-10. So and I'm not sure, we don't have horns here, and I'm, as far as like letting us know if it's soft cap, hard cap, I'm pretty sure they're in soft cap though, given that it's been 90 minutes. Soft cap would have gone on during that point, so we would score that point and then put soft cap on now, which would mean we add 2 to the highest score, so we are playing to 14. Tufts really needs, the pressure has always been on the D line, but now even more so. Like, you need to just break and break again. They can't let up any more O-line points by Northeastern.
Well, thankfully the hat has made a reappearance.
Ah, the hat's back. Now I know who he is. Rosenberg is back. Maybe he only wears the hat when he plays on the D line. I don't know. Ooh, that was a tougher catch than it seemed there by 9. He had to reach backwards.
Oh, that's going to be tough.
No, that's a good one. Swinging around. Now Northeastern's
big gainer, far sideline.
They're way down the field.
Yeah.
Well, but we're at the wind, I suppose. But still, they haven't been this wide for most of the game.
That's going to be that's throws okay.
Throw to space again.
Hit called, so we have a stoppage.
There's a difference in philosophy here. Northeastern likes to keep their handlers really wide. Tufts is kind of more close together. Mm-hmm. So Northeastern can just kind of throw it to space like that easier than the Tufts guys can, just from the spacing of their handlers. Ooh,
that was unnecessarily difficult.
Grossman helping to influence that. Is that just a lazy throw by the Northeastern player?
And Tufts takes over, still trying to grip and get one.
10. Gassed up to Roseburg.
In the middle of the field, now towards the near sideline.
Nice catch by 7 by Graff. Gonna gassed again.
He
got it.
Throw, but and out of bounds.
His first point of contact was on the line. So even though his feet were in, his elbow probably hit first as Northeastern rips a big
now we have a
field.
deep shot.
Oh, he got it around Graff. He reached around the Tufts defender.
I didn't hear a lot of disc up calls there.
Nope. There you go.
That's a point. Northeastern scoring again. Number 13.
I think that might be game over, given how happy Northeastern is. Looks like, yes, they're lining up. So Northeastern, with that great play by the Northeastern Huskies, they are going to nationals.
Yeah.
Congratulations to their program, to this team. A great tournament. I mean, they've worked all year for this, right? And now they get to go.
Hey, do you guys think that catch over there was Indian? The one that never called out?
Now Tufts has to regroup. Like they can still make nationals, so they got to regroup, got to gather themselves, and they got to say, all right.
Yep.
All we got to do is get the 3 spot.
Yep. There is a path for Tufts. You know this team is going to battle, but it looks like some of the Tufts fans and friends have a phenomenal picture of the play down here by Gast, and they say he was in.
I don't know. I saw that observer right on the line.
The observer made the call of him being out. And they're very insistent. But either way, this is a phenomenal game. Both teams battled really hard. Again, congratulations to Northeasterns. You guys are going to nationals and Tufts. I'm sure we'll see you back on the showcase field here in, battling in the 3rd place bracket. I'm Tom. Here's Mike. Max on the camera. Have a good rest of your day. We'll see you guys soon. The next round starts at 11, I believe.
Yep.
Right back here.
my God! One of the plays of the year!
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers,
and even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
A place where we remember to laugh,
where we learn to trust,
learn to high-five strangers,
and eventually even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play Ultimate, we live Ultimate.
All right, welcome to the D1 Northeast College Regional Championship game brought to you by Maine Ultimate. I'm Noah Backer, and I'm joined by Brendan McCann. We're watching UMass Zoodisk versus the Northeastern Huskies in this final. Both teams have had an incredible weekend, and we're just about to kick off with the opening poll. UMass on O. They've been a difficult O-line to stop all weekend.
Oh!
And Northeastern.
Nice poach D to start us off there. Northeastern. Number 14, Sean Jaff.
Jack Simmons picks up the disc, number 22 on Northeastern. Back to David Pinto.
David Pinto really driving, anchors this Northeastern D-line.
Northeastern with a inside shot, but Wyatt Kellerman tips it, and David Pinto may have caught it before it touched the ground. We'll see what the call is. That's a goal.
That's a goal for Northeastern, a break to start it off. If you're Northeastern, that is everything you can ask for and more. Get the energy battle started off right.
And I think that's what it's going to take for Northeastern is a few really good key defensive possessions in the short field. They're going to have to stop UMass's ability to shoot deep, keep it in a short field, pressure the insides, and get the defensive line on O.
Definitely.
To get this UMass O-line nice and tired.
A bit of context for this game. This is the first place game in a 3-bid region. So both of these teams punched their ticket to nationals last round. UMass beat Brown in a blowout of a game. Brown, it sounded like kind of focused their sights on the backdoor bracket in the second half there. And then Northeastern and Tufts played on our showcase field last game, and it was quite a grindy, sloppy, highlight-filled game. It was exactly what you'd expect out of a game to go in Northeast men's regionals.
Yeah, it was a battle of two of the best players in the Northeast between Oscar Graff on Tufts and Peter Borth on Northeastern, among many other very talented players, but it was a great matchup to watch all game.
Very entertaining.
Good inside to start off the UMass offense as they swing it wide. They'll look to probably center it here. Good defense by Northeastern. A floaty swing goes up to the close sideline here. Luca Harwood in the middle with the disc. Fakes deep, throws it under to Wyatt Kellerman, who just gets there in time. Good bid there to save that possession. Wyatt on the doorstep and into Rowan Dunkerley.
Yeah, this UMass O-line, quite a star-studded O-line. We mentioned a few big names there. Wyatt Kellerman, Luca Harwood, both elite players at this level. Rowan Dunkerley, an underclassman with a huge potential, played with Boston Glory last year. And we'd be remiss to not mention a couple of names they're missing. Kalen McSweeney, he's walking out of camera view right now. Jonas Stang Osborne as well, not playing for UMass, and these are two of the top players in college.
We're missing Callan also.
Callan.
Callan's sick.
Okay, Callan Kirkpatrick also down. I'm getting
Kalen, are you injured? Yep. All right, Kalen's injured. That's why he's not playing. Callan's sick.
What's he sick with? He's just sick. All right,
He's just sick.
Callan's just sick. They're
looking like death.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
he can't play.
You heard it here first from the UMass players. He woke up looking like death. So UMass is set to pull here to the Northeastern O-line. We have Peter Borth as really the centerpiece of this O-line. He's really developed into a player through multiple years on Northeastern and multiple years on Boston Dig as a player who can really do it all, but he's also supported by a really great cast of other players here. Ben Seamus with the disc right now. Swings it over to Peter Borth. Peter doing with an under to 91 on the close sideline. Centering it. And a great defensive stand by Arthur O'Quain. Don't think I pronounced that right.
There's a foul called, but it looks like it's getting rescinded. UMass with a chance to break here. Putting it up deep. That's a bit too far. Peter Borth and Chase.
We'll see if Northeastern can get a second chance opportunity with their O-line here. Tight defense from UMass on Peter Borth in the upline. Again,
Jackson McGinnis opening up a huge downfield cut. That's another cutter to keep your eye on for Northeastern.
Swinging to the far sideline. Seamus over to 91. They're doing a great job of switching the field, hitting unders on both sides. Now we have it in the center field at about midfield. Northeastern staying patient here as they look to break the mark. Peter Borth. Looks like there could have been a dangerous play being thought about.
Thinking about it.
Some discussion on a dangerous play call, but looks like that was rescinded as well. There's been a couple discussions on dangerous plays throughout this weekend on throwing your offense into a blind lane. It's been a hotly contested topic this weekend, and I think in Ultimate as a sport right now.
And as the weather makes an impact on the disc and the throw-in, it also makes an impact on people's footing, which can often result in more fouls and more and less body control, and that's also been a factor this weekend. As the footing gets worse, it gets more difficult to make clean, safe plays.
Some context on the weather right now. It's about 55 degrees and foggy and wet, but not rainy. The ground is quite slippery. You see players sliding around. And the wind is about 5 miles an hour from the lookers right to left. So UMass going into the wind, but a light wind, not enough to affect play drastically.
UMass doing a really great job of keeping the disc off of the sideline. They've been getting a few unders to this close sideline, and they get it back into the middle pretty immediately as we see a turn from the UMass D-line here.
Oh,
that's a great catch by Ben Seamus, AKA Bench. He's become a really talented player over the years.
Yeah, he's a workhorse on Northeastern. I've had some experience with him in the club game, and I've seen his workouts. He's quite a grinder. Zone 2 king, if you will.
Resting heart rate of 25. Never been seen before, Ben Seamus. What a guy.
You know, Northeastern here hanging around, showing their stuff. Still up a break, albeit not a clean hold, but I think if you're UMass, you're getting the disc. You're getting yourself in good position. You just got to take care of the disc and punch it in and not keep giving chances.
All right, a little shout out to Revision Energy here. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner and was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Mueller, a true legend in the sport. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate as a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and is certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, or electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. Northeastern D-line pulling to that UMass O-line with a massive layout D from David Pinto. He has just been on fire this weekend on defense.
Yes, in the last game, he had 2 or 3 very large layout Ds.
And Jack Simmons with a great around. Who did he find there? Number 17. And that is not on our sheet. Very sorry about that. That's all right. You know, this is what happens when you commentate a game and you don't have the perfect roster in front of you, but wonderful offense from the Northeastern D-line to get, again, in that short field, getting turns on this O-line, not letting them get into flow, and then punching in an immediate score. Great around by Jack Simmons. He's a transfer or grad student, one of the two, from UNC Charlotte. He had a really great undergrad career there, and now he is coming to the Northeastern D-line to really quarterback this D-line. He's a real big reason why they made nationals this year.
Yeah, Northeastern D-line here, 2 possessions, 2 breaks, both getting the disc about 10 yards out from the end zone. Right now, early in the game, that's the difference. Is UMass D-line probably had 4 or 5 possessions and no breaks to show. Northeastern punching it in early. UMass receiving again, working upwind this time. Got a center disc down to Rowan Dunkerley, opening up big chunkers in the middle.
Good fast pace from this UMass O-line.
It's a shot from Luca Harwood.
Just short.
Drops a bit short.
And that's what we were talking about with some of this weather. As that disc gets more slippery, some of these hucks are just a little bit more difficult to hit. The exact angle and power that you usually have with a dry disc just isn't there. And so that's really going to affect people's ability to shoot deep. I do imagine that some of these defensive possessions are going to be trying to bait that deep shot in hopes of an errant throw. Jack Simmons with a great upline there.
Northeastern D-line moving this disc pretty effortlessly up the field.
Yeah, the Northeastern coaching staff has really helped teach this D-line to move efficiently, quickly, keep that ball in the center of the field. With a tip scooper off of Jack Simmons gets it back towards the middle of the field, looking break side again. Another hand block on that scooper. Seems to be holding that grip and really showing his throw right before he makes it.
That's Gavin Abrahamson with a hand block. He said, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm gonna hand block you."
That's what he said. Luca Harwood with another deep shot here. And a great read by Ethan Lehman. With a bigger defender on him, he just makes a better read, times his jump perfectly. And that is a UMass hold. 3-2. Northeastern is up. A break, 2 breaks actually, right?
Yep, correct.
2 breaks.
If you're Northeastern, you can't help but feel like you left something on the table at that point. Working the disc all the way up to the end zone and then turning it over.
And I'm sure Jack Simmons will just be a little bit more patient with the disc there and make sure to hit all of his right reads. He really is finding the right cutters with the right vision. He just a couple of tip scoobers and he's gonna break out a few more different looks as he gets closer to the end zone.
In a more holistic sense of context here, UMass on the season has been quite a dominant team. High finishes at all their tournaments, and a top 5 team the entirety of the year. Noah, talk to me about what your mentality is like coming in as favorites and what it's like to know that everyone's gunning for you.
Yeah, well, Brennan, that's a good question. You know,
we're announcing right now.
We're commentating right now.
It's that way.
We're live. Oh, and we just had quite the interaction. I will try to not.
Angry mother looking for kid.
I will try to not talk too much about that, although I do want to. I'm tempted, but I won't. All right, Peter Borth with a look deep. Very good read by number 6 there. That is Isaiah Jones, who dumps it to number 2, David Yang into the end zone for a great clean hold by Northeastern.
Yeah.
You can see there, again, these deep reads are just so important to get your head around quickly and find the disc, because they're just not going to go to that leading shoulder like you expect them to in normal dry weather.
Yeah, nice efficient hold for Northeastern. Northeastern, definitely a team with some top end talent, and I think they'd like to preserve those legs as much as they can for some of the more important points. So having these nice, clean, quick holds and keeping their O-line off the field, keeping UMass O-line on the field, forcing them to grind is definitely a strategy they want to utilize.
And Brendan, back to your question from before about your mindset as the #1 seed. I do think that it's an interesting one, because both of these teams obviously have already made nationals at this point. And I think right now it is for bragging rights. I think that this matters. It doesn't only matter for seeding at nationals, but it matters to really be the champions of the Northeast and to secure your spot as the team to beat each year. UMass, year over year, over the past few years, has really just made a really lasting impression as a team that is a true threat to win it all at nationals. And I think that learning how to win these games, sometimes without some of your top players, is really important. And there might be, they have some sickness, they have some injury. Who knows if that'll be the case at nationals, and they got to figure out a way to win without some of their main pieces, just in case that's the situation that they face at nationals. So this is an important game. Even though both have made nationals, this is a very, very important game to win.
Definitely.
Both teams really want to win.
Definitely. Something I've been impressed with in the early stage of this game is Northeastern not necessarily expecting themselves, maybe some people on the team would say they expected it, but to the outside world, not expecting them to be in the finals here. And having punched their ticket, some people were wondering, for this finals game, would they just be happy to be here? But no, they've come out and punched UMass in the mouth and got ourselves a good game here.
Peter Borth just yelling over to me to make an up-down call on that. Not sure that's the most effective way of getting a call. I do not have a good vantage point, Peter. So when you watch this back, trust that I made the right call by making a no call there. Wyatt Kellerman seems to have, there might be a pick on him. The defender is discussing whether the disc should go back and whether he maybe had a play or whether he should just be catching up. Seems like he's just going to be catching up. Wyatt Kellerman with the disc on the far sideline, looking deep with a great inside shot.
That is a phenomenal throw. Wyatt Kellerman making that look easy, but keeping an edge and the touch to throw that throw out to space is an incredibly difficult throw.
Especially as that's a little bit of an upwind throw, so that disc is going to want to barrel roll over to its OI edge, and he put a lot of spin on that and made sure that it was just going to float right into the end zone for his receiver.
Yeah. 4-3 game here in Northeastern. Northeastern receiving still up 2 breaks. UMass not able to punch in a break yet, despite a few chances.
Brendan, what have you been most impressed by this weekend in watching all the college ultimate?
Okay.
You played D3 ultimate in Michigan.
Yep.
I played D1 ultimate in Michigan. But what have you noticed here after playing years of club and years of UFA? What has impressed you the most about the play?
Well, back in my day,
yes,
lot of
glory days.
There was a lot of hard carrying, even at the D1 level. There was John Stubbs with Harvard and Jack Williams, UNCW, Ben Yacht, Ryan Osgar, and it was your 2 best players versus your 2 best players. And the thing that I'm impressed with now and where college ultimate is headed is how systemic these teams are and how deep everyone is. All the way down the roster, the fellas can run a system. They know their reset schemes. There's multiple defensive looks. And the teams that have been winning are the teams with the best depth. The top-end talent matters, but I think where the game is headed is your lowest floor is more valuable than your highest ceiling. So it's been great to watch some of these lesser-known names run the show, and it's quite promising for the future of Ultimate.
Northeastern marching up the field right now on the open side as they swing it back to the middle. Peter Borth cutting across as the dump. Northeastern with a great space throw out to Isaiah Jones, who throws a blade over to Jackson McGinnis for the score. And Brendan, I agree with that. I think that the depth on these teams is very, very impressive. I think that's a testament to two major factors. One is the coaching. I think the coaching in Ultimate has really evolved.
Very much so.
You have wonderful coaches that are giving back from top-level players, like Angela Zhu on Northeastern. And you have very dedicated coaches on the UMass side in Rusty Ingold Smith. I mean, their whole staff is dedicated, and what you see is that what they're able to do in developing younger players from year 1 to year 4 is just really, really incredible. But I think the other factor is just the dedication to fitness in our sport now. I think that the training has become a lot more solidified as it's a sport that requires a lot of training and a lot of dedication and a lot of time being put in. A lot of these guys, aside from practice, are working out 10, 15 hours a week, and that really pays dividends towards your development.
One more thing to add on that is the development of the youth scene. I mean, Maine is one of the best youth scenes in the country, and Noah, you grew up here, and just walking around this tournament, seeing players that we've coached, we've seen from middle school grow up, and now they're on these college teams. That's a testament to the future and how the grassroots approach can help the talent levels of these teams continue to rise.
Yeah, absolutely. I was on the first, I'll hold on that thought. UMass is just absolutely crushing up that sideline. Luca Harwood with a beautiful around backhand floating into the end zone.
For Ethan Lehman.
That was just an incredible display of speed, quickness, and smart ultimate. I did grow up here in Maine. I was part of the first YCC team to ever come out of Maine in Rising Tide, the first iteration. And Rich Young, the head of Maine Ultimate, has really just done an incredible job making the community the most important part of Maine Ultimate, and he's done a great job finding opportunities to play at all levels. Shout out to Maine Ultimate and Rich Young for everything that they do, putting on these tournaments. This is just, every time I come to a Maine Ultimate hosted tournament, it's one of the most well-run tournaments I've ever been to. Brendan and I have been to so many tournaments across the country at the college and club level and worlds level, and we see the way the tournaments are run. Some of them are better than others, but I can say without a doubt that Rich and Maine Ultimate put on the best tournament that you can imagine. So shout out to you, Rich. Well done.
Yeah, Rich is a cornerstone of this community and does an incredible job. That said, take a second to talk to you about Vacation Land, a 2-day Club Ultimate tournament hosted by Maine Ultimate, taking place August 2nd and 3rd. It'll have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed. $650 per team. Why Vacation Land? That's because we call our beautiful state Vacation Land and we want to share it with you. Come play on amazing fields. We have easy access to trainers, golf carts, and an amazing tournament central, food trucks galore. For more information, go to maineultimate.org.
All right, Peter Borth with a deep shot. It looks like he was fouled though. I heard contact on that throw. It's going to be coming back to Peter. UMass looking to play, it looks like they're playing a little bit of a center field, trying to bait that deep shot like I was talking about earlier, because really what we've seen is that these deep shots are not working quite as well as we normally see.
UMass committed to the forcing their men under, it looks like. An interesting strategy here because, as Noah's touched on, the disc is slippery, but looking across the board, it looks like everyone is on top of their guy.
Oh, and a little bit of an errant throw, but picked up by Northeastern. Peter Borth in the deep space. Let's see if he comes down with this one. A great, amazing body by Tobias Paperno. Again, sorry if these pronunciations are not correct. I'm trying. UMass with the disc on that far sideline.
Let's see what this D-line can do with it.
Charlie Norris with a great throw into the middle, but unfortunately dropped by that UMass D-line.
Charlie Norris, another Maine prodigy coming from the youth program.
And
that's Peter Borth off to Jackson McGinnis for the Northeastern goal. And again, UMass D-line with an opportunity to capitalize, and just an unfortunate drop. These unforced errors kind of biting them right now. Northeastern still up 2 breaks now. It's 6-4.
And, you know, I don't know what Northeastern is rated in terms of the national rankings right now, but you have to imagine if they do win this game, coming in as potentially one of the top 4 seeds at nationals, that would be a massive, massive surprise, I think, to them and to others. A surprise that would be well warranted if they do win this game, but certainly something that they're going to be gunning for, because when you are a top seed at nationals, yes, you have a target on your back, but often what it can present is an easier road to those important games in the bracket play, like quarters, semis, and finals. So the higher the seed, it doesn't always work out this way, but the higher the seed, often the better the road to finals, which is what everyone wants. So UMass O-line headed back out here. We'll see what they come out in here. And
Northeastern D initially had a couple good pressures to force short field turns. These past couple O points, though, for UMass been quite straightforward, very efficient. I'd like Northeastern to maybe switch up tempos and force more throws. A little too easy right now.
Wyatt Kelman with the disc in the center of the field over to Rowan Dunkerley. And UMass just marching up this open sideline. Right. The Northeastern D-line is having trouble when UMass really gets it moving quickly. Wyatt Kelman with great vision.
That's
over to Luca Harwood.
Another real easy O point out of UMass. And if I'm Northeastern, we got to do something different right now. That's 3 in a row where not a single pressured throw and chunk yardage straight through the middle of the field.
And this is what we saw earlier, Brendan, with those 2 short field turnovers by UMass and the 2 breaks by the Huskies. You know, the wonderful layout D by David Pinto and the other short field turn on the first point of the game. That is going to be one of the keys, because once this UMass offense gets in motion, they are just so hard to stop. It looks like they have an angle of attack from every single place on the field, and you never really know what you should be guarding, because they have break throwers to get it to anywhere on the field, and they have cutters that are attacking every angle.
Right. Sometimes when you're playing a team of this caliber, it'll feel like the only way you're getting the disc is tremendous individual effort. But right now, Northeastern's 2 breaks have both come off. One a great poach and one a great layout D. So we'll see if the Northeastern D can start applying more pressure. No, if you're Northeastern in this position, how are you feeling? You're 6'5" receiving before half?
If I'm the O-line, I'm really just focused on possessing the ball and getting it into the end zone, and without any, you know, speed. I'm just trying to get it in there and play my game. I'm not worried about the score. If I'm the D-line, I'm a little bit concerned about the way that the last few points have gone. I need to switch up something. I think that their O-line has been playing well. UMass is putting up a little bit more pressure as the half goes on, which you can see right now, putting them a little bit in the corner. But a great breakthrough by Ben Seamus, getting the disc back to the center of the field. Again, I think their O-line is doing well, being patient. I think that's their key right now. But this D-line for Northeastern needs to do something to slow down the power of Wyatt Kelman, Luca Harwood, and the rest of that O-line. As we see a deep shot from this Husky O-line. Really, really nice shot for the score.
I'm sorry, 91, you made a couple of plays, but we don't have you on our sheet.
And one thing that Brendan and I have experienced a lot of is when the disc is wet in weather like this, forcing forehand can be really effective, because those backhand hucks become a lot easier than the flick. A flick grip becomes very slippery with a wet disc, but a backhand is way less affected. So you saw there that wonderful backhand deep shot. That's something that I think these teams should both be trying to limit, and trying to force any deep shots to be flicks. I think that flicks are just multiples harder in the wet weather.
Yeah, Noah. Funny you say the word wet.
Oh.
This
Yeah?
isn't just water. It's
Ah.
for the love of Maine. Sourced from Sebago Lake, canned with care, Maine love means sustainability with every sip. Maine love is the way water should be. Get wet, stay wet.
Ironside. Shout out Ironside. Now, UMass O-line does something that I've never seen before. They turn their backs to the pulling D-line. Brendan, what do you think the point of this is?
Well, many O-lines do a lock-in. I've never quite seen it with such flair. I don't know how to feel about it. You know, I think it is a testament to the love they've got and kind of their quirkiness. I know some of the people personally, and they're quite fun dudes to be around. At the same time, it's I'm an intense guy, and I don't love all the flair when I'm in a game always.
Look at Harwood taking another flick shot deep, and you can see that
No,
flick shot continues to be difficult.
No, that's exactly what you were talking about, that forced flick. Luca Harwood normally with a ton of power on those hucks, but in the wetness, he doesn't have the same range he does. Northeastern D-line with another chance to break here. They've been moving the disc well in this game. And that's really the difference in this game right now. See if they can punch this one in.
We just saw a great OEO, or outside, inside out, from James Beckman. Some of those break throws are going to be key to marching this D-line down the field. Rowan Dunkerley on the far sideline centers to Luca Harwood with all the field space that he needs. A nice open side under here from Carter Hawkins. They're 10 yards out now. Luca and Wyatt working together on that far sideline. See, just ISOing. And Luca just fires a shot a little bit too quickly into the back shoulder of Wyatt as he's cutting up line for a turnover here. So the Huskies with another opportunity and a huge layout D. Is that Ethan Lehman?
Yeah, no D, but a great bidding effort. Big huck going up to number 1.
Oh, that's a great read.
That's Skylar Davidman. The great read, great box out, and again, this Northeastern D-line moving the disc, punching it in. They 1 for 2 on that point, but I think that's 3 for 4 on the game.
Shout out Jimmy Beckman for a wonderful throw. That was that's a hard throw to make.
Yeah,
but,
great edge on that throw. Allows your receiver to box out and read really well.
Goes to the back of the end zone where only the receiver can get it. Great read, great throw. That's how to break. So we see Northeastern making the most of their opportunities as we go to half.
8-5 with Northeastern up 3 breaks. Yeah, 8-5.
Oh.
Northeastern up 3 breaks and receiving out of half. So spooky times if you're a UMass fan, and you're riding a high right now if you're Northeastern.
We're breaking.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, and we will be back after half. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will see you soon.
Huh?
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments. The glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body. Hydrating better. Recovering better. Bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery. The small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
First few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers,
and even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
a place where we remember to laugh,
where we learn to trust,
learn to high-five strangers,
and eventually even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play Ultimate, we live Ultimate.
Yep.
Good. Welcome back to Scarborough, or is this South Portland,
South
Maine?
Portland.
South Portland, Maine. Wainwright Field Complex, a beautiful field complex. We're here at Northeast College Men's Regionals. Northeastern up 3 breaks and receiving out of half, up 8-5 on UMass, the 1 seed of the tournament. Quick shout to Maine Ultimate for hosting and such a well-run tournament. Rich Young putting this on. Tournament Central has probably 9 or 10 sponsors and a tower of free apparel and drinks. Always a well-run tournament out of Maine Ultimate. We'd love to see some TCT events here or higher profile tournaments. The fields are great. They're built for the weather. It's never too hot, and yeah, always a well-run tournament.
Yeah, USA Ultimate, if you're listening right now, there are some great opportunities to have big tournaments here.
We're about 11 minutes from the airport, International Airport.
So Northeastern, with the opportunity here to go up 9-5 at a half, this would really be a massive opportunity for this team.
Yeah, this is what they
really
call the cheater's break. Pull the start and receive out of half. If you can take half, you essentially get an extra break.
And you know what they say, Brendan, in the words of an unknown man, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, I think that's out of Ned Dick's mouth, actually.
Shout out Ned Dick. Ben Seamus with the centering over to the far sideline.
Great cut there.
Northeastern with good flow into the middle of the field. Really patient by these cutters to really just wait for their opportunity rather than all cutting at once. Peter dumps it. He's looking for another breaks throw over to that far sideline. Looking downfield for a second with a nice floaty lefty out to space. Peter calling for it again. He's looking to run this offense. With a high release backhand back into the center of the field. Northeastern just staying patient from really nice UMass defense here. Pressuring almost every throw. Jackson McGinnis on this close sideline. A tall lefty looking at Peter Borth, but just out of his reach. UMass with the double Mac.
Sam Green there.
Emphatic.
Sam Green known for being emphatic. Quite an emphatic lad, as you can tell by the hair.
Yeah, he's got a good mop on his head.
Good lettuce. UMass D-line picking up the disc again. Story of the first half is they had their chances, but were not able to punch in a break. Let's see what they can do here.
Great grab on that far sideline. UMass shooting it deep. It looks to be a little long, but good run there from UMass number 21. We also don't have his number. Well,
good run, 21.
Good run, kid.
Northeastern picking up again. Even though you didn't convert, if you're the UMass D-line, really strong pressure here. I think both O-lines at the end of that half got in quite a rhythm of smooth holds. At least you're forcing pressure. They haven't been able to be chunking quite as much.
I almost just fell off the scaffolding. Sam
Green.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, unreal catch by Jackson McGinnis on that second opportunity. Centers it over, and unfortunately, that's what the ultimate community calls conservation of greatness. I don't like the term, but it seems to reign true most times that there's an opportunity for it.
UMass looking for the first break here. Got it on the doorstep.
Really nice defense, though, from UMass there, and an even better grab on the second opportunity from Jackson McGinnis. He just couldn't quite throw that centering pass with enough touch, but amazing focus on the catch. UMass on the doorstep here, centers it over. We'll see what they run in isolation at the front of the stack. One of the most common end zone offenses that you'll see these days is 2, sometimes 3 handlers back with an isolation cutter at the front of the end zone, hoping to just get a one-on-one in big space. Now, some of the countering defenses have been to overload that isolating cutter to try to make it a 2-on-1 so that the isolating cutter does not just have a one-on-one in big space. And what you see here from Northeastern is really nice defense to pressure them backwards so that UMass cannot have that one-on-one in the end zone.
In about 7 throws, UMass has lost 30 yards. They're doing a great job limiting the upfield movement out of the ISO and handlers.
Ben Seamus with really nice defense on that front of stack ace. Was committed to not getting his hips turned there. Great footwork. UMass again approaching the doorstep, just patiently swinging. One of the advantages, even though the UMass has not yet scored, is that they are tiring out this O-line. I know that Peter Borth just made an impressive defensive stand there, but I mean, each one of these long points, it pays dividends later in the game. So if UMass can continue to pressure them, I mean, this long point right here, where they are forced to call a timeout because they're tired and can't figure out their offense. I mean, this is the way to tire an O-line out.
That's PB, Peter Borth there with the D. We've been saying his name quite a bit. He's definitely a a top player on Northeastern, a top player in New England College, and a top player in the entire men's club division. Been developing on dig as an O-line cutter hybrid role. Not many people with as well-rounded as athleticism as Peter. Incredible in the air. He's about 6'1" and built, and his size allows him to kind of bounce off of people when he's in the air. He bodies well, but also for his size is incredibly quick. And the combination of those two and his developing throws makes him one of the best players in the country.
Yeah, he's really developed into an incredible all-around player, and that was really just affirmed by his nod onto the U24 USA team. So congratulations, Peter. We know you worked real hard for that. We're excited to see you try to go win gold for Team USA at the U24 Worlds this summer.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what sort of defense UMass comes out in. Brendan, as a D-line captain on dig and glory, let's see if you can kind of dissect here what UMass is trying to do out of this timeout.
Sure thing. First things first, Northeastern's in a split stack, it looks like. They're going to try to attack the middle here. I like where UMass is at. You can see that they've got players off in the lane. If any throw is going upfield, it's going to go wide, and you can orbit around. Your goal here is limit the damage to the middle. There's a wide throw. I think you're okay with that. The next throw is what you can't give up. There's that next throw to Peter Boris.
But UMass doing a good job keeping it on the sideline, but seemingly Northeastern just doesn't care. They're okay throwing those skinny inside shots as we see a Huck go up. And just better read.
Isaiah Jones.
Northeastern. Isaiah Jones with a great read.
Have yourself a day, Isaiah.
And sometimes in non-perfect weather, it just comes down to patience and reading the disc.
And dog.
Dog. You ain't wrong.
Yeah, and up dog sometimes too.
Up dog is definitely an important factor in winning the game. But I think that one of the things that you just have to, in ultimate, it's always tempting to jump early, and often that can be the right call. But sometimes in weather where it's difficult to read the disc and where it's going, you just have to be patient, wait for your defender to jump first, and then in that situation, that's exactly what happens. And Isaiah Jones comes down with the disc without even having to jump.
You know, Noah, something, you know, if you're maybe a coach on UMass, you got to start thinking about is we had a couple long points, a couple timeouts. You're down now 4, and it's 9-5. Clock starts to become an issue here. The time is not in your favor. You got to start digging your way out of this hole quickly so that if a cap does go on, you're within striking distance. I don't know what our cap is for this game or in the finals, but that's definitely a consideration. I'd be surprised if UMass doesn't start stacking their lines a bit on defense here.
Yeah, definitely a consideration to make sure you're making a comeback within the cap. I do think that their O-line, they don't have any changes that they need to make when they're in flow, just like you see right now. There's nothing that you need to do differently. I think their defense is what really needs to change.
Yep.
I would just start fronting the heck out of this Northeastern team and continue forcing the hucks like you just saw. I know that Northeastern scored on that huck, but those are the looks that you want. You want to be able to make a play on throws that seemingly are 50-50 or even more in favor of the defense. As you see, a UMass turnover. You know, that's just an uncharacteristic drop. As we see a great deep shot here from Jack Simmons, but just out of the reach of his receiver. Wyatt Kellerman on the chase.
Yeah, UMass O-line looks in control. When they're moving the disc, it looks easy. Really all of their turns have been execution errors. We've seen a couple drops. We've seen a couple wet disc shorted hucks. If I'm the coaches here, I'm saying, hey, just stick to your guns. Move the ball, hit easy throws. And I say that, and Ethan Lehman puts up a dot to Rowan Dunkerley. Rowan Dunkerley getting up there.
Is a great throw. It's what we call Dottie Daycare. Great catch by Rowan Dunkerley. Great throw by Ethan Lehman. Again, these backhand hucks are something that you just want to prevent.
Agreed.
As a defense.
Agreed.
But we see them time and again coming out a lot smoother than these flick hucks.
9-6 game now. If I'm UMass, I'm loading up these lines. It's time to start putting kill lines on the field. It's time to let your best players work. Go get some breaks.
And even though the sun is not shining today, it's still important to let everyone know that melanoma is the second most common form of cancer for 15 to 29-year-olds in the United States. So protect your skin, your body's largest organ, by wearing sunscreen SPF 30 or higher, seeking shade, wearing a hat, and avoiding tanning beds. Something that Brendan is all too familiar with, avoiding tanning beds, because he doesn't tan.
That's right.
Good for you, Brendan.
Yep.
Check your skin. Melanoma is 99% curable when caught early. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org. Maybe TMI, but I went to a dermatologist the other day, Brendan.
Yeah?
Got myself checked just to make sure.
And were you clean?
All clean.
Attaboy.
We're good.
Good work. Wear
Get
your
those
sunscreen.
checkups. All right, UMass with the pull. The D-line coming out, trying to make a stand here as this pull is going to go out of bounds. But this is just another great opportunity. One thing I see from the UMass D-line here is they have a lot of, they got some good tall defenders.
Mm-hmm.
And that, if they can force this Northeastern O-line to go deep, I think that they can try to make a real play.
A name that's been quiet today, I'm expecting a play or two out of him, is Gavin Abrahamson, number 37, playing in deep space. He's a bona fide player in the college division. I'd like him to see if he can make something happen, see if he can bait one.
Huge swing over to this close sideline by Ben Chamus and Jackson McGinnis, but Jackson just can't quite hold on. I mean, that's a difficult, catching a blade, layout blade is it's a difficult task. UMass now marching forward. Gavin with the disc in the middle of the field. Couple of fakes and over to his teammate, number 88. And they are just playing give-go into the end zone. That's a really, really nice defensive possession by UMass.
Right.
They're forcing a difficult throw across the field. Even though that wasn't a defensive block, what it was a pressure block. They pressured all of the close throws so that the Northeastern O-line had to make a cross-field throw, and that results in a turn.
Agreed. The open space, every zone is going to have open space. It's just a matter of where you want to give up that open space. And in that case, the open space was a 40-yard flick across the field. And as Noah's touched on a few times, that's a wet disc, and it's hard to hit your spots when it's a wet disc, and especially a edge-sensitive throw like that. Very difficult. So great point out of UMass. That's their first break of the game, and they still have work to do if they want to make this a game again.
Really nice job by Griffin G and Gavin Abramson there, just marching it into the end zone, playing quick give-go, using their fakes to open up the offense, make sure the defense is on their toes.
I'm looking at this line for UMass right now. I see Rowan Dunkerley and Wyatt Kelman on. They are starting to load up their lines. They're looking for another kill shot here.
And what you see is they're going upwind. So when you put on a thrower like Wyatt Kelman, when you're going, I mean, what does, Brendan, putting on a thrower like Wyatt Kelman do when you're going upwind?
Well, if you get that disc, you've got your O-line superstar on the field. So playing offense against the O-line is already easy, and it becomes that much easier. Here's a deep shot to Peter Borth.
What we were talking about isn't going to matter because Peter Borth, just second throw of the point, marches into the end zone with a great cut, getting open deep on Wyatt Kelman.
A fantastic response out of the Northeastern O-line. You just had kind of an unfortunate turn. You got broken. And to come back on and still shoot, you see Peter deep one-on-one. That's a matchup you want to exploit. Great composure by them, and fantastic way to get your team back on track.
I think that's one of the things about Peter that's just so hard to guard. You saw Wyatt, who's a very, very high-level defender, struggled to guard Peter deep. I think Peter's first step, he threatens under all game. He's around the disc all game, but his true specialty is in the deep space, and that first step deep is just so hard to stick with him. So Peter, you can see, even on some of the top defenders, getting open at ease.
The wind feels like it's picking up slightly here. Still not a significant wind, but if you can see the flags, it's blowing towards this back left corner of the looker. So keep your eye on that. As these teams work upwind, that disc might start to pop, and working downwind, they may start to sail a little bit more.
So Northeastern looking to get an upwind break here. This would be a very big opportunity to break because, again,
I just want to shout out that trumpet player on the Northeastern sideline. That was incredible, playing taps. Nice blade cracked open by Luca Harwood to Wyatt Kelman. Wyatt and Rowan playing catch with each other, a little tea party for the goal. And that's, again, that UMass, when they're in flow, their O-line looks unstoppable. It's really just the unforced errors that's been hurting them.
Yeah, UMass really, when they get that first under and they have a second under to connect with it, and they're playing catch into the center of the field and just going back and forth, it's just something that it's a very, very difficult offense to stop because, again, what I touched on earlier, you just have an attack from multiple angles. And when you don't know exactly where the most threatening option is, you don't know what to take away. And that's what we're seeing from the UMass offense. They are trying to just get Northeastern on their heels, and they're doing a great job of that.
If you're Northeastern O-line here, this game now rests on your shoulders. We've seen fantastic play out of them, only getting broken once right now. Stay strong, stay steady, hit open hands, and it's just business as usual. The D3 men's final is about to kick off behind us. You can hear Stephanie by Clooney bumping in the background. That was pretty hype out of the Middlebury team, breaking it down on the drop.
Yeah, the Middlebury Pranksters seem to have one of the best cultures in college ultimate, D1 or D3. They always have such a great time out there. Rowan Dunkley trying to pressure Peter Borth, but Peter just good footwork when he realizes Rowan's down. And he shoots deep to Jackson McGinnis, who it looks like there's contact on that, but there's not going to be a call because that disc seems like it was going to be too far regardless.
That's a good no call. I like the physical play there. Both players playing the disc and just bodying each other. I like that nothing was called.
Yeah, that's something that I think a lot of players as they start to develop, as Ultimate is a self-refereed sport, you always have to figure out when is the right time to make a call versus when isn't. And at all points at all levels of Ultimate, you'll see calls made that probably shouldn't be made, and you'll also see times when there should be a call made when there isn't one made. And I think at the college level, just letting them play, especially in this finals, is a great decision. So shout out to Northeastern and UMass there for just playing. As Charlie Norris throws a turn over to his UMass counterpart. So Northeastern has a second chance here with their O-line.
Like we talked about earlier, that downwind right now, we've seen 2 throws sail out the back. I think players got to dial into this picking up wind a little bit. And if you're Northeastern, hit open hands. You've been working it well this whole game. There's no reason to go for hero ball here. Just hit open hands and work the disc up smooth and steady.
Yeah, they've really done a great job of just getting open. I don't think that UMass has done you know, given them all that much trouble in terms of defensive pressure. And so I do wonder why they are deciding to throw it deep as much as they are when I feel like they're getting open pretty well under and around.
Yeah, UMass D-line with another turnover on that centering pass. This continues to be the storyline more or less of the game, is UMass D-line with multiple opportunities to break there. Still only one break to show this entire game. You can see some frustration on the UMass side there. But Northeastern forcing a hard reset, not allowing easy open unders, and able to capitalize off that short field turn.
Yeah, and Peter with a nice just space throw to his teammate for the goal when the defender wasn't looking. Really nice throw.
We got a score of 11-8 right now. Northeastern pulling. Again, this is the finals. Both teams have their ticket punched to nationals, but this game is important for seeding and is important for bragging rights too. I think UMass definitely expected to win this game, and Northeastern, maybe they believed in themselves, but I think if you asked most people at the start of this tournament if Northeastern would be up 11-8 in the finals, they'd give you a funny look.
Speaking of funny looks, have you ever wanted to visit Portland, Maine in the summer? Do you like that? You like that? All right. Good. On Saturday, July 19th, come join 119 other Ultimate players as they board a ferry on the mainland and cruise to Chebeague Island, where a day of Ultimate awaits. Ultimate Time on Island Time is a 5v5 hat tournament where you'll find out what team you're on during the ferry ride out to the island. Don't like the players on your team? Do you jump into Casco Bay and swim back to the mainland, or do you remind yourself that you're headed out to an island off the coast of Maine to play some really good Ultimate? There's a barbecue after the tournament, and if you're interested in staying overnight, there will be camping available on some private land. Check out MaineUltimate.org for more information. Shout out again, Maine Ultimate, for just creating opportunities to play Ultimate throughout the summer in really fun environments. Again, UMass just being able to work the disc downfield quickly. A lot of their most successful offenses is where you see offensive points, rather, are where the stall count just doesn't get above 3. Mm-hmm. They just keep it moving, just like you're seeing for the most part right now. That's really, and when the stall count gets higher and you see the Huskies start to lock in on their matchup, that's when they have trouble. Just like right now, you see a little bit more pressure from the Huskies. But as soon as UMass gets rid of the disc early in the stall count, that's when we see the most success. And great defense there from Northeastern. Number 17. Ooh. That's seemingly a goal.
That was a goal.
Northeastern, you should probably update your roster at some point.
That was UMass who scored.
I know, but number 17 on Northeastern, I wanted to shout out for great defense on Wyatt Kelman, but you don't have a number 17 on your roster.
Well, Ethan Schiff there with a nice bobble layout pancake catch.
Yep.
Making it exciting. Got a score of 11-9 right now. 11-9 Northeastern receiving. Noah, talk to me. There's kind of two schools of thought in Ultimate in these close games. It's like the mentality of score doesn't matter, 0-0, game to 1. Or are you a person that likes to know the score, know the context, and use that to fuel you?
I would say early on in my career, I tended to not want to know the score. Mm-hmm. I think for me personally, my mental game was a little bit weaker, and I could let other factors inside my head affect my game. Mm-hmm. And so I opted to not know the score. Now I do think that the score for me can help me strategize a little bit, and I can internalize that and separate it from how I'm going to play pretty well and not let it affect my play. So for me personally, I'd like to know the score, and I'd like to know the fact that we're up, a few breaks going into these final points. But I don't think that it's drastically important that every player know. I think that the objective is the same. The objective is the same, and that's score, get blocks, remain patient. I think that most of these guys, they might know the score because there is a scoreboard, but I don't think that it's changing the way they're playing. As we see a deep shot from Ben Seamus to Peter Borth. Peter, Hey, we appreciate the effort, Pete.
Yeah, that's a hero bid right there, but you love to see it still.
And you know, for everyone out there who said that was an unnecessary layout,
look at the smile on the kid's face.
Peter's the
You
type
think he
of player
cares?
who can get that. Maybe not in that instance, but after he's played 6 games this weekend, but he's been known to be someone who can really make just plays that don't look possible. So shout out to you, Pete.
UMass D-line, another chance to break. Each possession critically important. You may only have 2 or 3 more chances this game. Every single one of them's got to get punched in.
And that's a timeout, maybe a cramp timeout. It doesn't seem to be an official one, but
number 9 stretching him out. That's
it's called Spirit of the Game, Brendan.
Where'd the
Spirit of the Game?
Northeastern?
Right here. That's Jimmy Beckman.
Jimmy Beckman, shout out on the spirit there. Love to see it.
Wyatt Kellerman is going to come in as a sub for Arthur here. We'll see what Wyatt does to help quarterback this offense back into the end zone, hopefully for a break for UMass.
Great defense there, Ben Chamus. One thing I like Northeastern doing here is sagging these lanes. They're happy to let UMass keep going backwards. You see Bench in the middle, number 10 there. UMass having a hard time getting chunk yardage. You see them just playing back and forth in the middle of the field here. Really good defense out of this Northeastern O-line.
Wyatt Kelman with a great inside shot over there to the far sideline. They are struggling to move it in big yardage up the field. And the reason that Brendan likes these lane poaches is just forcing more throws. You see a lot of these just end up being floaty throws. And what we've seen in this game is the more throws that happen on a certain point, the more opportunity for a turnover. So it is great defense by Northeastern. Wyatt Kelman slipping on his cut, but gets up to make that catch there. Great open side unders now. Looks like UMass is flowing with ease. We have a good upline shot, and that is a UMass break.
Great throw there, number 21, who is not on the roster we have. Fantastic touch throw out to space around a face guarding defender, giving a little too much cushion. UMass doing what they need to do to claw back in this game. We've got 11-10 now. We've got ourselves a game. Northeastern still up a break plus a half a break out of half. It's going to take 2 more breaks for UMass to win. And Northeastern, again, you just got to stay steady. I think they tried to force a couple deep shots there to Peter. But to be fair to UMass, that's the first time I think we've seen their D-line drive the length of the field.
Yeah.
UMass D-line doing a good job to punch that in. They're going to need more of that, though.
And when you look at having Wyatt Kelman come on for that injury, I mean, that's what having a thrower like that does when you're going upwind. It allows you the comfort of letting other people, be in their more ideal roles while he quarterbacks the offense. And what you see out of that defensive unit there is they forced Northeastern's O-line to just get tired. I mean, when they got off that point, their hands were on their knees. And we will see how they respond here. They got a couple more holds here to close this game away, and we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, Northeastern O-line having to work upwind now. That's something to keep your eye on. Noah, you mentioned getting tired. A lot of these players need to hydrate.
Oh,
but
sure do.
We need to make that sustainable. And at Maine Love, we're sharing clean, refreshing water from Sebago Lake in aluminum cans because saving the planet also tastes good. That's why Noah likes to eat dirt. Play hard, live clean, love Maine. Maine Love is the way water should be.
Less plastic. Use less plastic, everyone.
Yeah, more aluminum.
And make sure you recycle. Make sure you take care of this earth, because look at how beautiful it is.
you can feel the energy in this game starting to ramp up a little bit. A surprisingly low energy first half. It was kind of just teams, you know, they get a break and blow up every now and again, but now you can feel everyone's starting to buzz right now. You can feel some of the players might get shaky, and personally, I love these moments in games when kind of if you've got it in you, this is your time to shine. If you're really the player you think you are, this is when those players make plays.
So at this point in the game, Brendan, do you think that either of these teams have nerves?
Absolutely, absolutely. I know. When I play it, I have nerves. I think you're a bit lying to yourself if you don't have nerves. I think the difference is in how you utilize those nerves. Do you let it motivate you? Do you let it affect you negatively? And that's really what makes the mentally strong players so good, is they can feel that and still perform at their best, or use it to fuel them even better.
And UMass with a good defensive block that might be a foul. We'll see. 91. It did look like there was some body contact. It's just a question of whether that was before or after, because it did look like the throw was a little bit behind the cutter. There's definitely a possibility that that's a clean block, but it's a little bit hard to see from this angle, and it may be a contested foul. Brendan, what is your ideal weather? You know, we see this misty, foggy, 55 and a little bit windy degree weather. What's your ideal playing weather?
It's not far off of this, to be honest. You see a lot of players in pants, but all short sleeves still. It's a bit cold up here in the booth, but once you start playing, you're definitely warm. Maybe this, but just sunny.
Yeah.
But I like playing in this amount of wind. I think it separates the boys from the men a little bit on who can throw. Yeah, and generally cooler environments. I cannot stand playing in 100 degrees. There's a hut going
great
up
deep
to
shot. Ben Chamus takes Wyatt Kellerman deep for the score after Wyatt had a really nice defensive bid there.
That's number 22 that we don't have on here. Is that 22?
You know what, Northeastern, I feel like you might have half your roster not on this list.
Yeah.
Was it 22?
I can't tell.
Only the replay will tell.
Either way, fantastic deep cut, great hit out to space, straight into the wind. You saw that edge dying, so it dropped right into his receiver. It's a fantastic executed throw.
And what that long hold of their offensive line allows for now is that their D-line is now going downwind, forcing the UMass O-line to go upwind. What we've seen in these upwind points are a few things. I know we've harped on this a lot, but the Hucks are not going as far. They are floating a little bit more if they don't turn over. You know, it's just it gives a little bit more opportunity for the defense to get a block and then punch in a break. And that's why some of these upwind points are so important to hold, so that the double break cannot occur from the Northeastern D-line.
Yep. One thing I've been very impressed about this Northeastern team, they've gotten broken now 2 or 3 times. I don't think they've ever been broken twice in a row. They've done a fantastic job answering. When you get broken, you get punched in the mouth. You need to be able to come back, be strong, and punch that next one in, and not let 2 turn into 4 and really break the game open. They've done a great job getting themselves back on track.
As UMass hits Luca Harwood on this close sideline, again, they're going to want to limit these backhand Huck opportunities, continue to force flick. Now we're on the close sideline, Rowan Dunkerley with the disc, looking back to the center to Ethan Lehman. Lehman hits an under on this close sideline. Luca Harwood cutting deep. Coming back under, Ethan Lehman with the disc on a great up line, turning his defender's hips.
Getting into an end zone set here. A lot of isolation space. Ethan Lehman continuing to drive the show.
Great offense from UMass.
That's a textbook end zone rep. If you're a young player watching this stream, that's exactly a break side throw into a continue, cascading for the goal. That's a textbook offense there.
And what I'm seeing from that UMass O-line as they march upwind, that's just so good is they're hitting these unders on the open sideline when it's given, but they're not forcing it. They're getting it to the middle when they need to, and they're switching the field when they need to, but they're taking what's given to them. And I think Northeastern can do a better job on defense of not giving that open side under, because you see how easy it is for UMass to handle that. They need to continue forcing them deep and getting some opportunities at getting blocks.
Definitely. Northeastern O-line has to work into this wind again. Both O-lines kind of putting the pressure on each other right now. A bit of a back and forth on who's gonna crumble into the wind. It's been really well executed these last couple points. And those D-lines, whoever can get this downwind break becomes in control of this game.
Yes.
If you're UMass, you're at 12 tying it up. And if you're Northeastern and you punch this in, you're up 13-11 with a chance to break downwind and really put a stranglehold on the game. Gavin Abrahamson on the pull. Big pull here. Real nice.
Northeastern's going to start from the middle of their end zone here after a great pull. And it looks like UMass is coming out in a zone.
This zone is what worked for them last time, forcing a blade across the field.
And what is this zone designed to do, Brendan?
This zone looks like it's a four-person cup of sorts, forcing them to a sideline and kind of daring them to hit an over the top. There is an over the top. That's what they're trying to force, but that was a sweet little scuba there.
Northeastern remaining patient as they work through that starting four cup. Jack Simmons here now with a disc, just working with bench in the backfield, patiently trying to just chisel away yard by yard.
I like what Northeastern's O-line is doing here, keeping the disc in the middle of the field. The zone is designed to trap you on a sideline, and they're doing a great job kind of keeping the disc in the middle and looking for holes through that cup. They've been able to exploit a couple times.
Looks like we might have another cramp by David Oyang there on the far sideline.
David Oyang been a fantastic presence, a rock. I don't think we've shouted his name out enough today, but been really strong fundamentally for Northeastern and anchoring this O-line.
Yeah, he has. And now we see David Pinto, a.k.a. Day Pay, coming in, filling in for him. DP has been a really incredible addition over the last few years to this Northeastern. I remember playing against him when we were on dig and he was trying out, and he is just, since high school, he is just an incredibly feisty defender, great field vision, so speedy, and he has really helped anchor these lines as well. As you see it centered over to him, working with Ben Seamus and Jack Simmons in the background.
Northeastern losing some yards here. Their resets are losing them 7 yards at a time. Maybe I'd adjust by exactly what David Pinto just did right there, trying to chisel up through the cup and turn these 5-yard losses into 1-yard gains.
So how can they be more aggressive, Brendan, without being too risky? What can Northeastern do?
I think from their handler set, there's no pressure on their handler set. You see Bench motioning to his other handler to move up the field there. Instead of losing 2 yards, gain 2 yards, and it's still not a risky throw.
And that's one way of getting aggressive without a turnover, as we see a blade across the field really opening it up and making the cup run 40 yards to go get the mark back on.
Yeah, difficult throw there, well executed. We saw them turn it over a couple points ago, that exact same throw. It looks like UMass is running this zone all the way to the end zone. That's a little bit quirky out of zones, but I think their goal is just to force as many throws as possible. They just need to stop these throws in the middle of the field. A little too easy of a time.
And I think what Northeastern did there that was so impressive is while they remained patient, they looked for opportunities for small bits of aggression in the form of blades. Those are not, they make them look simple out there, but they're not easy throws.
Agreed.
Because you're throwing upwind.
Agreed.
You're throwing fast, and any slight misfire on the angle or power can result in a turnover.
Yep.
And it's also a great job from the receivers because they're not easy to catch.
Right. And I like that Northeastern in the middle of that point did start to adjust and kind of take the easy throws up straight through the middle and get little by little to jump into the cup. When you move closer to those defenders, that opens up angles to throw through the cup, and eventually they were able to do that. Really good job staying patient, not fazed by the score, by the wind. Northeastern O-line doing a fantastic job, putting them up 13-11. And really, now if you're a D-line, if I'm coach, I am getting them fired up. This is your chance to take a stranglehold on the game. This could be the game if Northeastern can punch us in downwind.
So this UMass O-line looking to just give their D-line another chance to try to win this game.
You know, Noah, I did not see them do the jump turn. Did I miss that, or did they not do it this point?
It looked like they didn't do it, but I also was not looking. So let's see if UMass here, Northeastern again coming out in person. What I like from what they're doing with their defenders is they're sitting under their players.
Great catch there by Ethan Lehman, getting up there.
Ethan's made a couple of them. DP! Let's
David
go!
Pinto with a poach block there.
That's
Great
just
awareness.
Smart defense. David Pinto.
Now running the show for Northeastern, looking to hopefully put this game away.
And that's the type of defense that will win you games at all levels. Whether you are in the finals of nationals or in the finals of regionals, that is great defensive awareness from David Pinto as a wonderful block from UMass number 13.
Don't have a name for 13. Oh, that's 43, not 13.
43.
That's what Ethan Schiff. Ethan Schiff. Fantastic
Shout out Ethan
defense.
Schiff. That's a sick block.
Going up there for Ethan Lehman. Oh!
On the MAC, second opportunity. It is so important to get a second offensive person in the mix when you're going deep, because here's the thing, those MACs happen a lot more often than you think. And those second chance opportunities are going to get you goals.
Yeah, that's a hustle play there. Ethan Schiff with a big layout D and the bookends on the other side, keeping this game a game. 13-12 Northeastern. UMass, your chances are limited. You're going to have a maximum of 2 more D points. Got to get a break here.
And I just heard a very interesting fact, Brendan, that I think it really is a testament to the development of the Northeastern Ultimate program. I was just told that there were 5 former B-teamers on that D-line that we just saw. That D-line that almost just scored a break that got a great block. It was marching down the field. Unfortunately, there was a turnover, but that was because of a great defensive play by UMass. I just want to shout that out because you don't often see in college programs the B team producing players that are just continuing to develop into A team players at the highest level. And I think that's amazing. I think it's a testament to the hard work of those players, and I think it's a testament to the coaching of the program. So well done to the Northeastern Husky program.
Definitely. I was talking to Peter Borth before this game. He mentioned that Northeastern made nationals his first semester in college. So out of the COVID year, they have not made it since. So another testament to that Northeastern program's growth over these last few years, going down, reloading, coming back, and becoming a national presence again. Wow.
Almost dropped pole, but it's not dropped. That's brave. That is a brave catch. Jack Simmons gonna put it deep. Jackson McGinnis goes up and absolutely roofs a few defenders. And Ben Seamus gets it back again, and Rowan Dunkerley. Oh my gosh.
We're seeing some high variance play right now. 2 big hucks out of Northeastern. I don't know that you have to put those. Your offense has been humming all game long. Take care of the disc and punch in the easy ones. UMass D-line looking loaded up. They've got Wyatt Kelman on the field again. You have got to put this one in. And as I say that, a turnover on the far sideline, short field turn.
Ben Seamus here picking up on that far side with Jack Simmons in the backfield with him. Peter Borth working out of the ace. Borth with the disc now in the middle over to Simmons. Simmons looking break side, and that is an absolute missile that seems to be dropped.
UMass with another chance here to break. Stuck on that front cone, a little spooky times, but getting out of there. Yeah.
And there's a timeout call.
Wyatt Kelman calling a timeout. Usually I am not in the boat of calling timeouts. I generally think that they do more harm than good. That time though, with how frantic UMass is looking, I don't mind it. Centered disc, 70 yards to go, 80 yards to go to tie this game up.
And I agree with you, Brendan, that I'm not usually one to call a timeout. I think in this instance where you just need a good set, you need a good play to get your offense moving downwind, I think that's an okay call. I think they've used one or two this game, but I think they might still have one left after that one. So, they still have their emergency timeout, I believe, if they need it. And now we're just looking to get a good play, get some motion.
So Noah, you're the coach right now. What play are you drawing up?
I'm just trying to get some horizontal motion right now to get the disc in the middle of the field, get a 20-yard gainer, probably get a look deep out of that gainer. And then other than that, I'm trying to get into that offensive flow that we've seen so much this game, which is like quick, keep the stall count low, keep it moving horizontally. I am really just drawing up a play to get one or two throws downfield, and then from there look to get into flow. I'm not looking to drop a massive play that's going to get me into the end zone in one score, in one throw. If we can, Wyatt is the guy to throw it. He is the one that can do that. But I'm more worried about I want to get into flow and make sure that I'm not stagnant in my own end zone.
I want to take a second and shout out, we mentioned him once, but a big piece that UMass is missing, Jonah Stang-Osborne. If Jonah Stang-Osborne is on this field right now, I'm getting the disc into his hands however I can, and I'm letting him yoink that disc the distance of the field. One of the premier huckers in all of the sport. Probably has the most throw power of anyone I've ever played with, and had the privilege of being a Glory teammate with him last year. Unfortunately, out with a torn ACL this season, but speedy recovery to Jonah, and the game is worse off without you. UMass working the disc here up the field.
And there we are, just getting into motion. They're not quite out of they're slightly out of their end zone, but this is what I'm talking about. We want to get in under, get into motion, let Wyatt just QB this defensive offense.
Yeah, looks like pretty standard vert stack here, just well run. I like it. Not doing anything too fancy. Just work the disc up. It's been working for you all game.
Rowan Dunkerley calling for the far side hammer. Doesn't get it. Wyatt Kellerman trying to get the disc back in the middle of the field. He will right now. And he's going to swing it to this close sideline. We're going to get an opportunity for a break throw there, but we don't get it. Rowan Dunkerley working in the middle. He gets that under. He's going to be working now with Wyatt Kellerman in the backfield. Wyatt clears up line. UMass, great job by Leo Narbonne to get an up line there and just continue to keep the disc alive. UMass on the doorstep now. Swing it back into the middle of the field. Fake to the break side, and we're going to have an open look there. That's a goal.
Great break throw.
That's
21.
A tie ball game.
21. We don't have you on the roster, but I have been informed that's Mason Stone, a freshman, and definitely been hearing the name around. Got quite a bit of hype around him. That's a fantastic break throw. And did you see who caught the goal? Opened up all that space on the break side?
I didn't. I was looking at Dylan Tennell and Rusty Ingold-Smith, the two coaches on UMass. Shout out to the guy that caught the goal, but I will say, what I was so happy to see was Dylan Tennell was on the right side of your screen, and he sprinted like he was a player that's been warmed up for a few hours to the left side of your screen into the end zone to celebrate with his players. The coaching from Rusty and Dylan is just something that it has brought so much consistency at the top level to this UMass team. They really are both incredible coaches that have won at the highest level. They've both won championships. They've both been players who have earned very impressive accolades. And they do it with humility, and they do it with consistency. And what you see with them celebrating their team like they're little kids again, I absolutely love it. It's contagious. They are the spirit of this team. And I really, really appreciate seeing that out of my coaches. So Definitely. Great job, Dylan.
Northeastern O-line here, receiving going downwind. 13-13 game. It's been everything you can ask for, really, out of a finals game. And Northeastern really showing that they, not only do they deserve to be here, but kind of putting themselves on notice for nationals. They definitely are a team that can make a run. And, you know, UMass definitely like one of the title contenders, but Northeastern saying, hey, this is game 6 of the weekend. We're still right there with you. We're not out of it either. They're not just happy to be going to nationals. They want to win it all.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. This game matters. You saw the 9-5 out of half. UMass could have said, all right, good game, good tournament. Let's go home. Let's get rested. But no, they're back at 13-13. I mean, since 9-5, that is an impressive 8-4 run by UMass. Solid math. There we go. Peter Borth getting an under on that far sideline. Looking to center it now. Jack Simmons slips on his cut. This ground is just difficult to get footing. And that's what's going to happen sometimes. You're just going to slip. You're going to fall. It's messy out there.
UMass D-line again. Got the disc. Going upwind. Looking to take the lead. After a 9-5 deficit, now with a chance to take the lead. Phenomenal resiliency. Mason Stone in the middle here. Going back. Tobias Paperno. Leo Narbonne to Rowan Dunkerley. See a lot of big names on this D-line right now.
And let's see if this Northeastern O-line can put up a stand here as there's a call, potentially a foul.
Ethan Lehman in isolation space here. I'd like to see him kind of take over the show here. He's been phenomenal all game and a heck of a player. And if you're Ben Chamus, you know he wants to get involved. You're hyper aware that he's going to get into the set here. See if you can't bait something and make a play. You know everyone wants to get him the disc. This coming in off a stoppage. Again, wind about 10 miles an hour now, right to left. Not crazy windy, but definitely enough to affect the disc.
UMass continuing to just get these open side unders. It's something that the Huskies need to prevent a little bit more than they are right now.
UMass moving the disc quick here. We got it cascading.
And Huskies with some great defense on the doorstep.
Yep.
And there's going to be a call there, potentially a fast count. Not really sure, but we
received word that soft cap just went on. Noah, do you know if that means this is the end? Oh, a little poach block there.
And this is where there's going to be a discussion. It's difficult to tell from this angle whether there was enough contact to affect the receiver's path.
You know, Noah, one of my least favorite things in commentary of sports is when people don't take a hard stand. I'm going to take a hard stand here.
Right.
That was not a foul. On the back shoulder, receiver did not see him coming, but they're going shoulder to shoulder. He caught the D. I'm going to go with no foul here. We don't have observers currently. The observers are at the game to go semifinals right now, which may even be more contentious than this game. But I'd like to see UMass take back that call.
That's completely fair. And Rusty Ingold-Smith, one of the calmest guys in the game, who's one of the best people to help resolve, just stepped in with his own player to give a few words of wisdom. We'll see what Sam Green does with the call here. Seems like neither side is getting too heated.
Yeah.
Seems like they're talking about this in a pretty calm way. And this is one of the key parts of Ultimate, as probably all of you know who are watching. It's difficult to sort through these things sometimes, but it's part of the game. It's part of what we sign up for. Self-refereed sport.
You know, Noah, that's a good thing to say, and Maine Ultimate just hosted a film showing. This isn't on my ad sheet, but I want to take a personal second to plug this one in. The movie Ultimate Citizens, an independent film that's been winning some awards. Maine Ultimate just hosted a showing of it, and I was fortunate enough to go see it. Fantastic film for anyone in the Ultimate community. It's heartwarming, inspiring, sad, centered around Ultimate, but really around kind of like the lessons it teaches you and about community in the sport. If you haven't seen it, definitely worth the watch.
It is a very, very moving film. Yeah, good shout out. So it looks like the disc is gonna go back. It looks like it's just a contested foul. They couldn't reach a true conclusion on it. One side thought it was a foul, one didn't.
Yeah.
And so that's what happens. It goes back. UMass is gonna retain the disc about 7 yards out of the end zone.
Skylar Davidman, great defense still. That's a great D and a great read.
It is. It's
if I'm
great.
Northeastern,
It's
I'm
great block.
sick about that. Peter Borth putting clamps on in handler space.
And
Unfortunately,
he
that
still shakes free.
inside going off. Jackson McGinnis now with some good defense upfield.
Rowan Dunkerley putting it out to space, and that is a
Break.
UMass break.
14-13. Soft cap did go on during the point. I'm not exactly sure whether that's game or whether
I think it's just a game to 15.
game to 15 if it goes on after that
I
point.
believe it's just game to 15.
I think so too, but I didn't want to say something and be wrong.
Yep. It's better than most people would want. All right, let's see. Is that game?
Looks like Northeastern's walking back to the line.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a moment of confusion. It looked like they were lining up, but maybe
everyone was in the same
not.
boat as us.
So we have the opportunity to go to 14-14 Universe Point, but first Northeastern will need to hold upwind with their O-line, which is a tall task, not only because it's upwind in a regional final, but really because of the momentum that UMass has. Again, remember, it was 9-5 in favor of the Huskies. It's now 14-13 in favor of Zoodisk. I mean, that is a 9-4 swing.
Yeah, one of the things we touched on earlier was Northeastern had gotten broken a time or two and then been able to right the ship quickly. Right now, I think they're feeling the pressure a little bit. They got broken and broken and broken. They need to find something that works. And I think in these times, you got to fall back onto your stars, play some matchup-oriented ball, let your big dogs eat, and then punch one in and force Universe here.
Yeah, we'll see what Northeastern does here to try to counter this momentum that is seemingly against them.
Yep.
Jack Simmons going to be picking up the disc and centering to Ben Seamus. Peter Borth isolated in the middle is going to go deep. Looks like there's a little bit of deep help, so they decide to just throw the under. McGinnis up to Borth. Borth with the disc on the close sideline. Great defensive pressure from Sam Green. But Northeastern retains possession.
UMass forcing big resets here. Good throw, 22.
It's Jack Simmons.
A great catch,
and
too.
The UNC Charlotte transfer or grad student, we're not sure, makes a great grab.
Holding his hat in his left hand there, that's swag.
Peter Borth getting open on the break side here for a little cheeky backhand.
You can see right now both teams looking tired. This is a war of attrition. They've played 6 games. This is where you find out who's got the dog in you.
And what UMass is doing here to just, how many throws have there been from Northeastern right now?
We're at throw 30 of this point.
It's really been difficult for Northeastern to make significant ground on this offensive point. UMass has a stifling defensive pressure right now. And it is really
working it brick by brick, though. They're getting up there. They're staying patient, which I love. And Peter Borth finding that I.O. lane, a little bullet into the wind. That's a great throw, great look. Good spacing.
And it looks like we got a universe point. And what Peterborth just did there, you know, you saw it get to maybe stall 6, 7, but he didn't freak out at all. There was a lot of people cutting for him. He let the traffic clear before finding the lane for a great inside bullet right to his teammate in the end zone. Great patience.
Yeah, universe point coming up. Couldn't draw up a better game. Super exciting. It's always interesting to see who they put out on universe point. This is kind of when you put your 7 best out, the 7 most likely to punch it in. I think if you're a D-line, you're putting your 7 best players, your seven players that are going to make a play. And if you're an O-line, Noah, are you putting just your straight O-line out, or are you crossing a couple people?
Straight O-line right now.
Yep.
Straight O-line.
On the UMass side, it looks like that's what we've got. We've got Gavin Abrahamson. I'm not going to read through the names. They're gonna pull before I get through that. Northeastern, all huddled in shoulders right now, showing the brotherhood.
They know what's on the line. This is for not only bragging rights, this is for a top seed at college nationals. This is for so much more than just this game.
And there really is nothing like the bond you share with your college team. You spend 80% of your time in school with these guys. You spend hours in the library, hours living together, practicing, working out. Now you fall back on the love and trust you've built.
Senator Carter Hawkins, who's going to go far side over to Griffin G. Griffin's going to be looking for a tertiary option here.
Good
and he
pressure.
finds a really nice catch in Gavin Abramson. Over to Wyatt Kellerman on this close sideline, guarded by Jackson McGinnis, who puts a big mark on him.
Good pressure out of this Northeastern, not giving anything easy, and a great switch out of bench in the middle there, taking away that undercut from Ethan Lehman. Really, really strong defense right now.
Yeah, this is really nice pressure by Northeastern. It seems like they understand how important this point is and this game is, because they're coming with a ton of energy.
UMass working the disc up here, staying patient, hitting open hands. Pick called.
And I think what Northeastern is doing so well here is they're getting UMass out of their comfort zone. They're making them move side to side a ton without being able to get that quick, sub-stall 3, momentum that they've been so powerful at using. So this is one of the first points that we've seen a ton of Northeastern pressure outside of the first half. But UMass still remaining very patient, comfortable with the disc. They're just looking for none of them seem too tired. They just look like they're chilling. David Pinto couldn't quite make a play on that. UMass on this close sideline trying to get it off, and they get it off to Wyatt Kellerman, who's going to find Ethan Lehman for the goal. That is your ball game.
Yeah, really, really impressive job by UMass O-line on that last point. They just ran it like a normal O point. They did not look phased like it was universe. There were no crazy decisions made, just finding open hands. And hey, if I'm Northeastern, that's still a hell of a game.
It is.
Taking one of the top-ranked teams in the country to universe, that's giving me nothing but confidence heading into nationals.
And to UMass, a 10-5 run to win the regional championship. Well done. UMass Zoodisk is your 2025 D1 Northeast College Regional Champion team, and Northeastern Huskies came in second. We will be back soon with I believe the game to go potentially.
Yeah.
But again, I'm Noah Backer, joined by Brendan McCann. Thanks for being with us today. and we'll see you soon.
Later, baby.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers,
and even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
a place where we remember to laugh,
where we learn to trust,
learn to high-five strangers,
and eventually even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play Ultimate, we live Ultimate.
Now I Team chill. And we're live. Welcome back to beautiful Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. I'm Andy Schachter along with
Rowan McDonald, my commentating debut, and I couldn't be more excited.
All the way from his roots on Garuda Ultimate here. We're here to bring you an exciting game. This is the men's D1 game to go in New England. We have UVM in white here on your left, playing Tufts in dark blue. Looks like Tufts is going to be pulling slight downwind. Energy is high.
Yeah, I mean, I missed the beauty of college ultimate, but like you can't ask for a better atmosphere. College game to go, any level, and yeah, I just have no idea what to expect. And you know the teams a little bit more. What's going on? What can we expect from the lads out there today?
We have both big players on both sides. I think Tufts is definitely maybe a little more top-heavy. Oscar Graff, number 7.
Yeah.
You'll see kind of guarding the front of the stack is probably going to play 80% of the points, where UVM maybe runs a little stricter O&D. We'll probably see some crossover, seeing as this is last game of the tournament. Casey Thornton here is the primary reset.
Yeah.
Going to do a lot of the lifting with the disc.
But yeah, I mean, so far looks good. I guess Casey, I actually worked with Casey in a summer camp in like 2019 maybe. That's crazy to see him again. But looks like UVM just with the normal vert stack here, a couple shots on the inside to the front. So definitely familiar there. Any more about the styles or the tendencies?
UVM's definitely a run and gun team at all. Declan Kervick with the disc, also a big shooter at times. If it was up to them, they would try and isolate deep play. Unfortunately, as they get the first hold of the game, Zach Watson-Stevens, who's a big cutter in the lanes for them, was injured yesterday. You'll probably see him with his arm in a brace.
But you got to fight through.
You got to fight through, yep. And they, big comeback. After losing to Brown yesterday, were able to beat them today. Really hard to beat a second team, or a team a second time.
In the same tournament, for sure. But yeah, and then, I mean, fantastic start though. You got to, if you're UVM O-line, you got to be happy with that. No real pressure, just a clean shoot down the field. So now we get to see a little bit of the Tufts offense. Is that Jay Clark heading down to the line with
Coach Jay Clark, Coach Gene Bonacorsi?
Yes. Those were some of my adversaries back in 2014 when I played down here in Boston.
That's right. We're going to see, again, a lot of, I think, Vu number 2 is going to be center to a lot. We're going to see Tucker Livingston, a Maine local, doing work in the cutting lanes. You can see him number 24. And Tufts does spread it around a lot. You're going to see some players with some heavy touches, but players all over. They're willing to move the disc around.
Oscar out there already on the second point. We'll have to see how many points he's going and that kind of mileage. World-class defender for sure, and probably we'll do some heavy lifting on offense.
Definitely.
All right.
We'll
probably see right to left, and let's see what kind of offense. Looks like we're starting out of the host stack. Low pull catch in the rain. Love to see that.
Love catching and pull. Always practice your pull catches.
Little dominator here, which is also going to be
horizontal, but
run through their handlers to start.
Definitely cutters.
A little too wide. A little nervy start here. UVM with the first breakout.
That's another Mainer, Ben Wall, with the pressure on that throw.
Okay. Good handler defense there. Forces a tough throw, but they hit it.
Big layout by Rom, but Drew Hansen able to catch the first break.
That is a
huge start for UVM.
And quite the different start. UVM works it up pretty easily, and Tufts out of that dominator just never really had the flow that
you would have probably liked to see them call out of it once they got trapped over there. They weren't able to get out of the space once they had 2 people kind of both around the disc.
But yeah, long game, a lot of energy too, especially given the stakes. So plenty of time to settle back in and be a good response here, going slightly downwind to see if they can pull together something.
Looks like mostly the same 7 going back to the line to run it back on a
Yeah, I would imagine we'd see a pretty tight rotations here, game to go. College programs not as deep as, although I mean the depth is there, but probably not as deep as your normal club team.
For sure. You can hear UVM has quite a sideline going on right now. It looks like.
Oh, is this all UVM down here?
Yeah,
Okay.
a good number of alumni and most of the UVM Ruckus women's team seems to have made the trip over for the weekend to support the boys.
Yeah, that's a great pull-up wind here. It's going to get most of the distance there.
Slightly easier pull catch this time, though.
Yeah. Okay, now we're going out of the side stack here. Little slash across.
Rom isolating out of the front.
Oh, there it is. Oh, he had the under, but why take the under when you have a clap catch away?
Looks like a push-off might be getting called, though, by...
Did you see it?
I didn't see what happened, but looks the defender stopped right away and was signaling foul.
You got to stop right away to make the gap look big, but I don't know. I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either, and we're
luckily
lucky to have a nice observer crew here helping out. So we'll adjudicate correctly.
Yeah, but I'm sure we'll have a few discussions here, given the the game to go. Tournaments generally a little bit more towards the end, have some calls.
Yeah,
but
and these teams are definitely familiar with themselves,
Sure,
each other,
yeah.
having played in the same region.
Dare we say we'll expect a little chippy, a little back and forth?
Oh, I can imagine there'll probably be.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's a clean game, but wouldn't be surprised if there are any calls made. A few calls made here and there.
Okay. Wow.
But just going back, looks like it's just contested. I don't think they sent it to the observer this time.
All right, and we're back in. A little delay in the lane there.
Yep. Looks like Tufts moving into more of a vertical stack. Oh, and the receiver
called.
And the receiver actually stumbled also, but a nice help block.
Interesting. So
kind of gets rid of any call that would have been made.
Two stop, but here is what, in my opinion, and again, I'm coming in blind. Just got off the plane. I'm not sure, but like the D-line, 70-yard upwind conversion. This is what a lot of games come down to. Like, how well can this defense play, and can they convert the breaks? So.
Absolutely, and especially with the D-line, feelings.
Oh, Oscar! That's
Oscar gets it back immediately, so who knows what they were going to work.
So we were just talking about, going 7 yards upwind, so they only made a few.
Now let's see how Tufts' end zone offense looks from 1 yard out.
Yep.
As Oscar gets the block and then immediately gets it back. Whoa! Definitely no hard feelings there, but the little toss goes right into the face of one of the UVM defenders.
But still, 1 for 2 break opportunities, not the worst for UVM, and definitely we'll see how they can.
They're smiling out of it.
Yeah, they're smiling.
See if
little accidental spike
for sure
to number 27, but
O-line gets to work downwind now. Have a little cushion. Let's see if they can stay dialed and keep executing here.
Yeah, and kind of an overview question. Not sure if you've been following the last couple of years. Where does Tufts and UVM stand in national appearances? Have they been there?
UVM has gone to nationals the past few years. Tufts, I don't believe went last year, but they've been right on the cusp of fighting for nationals if they haven't been there.
Okay.
Definitely both with a upperclassman heavy group. Most of UVM's players, they didn't turn over a ton from prior year. So these guys have been playing together since they started in the COVID era.
Okay, so it's kind of a push year, like a big year for...
Absolutely, and a lot of UVM's players play together on the Tire Biz, shout out to now the Big Rig in the mixed division. Stay local. Tufts, a little familiar with the Boston Club Ultimate scene. So those guys are all playing together all summer also.
Yeah, Big Wrench still kicking?
The Big Wrench is still kicking, some real bag.
And there it is, that's Oscar again, 4th straight point, little pull there. Gets it down to 70, and it's up to Casey in the middle. A little host stack start here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they come into that vert stack as they flow down the field.
Yeah, it looks like almost that Tufts was going to sag off the wide handlers in the lane, but then they just locked in immediately.
And it looks like UVM's okay with the vert, but keeping a player in this weak side, which is kind of what Dig did actually last year. And not a bad strategy. So
yeah, that definitely looks like they're pushing a little deep to keep space in front open for some break throws upfield without any help.
Yeah, and looks like got some help. Good switch there. Great switch downfield. Not sure how much. A late stall punt, too much edge. That's gone. Yeah,
that was great defense up front by Tufts. Our VU number 2 taking away the upfield primary reset. And let's see now if your prediction can come true. See if Tufts' D-line is able to work it up 70 to get their break back.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Oscar does some heavy lifting here. But yeah, this is, and it's, we got about 5 to 10 mile an hour wind, so it's not nothing too crazy. It's actually pretty great conditions.
Yeah,
slick. Have you seen some slips all day?
Definitely, people are slipping. It's not raining right now, but it rained a lot at the end of yesterday. If you were tuning into the 3 p.m. round, and pretty all night.
Yeah.
So definitely a little slick. Some catches might be a little slick. It's humid, but it's, like you said, not terribly windy for the skill level that these teams have. And nice. Yeah. Little floaty throw as a swing, but I think a good job by the defender not to bid through there.
Butterfly cut down the rail, doesn't go up. It's definitely a little more, not very system heavy right now, just kind of a little free flow, which is totally fine. Another slip there.
You can see Tufts is being a little more prescribed with their cuts and where they want to get the disc though.
Sure, totally. And yeah, if you're just joining us here, Tufts looking to tie or go back on serve. It's 2-1. UVM has 1 break early, but Tufts definitely threatening to tie this back up here.
Yeah, you can see the stack as the handlers are moving the disc around. That's a nice little motion to get up line, but the cutters downfield are definitely staying out of the way as well.
They aren't even cutting. It's definitely a little dominator here with the front of the stack active. 2 yards
another
out.
Nice little shimmy move by
number 2. It's a dangerous spot here. One more swing. Oh, had the inside, takes the wheel. Oh, that's where they want to just get it out to the other side.
Good defense on the continuation to stop any motion to the cutting line.
They really are just getting stuck here on this trap side. UVM doing a great job keeping it there.
Yeah, but you can see some help coming off the defenders.
As they should, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised it's not more even.
Yeah. They finally get it off to the flat side and miss the inside break.
Inside flick, a little behind. You hate to see that. That's the throw that's always really tempting, but also really hard to execute with defenders knowing where the line is that they want to get to.
Yep. And now there's a timeout, UVM. Casey picks up. So UVM's going to come back with the disc, looking for the dirty hold, going 70 down the line.
We just like to shout out one of our sponsors, Revision Energy. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner and was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Mueller and Brown alumni. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate as a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone, with a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is an 100% employee-owned solar company and a certified B Corp serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, or electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com.
Yeah, and this is crazy. This is my first stop here at Wainwright with Maine Ultimate, and we got a live stream for regionals. They really do it well here. I am blown away, and I'm going to hop in on YouTube and I know
see if there's any comments. Yeah, we'll see.
Some comments. If you're watching, shoot up the comments. I will be there, and I just got to figure out this a little bit on the tech side. But yeah, I will see you in the comments. Leave a message, what you want to hear, or if you have any tips on what's happening or what you think might happen.
Or if we're mispronouncing anyone's name, let us know.
Yeah, and I only know one name, so that's more on factor here. I, love College Ultimate, but haven't seen too much this spring. But I mean, couldn't pick a better game to watch. Northeast Regionals, yes, please, game to go. Oh, huge bid.
Big bid by Maine Red Tide Joe Rosenberg, but he looks like maybe the wind's knocked out of him a little bit, or maybe
Ground
a shoulder.
Should be soft enough that it shouldn't be too bad, but he definitely was up chest high.
You can tell it looks like
he'll be back.
Not looking to come off the field, so hopefully it's not too bad.
All right, let me find.
Definitely had that lined up. I think he's asking if he has to come off the field.
Probably does. I don't know all the rules, but
yeah, it depends on if he calls the injury himself, then he does, and if someone else does, he doesn't.
All right, great. Just got to the game here on YouTube. So only one comment. All right, let's go. Let's get some more out there. But
yeah, looks like player had to come off. UVM not choosing to sub anyone on. They already had their O-line on, and they have the disc, so they're probably going to trust those players to convert. But Tufts subbing in number 99, and the disc has to go back to when the injury happened.
Yeah, they got
Eliav Malone.
Get some space. Yeah, that's got to go right there. Now we have just some flow down this open side.
Yeah,
Vermont's
definitely.
getting what they kind of want. You're not going to throw an Oscar there, but great poach. Didn't get there.
Nice catch by Ryan Bliss.
That's a hold.
And a good job by
That's a good
Oscar
retraction.
not making any unnecessary contact coming off the weak side.
Yeah, that was a good look. Got to take that shot in. That was a good call retraction there, even in a big game. Just to see that is pretty good. So.
And that's a much harder, even though it was open, that's a much harder throw downwind than it looks. The touch forehand out to space.
Yeah,
that's a short away.
And with even a little downwind, the wind is also pushing slightly to that cone. So, for that UVM possession, downwind, but also a little bit left to right. So,
yeah. Probably not the second, after they worked so hard to try and get that break, probably not the second defensive possession that Tufts wanted, with all open side, relatively uncontested, besides a few big bids.
Yeah, and it's like they finally got it to the flat side, which they wanted to, and that's where the turn came. So that was definitely a tough swing for them. But I think right now what I'm seeing defensively is Tufts has to find a way to slow down UVM's O-line. They're just kind of getting out into that open side and getting their 15, 20-yard chunks. Then they're hitting the aways. There's just a lot of one-on-one matchups, slick grass. They're not really stopping that.
Absolutely. And the one time that they were able to make UVM look at away from their primary look, that's when they actually got a turn.
Oh, here we go. The energy is so high. We got the observer warning, sending everybody back a couple yards. That's not going to slow anybody up.
Maine Ultimate has done a good job putting out flags, trying to move everyone at least 5 yards off the sideline, but looks like the observer's trying to create a little more space.
Listen, we want the atmosphere. We want the atmosphere. Tufts back out in a little spread. They're able
Great
to
cut by
connect.
Malone.
Yeah.
Get open. Finds Tucker Livingston in the middle of the field. Yeah, Tufts maybe trying to move into a vertical stack as they move down the field, though. Oscar back out there.
And that was a great read.
Good bid, good read. Nice pump fake.
Okay, now they're back to the vert here. Yeah, they're going to run that, looks like still from the front. There's a nice continue to the break side.
Good timing, but Jack Rice, number 33 for UVM, able to seal it nicely.
That's the shot you want from this offense.
Looks like UVM now, or Tufts now working, and UVM little more cushion.
Yeah, fire call from the sideline. I wonder what they were on. I didn't see them playing too much junk. That's a nice round.
No, and it didn't look like a forced middle or anything.
Yeah,
that looked like a pretty directional force. Maybe it was just a blown coverage.
And here we go now. Tufts playing their little dominator.
Yep. Oh, get a switch. But maybe some contact on the roll.
Some contact. I played with Oscar last year in club, and fantastic defender. But yeah, I thought he was honestly one of the best players on our entire team last year. So
improving, maybe he's trying to get some O-line reps.
Yeah, I mean, he can do it all. He was also a D-line anchor for us on the turn. But they like this little dominator. I mean,
Grimacing squeezed another little IO that maybe a little too much of an OYO.
Yeah, and in these conditions, you kind of want to throw it right to the chest, but definitely won Oscar once. And it's just, I wonder how many, he's going to be able to play every single point all game. That's a
nice
great switch. That's what they need to do. They were not.
And you would expect it from teams playing at this level.
Floaty Hawk
in this game
is going to be.
Yeah, Wolfpack for sure.
Wolfpack, good read.
Oh, tipped, but caught on a second effort, not quite in.
Yeah.
But that was great anticipation to see.
And a huge break there.
That's a huge break.
That's 2 up for UVM, and still plenty of time.
Tufts got the huck that they want, but I guess UVM's just trusting their athletes to go out and make a play.
You call a timeout here if you're Tufts?
I think I think you give it one more.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Tufts coaching staff is on top of their game. I think they'll give their O-line one more chance to settle themselves. Maybe call a timeout before coming out on D.
Yeah.
With a crossover to try and get another break back.
Yeah, totally. I think that's there, but the UVM definitely playing well. Do you see any of the
looks like
semifinals out here?
I just saw a few of the semifinals. UVM Brown had a big rematch after Brown won in pool play yesterday.
Yeah, wow.
And so, but UVM able to take the win. Again, going up a couple breaks early, but they were able to preserve the lead this time as opposed to when they played yesterday. While Tufts, I think, pretty easily beat McGill in their semifinal, in their third place semifinal.
It's fascinating. It's like, do you want that like close, exciting game, or do you want to win easy and like conserve some legs and rest the starters? It's such a hard, idea to.
Yeah, UVM was definitely, even though they were up in what ended up being a much closer game, they were definitely running really tight lines, trusting their athletes or their top players to be ready to go. Looks like they're actually crossing over a few. You can see 82 with the disc, Declan Kervick and Casey Thornton crossed over, try and get another break going downwind.
Yeah, one more here would be pretty tough. Like, there's plenty of swings, especially here. But yeah, one more would be pretty tough. This is
looks like no graph this time, but it's pretty similar O-line to what the Tufts has been running out.
Yeah.
You can hear the sidelines getting loud.
You can have them real loud. They just got a little hype man coming down, and here we go. This is a big one. Nice pull, little edge. Gonna have to play it off the bounce here. Goes through the legs.
Touch
push up.
But not quite, I think. Thrower maybe out through his coverage.
Are they going Dominator again? It looks like they are.
Looks like they're definitely trying to isolate Vu initially, but
off the slash.
But now it's moving into more of a conventional
this is looking
spread
good
look.
so far. Oh, that's gonna be tight.
Yeah, nice.
Fantastic.
That's a great big by number 9.
Going to the outside shoulder, I'm like never a fan of that outside shoulder, but that was so clean and so well done. That was, you can even kind of see it.
That's one of the hardest bids to get away with cleanly, and that was very impressive. It didn't look like anyone was upset by.
Yeah, absolutely no contact. Fantastic block, and even before the disc went up, I was thinking that's right in front of the camera. I was like, ooh, that's going to be a tight one.
Yeah.
So,
though it looks like the swing went up nicely, but foul call downfield again. Some confusion. Maybe they think the continuation's going back.
Yeah, I think there's another push off, and I think just like the footing is. I haven't seen this many push off calls in years of play, but I think it's just like a little wet out there, so any kind of upper body contact is creating an advantage. So
absolutely, and
totally
skating
fine.
more one. Those are high school rivals there.
Oh yeah,
Ben Wall from Cumberland and Tucker Livingston from Cape definitely
the local
probably have guarded each other once or twice before.
Okay.
Maybe a timeout was called. It looks like all the coaches are on the field also.
Okay, what about maybe this is speculation. What about an offensive foul call here?
It's possible. It looks like one of the coaches just got. UVM has 8 players on the field.
No,
and they just got blue carded for having too many people.
That is incredible. I've never seen that in all my years playing Ultimate. UVM very enthusiastic. You kind of gotta love that.
It looks like a repull is going to happen after they got that block. So maybe a little more understandable how they were able to lock up that initiating play.
Wow, the 8-on-7 play, for the fans, it did work. They got the block, 8-on-7. So they did their job, but they're going to have to go back, kick somebody off.
Yeah, it looks like the observers issued UVM TMF. That makes sense why. It didn't look like anyone was too individually upset, but it makes sense given the circumstances.
A little bit of early drama here, but that little rest might help a team like Tufts that needs a little bit of a breather.
And I wouldn't be surprised if UVM comes out with the same look defensively.
Yeah.
So see if Tufts can adjust off of it.
Yeah, and that was...
Given no one's going to be double teamed this time.
Yeah. Well, that was the first time I feel like Tufts really connected a pull play to get something going. Let's see if they... Looks like the same set.
Yeah, but that actually might have been a better pull that time, but still UVM a little slower coming down, or the pull was just...
flood left here. They got the space, one-on-one in the lane. Good, there it is. That's what they want to get
nice
going.
find, yeah, that's much more space.
Start. Had the look, but Tufts does not look like they want to take the hunt, just like based on the body language.
No, and it's a little windy, so maybe it's a coaching decision just to wait till they're a little closer to look for the away shots.
Yeah,
great catch
contact there both ways.
That's not the sideline.
Okay. Oh, I see that Maine Ultimate disc logo. What's the call there?
Maybe another push-off, defensive push-off. or pick.
Yeah.
Actually, it looks like a pick downfield.
Yeah, pick downfield.
And
I
so
respect the no call there. There's a little contact on that cut, but offense and defense both giving it. So you gotta let it slide.
And the players on the disc just always are going to be talking about positioning relative to each other.
Yeah.
Off a stop disc.
They get
nice
it one
swing
more to
again.
the break side over on that flat side. Okay.
Vertical stack seems to be looking a little better for Tufts as a formation.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the cleaner points, but they're going backfield now. 2 dumps there, takes them back 20 yards.
Big bid by Lynn Butler.
Oh, we love that truck stop. We say bring him in. We get him laying out or overrunning the block, get the advantage.
Especially as you see the stack also has to adjust.
That's a great
shot
upwind
from
edge.
Rom.
Great
Let's see if
upwind
Tuck
edge.
is able
Great throw.
Great read. Able to notice it early, but definitely some contact there. Able to absorb it. It looks like maybe he bumped his head on that catch.
Yeah, so focused on kind of making that play. Sometimes it's hard when you stop for the box out to reaccelerate and to make the play, but like we said, we got a soft ground there. Hopefully these players should just shaking up a little bit.
Yeah, and the wind's not helping it, turning it over maybe more than they want it to.
But I mean, that's a textbook upwind huck. Keeps it low, slight edge, and drifts it to the break side.
And it was to the right amount of space too. There wasn't like the last upwind huck that we saw on UVM's break where 10 people were able to huddle underneath it.
I mean, it's so crucial to bring that disc slowly to the break side on the huck because let your player box out like that. Like that was impossible to defend. So a little break side fade there. Love to see it. College Ultimate is just, in my time playing the last 10 years, has gotten so good. These players have incredible throws. It's just on a new level. I think College Ultimate is taking U.S. like elite ultimate to that next level.
And you can see that with some of the prominent roles on major club teams that younger players keep getting younger and younger. I'm not able to hang anymore.
Oh, no, they're kicking me out too. So, I mean, I got a year or two maybe, but the U24 age for U.S. is just like a superpower. I think it's really cool to have 500 different college teams around.
Absolutely, and they have so many more resources than there used to be.
Yeah, we got high school kids going to college based on the squad.
Absolutely.
And here we go. We got a good laser pull here.
Looks like Tufts come down with a zone.
Tufts sag here.
Little diamond zone.
Yeah, it looks like a little 1-2-1. And
see if they can make UVM throw a lot of shorter passes going upwind.
I would love to see how UVM plays it. There's 4 general ways to play against the zone: to chisel up, to go over the top, to go through and around. And it looks like UVM's playing that chisel game. A lot of small passes.
Yeah,
trying to get a couple yards each pass.
Number 18, Thornton definitely seems to be playing almost as a fourth handler, kind of just working right in front of that handler layer.
Advantage. Yeah.
Trying to overload the zone.
They also haven't been. They don't mind just throwing it back a few yards.
Tufts,
sometimes I like to, just trying to get a running start to not lose those 2 yards.
Right.
It adds up.
Definitely, the more momentum you're able to get, you can get a step past that first layer as you get the disc, even if it's only a 2 or 3 yard throw.
And now they're starting to follow their throws and create some momentum. That's another cheat code. Just throw and follow your throw. Make the.
And there you go. You can
move.
see Bliss doing it just then.
Yeah.
And it also looks like this tough zone is getting more and more spread out at the point.
Yeah, the more motion. That's the first time the UVM's connected a wing. That's a great spot there.
Yep, nice gainer.
And now they're back in the handler set.
Yeah, you could see at the beginning, Tufts, number 49 on Tufts is also, as travel looks like it got called, was also face guarding upfield, so wasn't necessarily seeing those 4 handlers work and wasn't able to pinch in to stop. But little floaty
contact on that bid, plays through it. Gotta respect that.
Looks like both players going in the same space.
And now they're moving. Tufts still in it, 20 yards out, and we'll see when they decide to switch. But
if at all.
Yeah, if at all. But I do think this look is okay, just based on the fact they haven't really been able to stop the vert stack. Here, okay, got the disc here on the sideline.
They haven't really gotten
10 yards
anything
out.
through the middle either.
That would have been
a lot of
the time to put that trap mark on.
Great break throw.
They're going to stay in it over the tops there.
Yep.
Takes the blade across the field.
And that's the throw they were going to give up, but it was open and a little more open maybe than they wanted. Defense got sucked in a little too much.
Still very impressed with UVM's offense right now on both looks from Tufts. So it's going to be up. I'm sure the coaches are going to be hard at hand, kind of finding something to do at halftime. But
yeah, UVM definitely can get into trouble sometimes historically by having so much talent that they're just going to trust their athletes to make plays and their throwers to make throws. And this is definitely being way more patient than we've seen them to date. Which also, from watching some of their third place semi against Brown, they were making good decisions and actually completing them as opposed to more speculative shots.
Yeah, and I think that's a common theme with teams that have like that talent and just like freestyle attitude. When the games really count, games to go, semis, like that's when people play a little more selfless and a little more team. Like, hey, like, I need to dial it down for the best. So I think it's a good thing to have that kind of talent, and it's okay to play like that hero ball mentality. But when the game's on the line, it looks like UVM so far is executing.
Yeah, and it's hard to flip that switch too of just, can we stay chill but bring that intensity still in this game to go?
And they have the sideline, they have the energy, but Tufts they're playing pretty good. Like, they're not playing bad. They had a couple mistakes early, but that last O possession was fantastic. Oscar comes back in here.
Looks like he's actually limping a little bit, so I wonder if he picked up an injury on one of those dominator sets where he was having to do a lot of work.
Or on the defensive side where he's playing every point. But he's the GOAT. He'll be fine. He'll come back. And
looks like another couple, Thornton and Declan this time, and Parker Lynn Butler all crossing over from the last point.
They're still loading out. They want 2 breaks up. They can get another downwind here. It's super helpful, but
yeah, another big pull. Let's see if they can they can manage to get down there to take advantage of a deep pull. Energy's starting to pick back up. I don't know if that was just a timeout called or if they're just using as much time as they have.
Yeah, probably. Everyone takes a little leeway, but another great pull. UVM's definitely out pulling a little bit. That's a great field though. And
playing on this field, the game I watched them play yesterday, playing on this same field.
Barely.
Question about if it's up or down, but it looks like
I think
the UVM coach is also calling it up from this sideline. So I think it'll be overruled.
Yeah, I actually can take a look. This is cool. I didn't know we could actually watch what's going on here. I think that's the right call. I didn't see the replay.
Looked like Rom had his hands under it before it bounced.
All right, and we're back. 5-2 UVM.
And you can see Tufts back.
Game to go.
You can see Tufts back in this horizontal set.
Oh, Oscar's limping.
Yeah, definitely limping. You can see him back in this horizontal set, and they definitely haven't had as much success getting action downfield. As you can see, great defense in the lane, but a nice upline throw.
They just haven't been able to connect those downfielders like you talked about.
Yep.
They've been doing a lot of handler work here. Number 2, we got a name check on 2. He's playing fantastic. I'm going to have to look him up. And there it goes.
Oh,
blown coverage downfield. It's a great
little bit of a turnover throw, but able to get it. Had enough space to just had to get it there.
Just got it to throw it there.
I thought he had turned it over too much when he released it, but good read by the receiver to be able to get there.
And now Tufts back in the end zone. That's a great little pass to space. Oscar is limping.
Short little
heavily.
Yeah, favored it, but Tufts able to get out of great pressure by UVM initially, but once they got that upline to get them out of trouble and found someone open in the middle, I think that huck was really good, and then pretty patient finding open space.
Yeah, because what's happening is Tufts is playing a lot with the handlers, and every time they're swinging it or dumping the disc back, every time they're dumping the disc back, their downfield cutters are even a little bit further away. So they're disconnected, and that upline just connects everybody. They're able to finally get that flow. But yeah, I think right now for Tufts offense, they're just kind of playing the handlers, and they're not quite getting some free ones. And after enough time, the pressure's going to build, and they're going to cough it up. So the upline from Oscar was huge, connects the field, and if they can continue to incorporate those cutters, who right now are just a little bit on an island, I think.
Yeah, and I think it'll be
a lot more success.
Absolutely, and I think it'll be interesting for both teams to see if they can continue hitting their primary resets as opposed to having to progress through their whole reset system. Because as that spacing as they keep getting more and more spaced out as the point progresses, it becomes much harder and the windows get much smaller to be able to find that secondary throws.
2 or 3 layouts on that one point, just in the handler set. Like, you're not going to make it 70 yards
15 times a game if you're playing under that pressure. So yeah, it's just a way to make it a little bit easier on offense, but yeah, they're playing good. There's a nice one that gets down.
Oh,
It does.
looks like it
That's a
lands
great
just
spot.
in bounds. Yeah.
Right on the cone.
Coffin corner upwind.
Okay, we have a little zipper here from the back. Nothing's there.
Looks like
Back
person
field.
person
And
defense.
that's what UVM is just doing well. They're isolating these one-on-one cuts. They got a streak. He's open. We might get a foul on that.
No
Missed it
foul.
by a mile.
Good foot, just a nice
a
foot in
flash.
place. Yeah, without making any contact. It looks like they were able to. Tufts was actually forcing backhand there, but a flick huck, a nice little inside, allowed a flick huck to go up, but it just sailed a little too zippy.
A little zippy. The receiver was there. There was plenty of separation, and here we go. Tufts for 70-yard break to bring it within one.
Yeah, operating downwind too.
Breaking downwind.
Nope, put a poach in the lane.
Great poach from Casey there. Just no need to guard his player so far away from the disc.
Oh,
And
Rosenberg. Oh, they're still towing the line. That's 5 yards in bounds.
He wasn't even close. Or he wasn't even close to being out. So.
No, that makes sense why they'd be confused about that. Willing to go
Oh,
backwards to get the disc back to the middle, but see if UVM's locking down high as a huck goes up,
it's
but
not even close. But it's the same thing there where the downfield cutters were just, they weren't really activated and they're just kind of a little bit stagnant. So
did it look like it was too much from the handlers taking away the cutting lanes and maybe getting in the spaces they weren't supposed to, or you think it was just them being
handlers
tentative?
are allowed to make those cuts. I think UVM did a great job of kind of poaching, and their pressure on the handler defense is something that Tufts probably hasn't seen too much of. They're not getting those primary looks that you were talking about.
Absolutely.
UVM with the disc.
Tufts put a
Great break.
poach in the lane on the open side, but UVM was able to get around it and then move the disc to the open person in the middle of the field.
And UVM hitting these upfield chisels nice on the inside window. Forced
Yeah, it would have been
backhand
nice
here.
to see them also run that when they saw a zone look, but it's looking really good against person. Good
Great
hands on that layup block.
defense.
Oh, maybe a hamstring as number 5 on Tufts gets back on the mark.
Broke. Got caught chasing the disc. Goal line stand here from Tufts would be nice.
Great handler defense causing a last second read, but a low throw into the end zone. Didn't have to go very far.
But UVM gets it done again on offense. Their first, maybe one of their first turns as an O-line, get it back and score, but Tufts is also bringing the pressure. It's
hard to say who
fantastic
that
game.
was. I mean, obviously it's a bigger win for UVM, but as far as the mental battle is concerned, if that Tufts has to take away that they can get a block and then they just need to lock in their defensive offense, or if UVM feels better that they know they can get it back whenever they turn it over.
Yeah, and right now, here we go. It looks like that's going to take us to 6-3. Tufts did have it within a chance to go within one, but we got any crossovers here? Looks like probably time to rest a little bit.
Yeah,
This
it
is
looks
great
like a
rest
pretty
point.
standard D-line for UVM, followed by the same standard O-line from Tufts. You can see a few players with hands on hips for Tufts. Be curious to see when they start crossing people over on defense to try and
convert, because they've had 2. I think they're over 2 right now on defense, but probably pretty soon, down 3 here. Hopefully down Oscar going back out there.
Seeing their highest volume player limping around, I don't know if that's good for their defensive plan, because I know he's out there a lot for defense.
But I did hear a little energy from Tufts sideline, but these UVM pulls are pretty nice. We need to get them.
Definitely a nice little OI.
Yeah, that's a great start.
Sweep again to a Huck. Same matchup, Tucker versus Ben. Ben's able to make Tucker go up early.
He is going to make the call. He's asking his teammate if it was over his head, and it was.
Yep.
Shout out for, in a high stakes game, just making that.
And I think that's the right decision.
It is the right
to make.
decision.
There might have been some contact.
He jumped a little early.
Yeah.
And here we go. This is.
He was unable to. He made the right read the last time that Huck went up, but wasn't able to this time.
Oh, this is going to be tough. UVM's vert stack.
Yep.
Oscar
Looks
in
like
the
a Huck
reset
about to go up.
space. Yeah, you don't.
Good
want
decision
Oscar.
again.
That's the one that's going to be unlock their offense. They got one-on-one downfield. Don't take it.
It's an
slip.
That looks like it was ground.
He's got to look. He takes it.
Blade over the top. Wow.
Oh,
no.
Drops it and throws the hat.
I know that feeling, unfortunately.
Yeah, man.
But
a little
great cut.
Tufts, but
they've done a great work, but that's still disc a little slippery. Blades going up.
Good overall offense, though. They got a couple easy ones down the lane. They got an easy one there.
And they're able to set their defense before having to make Tufts go 70 up win again.
And here we go, Tufts grinding.
Good continuation cut.
They finally have a little one-on-one in space, but those are the cuts that Tufts are not hitting that UVM is.
Yeah, it looks like
one-on-one in space.
It looks like the continuation cut is being set up a little later, and so it's not coming. They're not changing direction when they need to be.
And it's just being defended a little bit better.
Yep. You can see UVM's handler defenders trying to poach that primary reset and make them throw the loopier throws over the top, which, as we just saw, are a little more difficult.
Yeah. Here we go. Tufts back almost in the red zone here. Again, every pass is contested. On the reset space there, finally have an up line. Got to take that one.
Oh, great catch.
Yeah.
By Vu.
Vu is okay. He's the real deal. I've been super impressed with this guy.
Yep.
Great.
Big bid.
That's a goal. That's a goal.
Looks like there's going to be a strip called in it.
I think it's just a goal. Pretty cool and athletic play, but it looked like it was caught in the end zone. Yeah, at least that's what I saw.
Great bid by Hansen to make a clean play on it.
And actually, yeah, I can. You might not get replays on, but I can look it back. Looked like a goal. I think it's a goal. I think it's a goal. Turner, what you think? What you think, Turner? Turner said goal.
Looks like foul call is also being offensive foul calls also being maybe ruled by 82.
And the observer comes in, calls it a foul and a goal. Yeah, and I think that's the right call. We had some talk from the sideline. Turner Allen at UVM grad.
Yeah, maybe a little bias being called in there.
This morning was a clean block. Dick Spirit captain throwing a shout out there, and looks like some of the alumni down there.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Tufts call a timeout here and try and get some players who've been playing a lot rolled over, but
yeah, can't see yet. But I mean, Oscar's limping when he's walking.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I can't tell if he has a brace on that ankle, but it could be a knee also. Who knows?
Or maybe like a calf thing.
Yep,
too,
cramping, having played a lot.
I'll chat with him during the halftime maybe and see what's going on.
Maybe chase him down for an interview. No timeout being called. You can see Vu staying out there, Malone staying out there, number 99.
But yeah, Tufts. No, I spent a year in Somerville, so Tufts to me near and dear to my heart. I'm trying to call this nice and fair.
Maybe roommates with a Tufts alumni
legend, and absolutely Jack Hatchett. Shout out. Probably watching here, watching this.
I can't imagine he didn't
lead them to victory here. You don't think he's up?
I can't imagine he didn't wake up early to watch this.
I was on the West Coast, really out there on the West Coast with Claudia, legends. So yeah, shout out Tufts, but we'll see if they can close the gap here.
Oh, it's a nice pull, but offsides called.
Offsides call for those eyes.
And that was actually something that UVM suffered from a bunch, where they were getting excellent pulls, but players being offsides, and that's tough in these circumstances because this is like one of the only controllables that you can have.
Yeah, totally. And Casey walks it up here. Looks like this is the first split stack we got. We got a 3-2 here from UVM. You can't really see it on the camera, but I think that we're going to play a little, tornado right here. Hit 20. Oh, blown coverage. Nobody had it.
Good switch under, but unable to find the deep look.
Both stopped the under. Oh, huge layout. And that's
a big layout. Adjust the hat.
We'll get a name check there. That guy. Fantastic block. And Tufts only has.
That looks like gassed.
Yes, okay. Only half the field to go.
Great way to come down with it. A little floaty on the.
Another one.
Yep. Not adjusting for going downwind.
Tufts is playing.
Oh, they have a couple players deep.
Okay, this would be huge if they can get it. They'd be back in the game. UVM, great poach out of the stack to stop that. Yeah, this is UVM.
Way to get it back to the middle. You can see also maybe some tired legs. Tufts cutters maybe staying in the deep space a little longer.
But those passes right there are what's going to help Tufts. Just make it so much easier. Like that's what we
Rosenberg finding a nice inside lane.
Probably the only time all game that they've had 2 cutters throw it to them for 20 yards each.
Yeah, and the Vuvuzelas fired up for that break.
God, the Vuvuzelas are. How are the Vuvuzelas still in? You know, is that Bert over there? God, oh my God.
Have some words as well.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, that was
That
was their couple floaty swing passes, but that was the best best spacing their cutters have had.
Yeah, and
offense or defense.
What's been happening is just they've been throwing those tight swing passes or tight handler resets to that kind of pressure all game. So glad they couldn't get the release valve off on that one, but
yeah. And then once they actually found continuation, looked like UVM was selling out pretty hard on both the unders and the open side. So once they got to the break side, they were able to find success.
Yeah, and now really the second question, I mean, for me at least as observation, first was, can Tufts make offense easier? The second question is, can Tufts stop this UVM O-line, which has looked fantastic all game? What do you think? What do we got?
Well, that looked like they might have tried to answer both of those questions all in one point.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely to see if they can make it a habit. And see if UVM's able to settle down or if they tighten up a little bit, having just
maybe they revert back like you were saying. They're kind of that flashy, they got the talent. Let's play ball, let's play with the boys. Maybe a break here changes some of their decision making. Maybe they take it upon themselves to make a play in it.
And the old coaching adage is don't try and win with your throws, and so let's hope that they don't do that. Nice as a bladey pull, a little shorter, goes upwind.
Yeah, the wind's probably going up a little bit. Still nothing crazy.
Yep.
They run
looks like maybe a bit of a flood
3-2 here,
but good defense.
And
it's a bailout huck.
That's out.
And that's where Tufts is finding the most success. Yeah, I mean that probably wasn't the ideal look, but rather turn it over down there.
It's just, I think the possession, at this level, you take the yards, but I think you try to find somebody and put it on a body. I think.
Yeah, it didn't even look like
it's just a little bit too important.
It didn't even look like Thornton was looking at his resets as much. He didn't stay with them, pivoted away as the stall count got higher.
Downfield win from Tufts. They're starting to win some of these cuts.
Yep,
that's a good poach right
Great
there.
poach, and I don't know if their other receiver has recognized it.
That is a weird one. It might work.
Great defense by Bliss, as he gets maybe a little hacked off the transition.
Yeah,
that was a really good poach by Declan Kervick in the lane there.
Yeah, they're kind of sitting in that front of the stack and just letting him blitz the lanes, which is, and it's working.
Now he's wide open, not recognized, but good job by UVM to act. Like we said, their turnover was looking downfield too long, and now looking at these resets.
Oh, it looks like backhand force. I don't know if we're.
Yeah, it looks like they switched to the backhand force 2 points ago, even going upwind.
Yep.
Big bid, but maybe a little speculative.
Send a message to the star handler.
But now also
a little tired.
A little behind the play.
My goodness, he's flying. You got to play with that kind of heart. Game's on the line.
Absolutely.
Those are 2 bids that were bigger than anything I've made in 5 years.
Yeah.
So,
I haven't laid out that big, maybe ever. Even if I wanted to.
Yeah. But
those just seemed like they were for fun. But yeah, great defense after the turn by UVM. Even though they turned it over, they were able to get it back this time. I think Tufts had some open resets, but weren't able to find them.
And here we go, 7-5 here. So that is a 3.5 point. Oscar's back on here. Tufts looking to hold down, and that gives us a perfect time for a little sponsor read. So hydrate, but make it sustainable. At Maine Love, we're sharing clean, refreshing water from Sebago Lake in aluminum cans. Sebago.
You're a Maine resident now.
Well, not yet. I'll be moving in a little bit. Refreshing water from Sebago Lake in aluminum cans, because saving the planet should taste this good. Play hard, live clean, love Maine. Maine Love is the way water should be.
Maine Love's been great, bringing out some of their canned water from some of the cleanest drinking water in the country. Sebago Lake, we're lucky to have it here in Southern Maine.
I can't wait. I can't wait to come up here full time. Just the best place in the world, and I've just been blown away from Maine Ultimate. I can't wait to acclimate, get some youth ultimate, dive into the youth ultimate scene, the coaching scene. So.
And you can see in the distance, Southern Maine Invite a local high school tournament.
Oh, hell yeah. Over
is
there?
ongoing.
Okay.
Yep. But
fantastic.
we're back here to game to go between two non-Maine teams.
Tough.
Oh,
hand block, back shoulders, not going to work.
How to huck. It looks like True Hansen actually got a piece on that.
It did, yeah, it definitely did. And now UVM looking to break for half. It's 7-5 if you're just turning in here.
Confusion
UVM
about
looking
where
to
the
go
front
70 yards, slightly upwind. Wind's coming right to left on your screen. And there's a butterfly cut. He's going to go for it.
And it actually looks like this wind has maybe switched a little bit, looking at the flags, to a bit of a crosswind going directly away from the camera.
Yeah, slightly away from the camera. We got a foul on the throw called there. It came out hot. Never had a shot. I'm not sure. I didn't see much there.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was much contact.
But I'm sure it's going to come back after a contested foul. That would be my guess.
Yeah, they have orange there. We'll see.
I mean, that's definitely right. They got orange there.
See how Bill flying up here from North Carolina to help out with the observing crew.
I mean, got to bring in the best for such a big tournament.
I respect Rom 81 on Tufts standing there instead of throwing the disc back. Just Oh,
and there
looks
is
like
the foul.
Looks like a foul and also an injury called by Jack Rice.
Okay. And 81 is going to have to run that disc back, sadly. But here we go. It's maybe a tactical.
Yeah, Declan's been playing a bunch of defense for them this year, but he's, I think maybe with Zach Watson-Stevens being injured, has had to play mostly today.
Okay.
But definitely a reliable thrower, if sometimes maybe over-aggressive.
Okay. It looks like Tufts will make their sub.
Yeah, as well. Oscar.
Yeah, they're going to let him just play offense.
Yeah, it seems like they... Let's see, 10. Gas got, I think that's Gas, got a great block on an under earlier. So not a bad sub to be able to bring back on
that was
as well.
one of the best blocks of the day. So here we go, 70 yards to go, break up win for half. See at UVM, we got Tufts in a forced backhand. It looks like, staying with that backhand.
This looks maybe a flat flick.
A flattish.
Pick call back, come back and stack.
Flick. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you know, there's like the concept of forcing, if you get a crosswind, which like you said, it looks like it's more of a crosswind now, like keeping that force to that sideline, hoping the disc stays there. It's a hard spot to play.
Right, it makes all the open side swings.
But I don't think it's strong enough to really just kind of force it to that low side is what we call it. So
yep, absolutely.
UVM with a little throw and go off the sideline. Can't hit it, it can continue.
I'm curious if maybe the Tufts coaches haven't necessarily realized the wind switch yet and haven't adjusted their calls.
And
big throw to space,
master class getting it to that opposite side here. So yeah, now they're sitting in that no round flick here.
Yep, but cutters are able to get some separation. That's a great throw to space if it isn't too far. Oh, big bid by number 9. I think that's Dom.
Yeah,
and
he's flying around out here.
Absolutely,
love to see it. It's honestly been a fantastic game all around. Just the energy, effort, and it's been pretty clean. Like we talked about, maybe it's going to be a little trippy game. This has been so far so good. Like,
no, I think that strip call that we both thought was pretty clear was maybe the trippiest call that's been happening.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's been some contact on some fouls that have been resolved pretty quickly.
Here. Downwind, that's drifting left. That's probably.
Great bid by Declan Kervick, showing the sub who was made for offense can play some D as well.
Oh, and he's jogging right off the field. He's like, I got my block. I'm calling it injury.
Nope.
That was a fantastic block. Super clean, too.
No, looks like maybe a shoulder the way he's holding it.
Yeah, but he's got that look in his eye that he's fine. Just, he'll be back next point. Hey, great block. He's got to jog off as a hero. And everybody does.
And Tufts is doing a great job isolating those cutters deep, but that throw just sat up a little bit too much. Maybe the cutter was a little deeper than they wanted to be when the hook went up. But they were able to get an under and then a continuation to button hook there.
One of the cuts that I just love in Ultimate, it was like a horizontal slash, but you can lead your player. They got that up line. I thought it was a great look, and honestly, the throw was good. It's just a fantastic block. And
it's great catch up.
UVM's made some crazy blocks, but also keeping them all clean. Like there hasn't been any dangerous spids, and just been pretty impressed by some of these plays.
And like you said, the youth are flying all over the place.
He's flying all over. We got a side stack left. There's no help in the lane. I think Tufts needs to bring somebody in.
Yeah, I'm surprised playing pretty physically at the back of the stack.
And
some slipping going on, but
this guy on the back of the side, you don't need help. He just
great defense by
there.
Tucker.
Staying under. Yeah, Tucker, that was
But
fantastic.
upline cut.
That's not coming. He's open.
As the throw and gone,
I
if
think
you
he's
will.
too late. Yeah.
Looks like a little too upwind
yeah.
For the distance, but good idea. That was the most space that their deep receivers were able to get into so far.
UVM's had success with the deep game, but off a pass or two.
Yep.
I mean, back from the handler space, a slightly upwind, that is a really tough look. Even from
Let's see if we can do it
Casey,
here.
who's a fantastic thrower. That's a nice little look there. Oh, my
what an
goodness,
adjustment by Tucker.
That's one of the hardest catches in Ultimate, the instant Mac.
Absolutely. Good hands by the kid.
Good hands. Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Good job staying with their dump there.
Yeah.
As Tufts gets in their end zone set, but no continuation yet. Let's see if they're able to get it off the line.
That one would help right there.
Oh, great block.
That's Jess makes that flying layout for the catch too.
Still has energy.
Springy.
Yeah.
He's springy. That's not going to go up there.
I'm surprised UVM hasn't called a
space
timeout here.
Downfield.
Trying to get this break.
Power position for Casey. Doesn't take it. Free swing. Great change of pace there.
Yep. Oh.
Wow. No, missed it left. UVM is just...
And I actually think that was the best huck decision they've made so far. At midfield, an attainable distance, but not trusting when...
Also throwing it over the head of the receiver can make it a little bit harder, but...
Disc almost made it to TD, Rich Young, organizer, responsible for this whole tournament. You could see him waving at the camera there as the disc almost hit him.
I have started to get to know Rich these last couple of weeks, doing a Maine coaching clinic and then doing some stuff, doing a high school weekly course. So getting to know Rich has been great. I am, again, just blown away with everything I'm seeing out of Maine Ultimate. So
we're gonna have to get you out for the adult learn to play clinics.
I did. I think I did one maybe in February. We got about 30 coaches. Oh,
nice,
huge bid. Missed it.
Let's
got
see
it. Wide open, but it's floating. That
great bid. Oh, looks like a foul is being called.
This is my take on this play. Casey got it first, but it looked like there's a lot of contact.
Had to make contact.
Yeah, I think that's a foul.
We can see the UVM sideline is not happy about it.
UVM saw the great block. And yes, it was a great block, but I think there was just...
I think they both had a line on, and that's really difficult to be able to...
Foul. Clean block, but just too much there. Let's go. Let's go.
Rowan working the crowd a little bit.
I'm working, it just got the atmosphere. I got Ryan and Turner down there. Turner's just a homer,
Turner's not used to not being the tallest person in the room, so when someone's standing up higher than him, looks like it's ruled not a foul. Oh, or a contested foul.
I think that's fair too. Like, again, I didn't take a second look at it, but let me take a look at it. I'll tell you all what's up.
Again, I think that was a good huck decision, though. Also, it maybe sat up a little bit. Maybe that crosswind's making those outside in flicks against the wind sit up.
Yeah, it was like, it's what you want out of a huck. It changed shapes. Yeah, actually, watching it again, both players readjusted to the disc. So
one of those that the throw caused the contact almost.
Yeah.
But good job by Tufts to get off that line. And they're marching almost into the red zone here.
Now they're back in the red zone here. Another floaty swing. See, that's one of the reasons you want to force that low side, because you're making teams swing it against the wind and
even though that was a...
So UVM's definitely been forcing that low side, and they've had a few close ones.
Oh, good upline defense.
Oh, the knuckle
little
ball. I love
floppy
that.
up left offhand backhand there.
I love that one in DC because it's impossible to block. You throw with no spin.
Rowan and I both big Goldschmidt fans, so we love to see the Goldie style out here.
The no spin throw, impossible to defend. Just the defense can't get it. And yeah,
can't quite see what the foul call is here. Maybe a travel or contact on the pivot.
Yeah.
And now you can hear the Tufts. You can hear the Tufts sideline also getting engaged.
Yeah, a little bit of both sides. But Tufts definitely the smaller satellite, even though, how far away is UVM? I feel like Tufts is even closer.
Tufts is closer. Boston's about 2 hours away from here. Burlington's about 4 hours away from here. So, but you can definitely, a good number of Maine Ultimate players have made their way to both schools. So
Yeah.
You can say it's almost a local tournament for everybody.
Some families here too.
Yep.
So
it's great to see everyone out here.
Still
great to see the rain is held off for the day.
Yeah, it's coming right after. It sounds like it's right after this game, but it looks like Tufts is going to keep it right outside the goal, on the goal line. And the question is here, do you look to the front of the stack here? Do you go right to the wheel, try to get a free one to the break side?
I think they'll look to isolate someone up front.
Now they go wheel right there.
Good job.
That's the one. So I like to go there just to start. Like, that front's going to get poached. So.
And there maybe the person with the disc is a little fired up from the foul call. Give it to someone who wasn't as involved. Let them take a deep breath.
Yeah, a problem in that situation, like outside the end zone, is the longer it takes you to activate that wheel, that jump, then the defense is just rampant. So if you go there early, it's an easy 1-2.
Yeah, good spacing by Tufts though to be able to let those cuts develop.
Yeah. That was a perfect little execution there.
Yep, and here we see 7-6. Here we see. Yep.
Called the 7-6 timeout.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It looks like I think we'll probably see some Tufts players who just were on that 0 point crossover. Rowan, did you know? Oh, we got some comments here coming in.
Good. I finally find where they're at. Who's commenting? Rowan. Yes.
So
our so clean. Shout out to a few of our chats. We had Joe White for the final.
My goodness,
he's back. That would have been a huge pull.
How familiar is he with New England College Ultimate?
He knows Ultimate. He knows Vol. He knows Vol. He probably has a few friends out here. But
well, if he ever wants to make his way up to New England, Maine Ultimate has a couple of great events coming this summer. I mean, you can see you've already talked about how fun it is here, but we have a hat tournament Saturday, July 19th, Ultimate Time on Island Time, which is a 5v5 hat tournament out on Chebeague Island. You'll hop on a ferry ride. You'll find out your team that you're on there.
On the ride.
Get to jump in the water before and after games. Camping's available, so signups I think are going on now. Please check it out. And then our club, Maine Ultimate also has a club tournament, Vacation Land, happening August 2nd and 3rd. Registration fee, also registering now, fees I think $650.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you want to come up to Maine Vacation Land, if you will, in the middle of summer with your club team, get to see some great Ultimate. Wainwright Fields are looking pristine right now.
I can't wait to experience the Vacation Land, Lobster Pot, and then the Island Time. I know my brother's been there, Steph's been there. I've heard great things, and I'll get there soon. Won't make it this year, but I'll make sure I check it out.
And if not, the islands are fun to explore once you have some time.
All right, here we got a little side stack with one isolated player out in the lane.
Yep.
A little give and go, maybe a little dominator from UVM here. Haven't connected downfield yet. There it is.
You can see Tufts coming out with this backhand force.
Yeah, they're still
trying to force them to the high side.
UVM looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, but they have little isolated person with the disc, but good job by Thornton.
They're just trying to, there's the throw that they want across the field.
Double up line cuts.
And they're able to connect it downfield. 20 yards out, looking to take half. It's 7-6 UVM. Low throw, but it's going to work.
Caught.
8-6, that's half.
That's a good pivot. I wonder if the force switched a little bit or if it was just kind of a blown coverage downfield. They thought something else was going to happen that didn't.
Yeah, it looked like the mark had to try to really hustle for that one. But and the half ends how it started. UVM clean holds, and Tufts will receive out of the half, looking to keep their season alive and push for nationals. So great half on both sides of the disc.
I think Tufts is still up, or UVM still up a break. So they might actually be the ones receiving out of half.
Is it? UVM's up 2 breaks, I think.
Oh, 2 breaks. Okay, so they'll be pulling.
Yeah. So, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll get down to the sidelines and check it out. Are we live on halftime, or do we?
We'll find out.
Okay.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments. The glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body. Hydrating better. Recovering better. Bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery. The small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers,
and even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
a place where we remember to laugh,
where we learn to trust,
learn to high-five strangers,
and eventually even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play ultimate, we live ultimate.
And we are back getting ready for the second half of the game to go here in the Northeast Regional. And we have a special guest, a little interview here. And we're bringing you Peter Borth. Northeastern, take us through the tournament real quick and specifically that final. I heard y'all had a few chances, but you got to be happy overall with the play.
Yeah, I think a very solid weekend overall. Coming in, we knew that we could play with any team here if we just played our game, and so I think we were really just focused on us. We put together a good showing. We were able to take care of business and clinch in the semi with a really good battle against Tufts, and then yeah, we knew we weren't just going to roll over in the final. Like, we wanted to take it. We wanted to win the region, and we brought it to them. We had our chances, and it didn't go our way, but we're still looking forward to nationals, and we're just stoked to finally be back at nationals.
How many years has it been since you've been back?
Yeah, it's pretty poetic. So my first semester as a sophomore, we made it, and then we haven't been since. And now my last semester as a fifth year, we were able to come back. So it's poetic.
You're running out of time.
Yeah,
running out of time.
Running out of time, but we did it.
And then one last question here: what are you seeing from this game to go? You think Tufts is still got a shot? How are you seeing this one?
Yeah, I was just talking with some buddies on the sideline. We think Tufts needs a break pretty quick coming out of half to build some momentum. UVM is deep. They got a lot of big bodies, and they can sub well. So I think we need an early Tufts break to keep it close.
Are they gonna get it?
Yeah, they're gonna get it.
You got Tufts winning.
I don't know who's gonna win. I'm here enjoying the game.
Okay, and last question: goal for nationals? What do y'all think? Northeastern. Make a run?
I think we can make a run. I think we're going to take it one game at a time. I think we can make a bracket. I think we can scare some teams. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Peter. As always, great to see you again. Congrats on nationals, and we'll take it from here. Sweet. All right. Well, we're back.
Yeah.
What are you thinking for the second half, Shaq?
I think Peter just summed it up great.
Yeah, come hang.
Yeah. We maybe have Peter join us in the guest in the booth, 3-person booth for third quarter at least. Looks like Oscar.
Oscar's injury. He's been limping. What's going on?
Apparently, he has a really severe ankle injury. I've seen him limping a lot.
Ankle sprain from Oscar just in. Got it. Okay. Well, Tufts
looks like Tufts is building on this Ben Wall Tucker Livingston matchup has been going after it so far, but looks like Tufts is trying to build on the cutter action that they were getting towards the end of that first half.
Yeah, they got a good one downfield, but then right back to that handler stuff and even that. Yeah, that's kind of what they want. The little swing to open things up here, right to the vertical stack. No dump behind the disc. They need to connect Vu. That's perfect.
Pretty good defense by Declan off the front of the stack there, but Vu's able to get open in space and a good throw to find him.
One of the hardest spots here. 15 yards out here, going backwards a little bit. Oh, from the butt.
From the butt. Big bid by True.
Now they're moving. There's the connection there.
Yep. Let's see if they fall into a dominator here, if they still work cutters downfield.
Yeah, dominator. I mean, that's really Oscar can't stop on that left ankle.
Yeah.
Still fighting through. It's
pretty impressive that the amount of separation he's still getting, even without being able to push that way.
It looks like he can go straight line.
Oh, but a little flippy around. Hits the turf a little early. Oh.
Injury call from Vu. That would be a crushing blow for Tufts. He has done some heavy lifting all game.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Oscar landed on him.
Yeah.
Or
friendly
shoulder.
Fire.
Yeah.
Friendly fire. But we also heard something about soft cap at halftime. It's coming.
I would guess the game started at 1. It's 2:15 now, so I wouldn't be surprised to see soft cap coming up around 2:30, 15-ish minutes from now. We haven't heard any horn, but with the observers here, they'll be able to.
There's definitely got to be some urgency now from Tufts. As Peter was talking about in the halftime interview, they got to hold here and probably break
early.
Yeah, early, very early.
Instead of having to get them all back at once, it would be nicer to have the opportunity before cap to chisel them away. Big bid by Gast. Oh, maybe a little
contact in the stack.
Yeah, and then a continuation to Rice, but maybe a little contact being called here.
But the game's slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Halftime seems to maybe have taken some energy out of the sidelines that haven't quite been built back up yet. But UVM's going to maintain possession in a vertical stack. Looks like see if they can get Jack Rice in the lane
Oscar
again.
in the lane there, looking to help over the top. Good little slip there. Great defense. I mean, the handler defense on both sides has been fantastic. That's the throw.
Nice little.
Opens it up inside to the break side.
Yeah, and that's a good inside look to take. It was pretty flat. Didn't have to squeeze it too much.
Yep.
Oh, let's see if it opens up a deep
down
puck.
A little bit. Back shoulder throw.
Oh.
Almost came back to it. That's number 9.
Yep. Had to bid back to it. It didn't look like.
He's made some plays out there. Thought, could he make one more? But just really had no chance with that.
Absolutely,
that
yeah. Throw sat up a little bit too much and died before it was in stride. He had a step or two to that back shoulder, though.
And I wouldn't call that downwind right now. I think it's really has shifted full crosswind, if not slightly upwind, going right to left on your screen. But again, nothing too bad. Still just it's under 10 miles an hour here.
That does make that flick huck way harder, though, with a little outside in edge because it wants the wind wants to push against it, which will hold it up.
Yep, I made that mistake recently. Just a crosswind, putting that top of the disc to it, just like shoves it to the ground.
Yeah,
but
and it's always frustrating when it's not strong enough. As a thrower, not strong enough that you feel like you really have to adjust your technique.
Yeah, well, sneaky win. That's what we call it here. Pressure on the back again.
Oh,
there's a
good
little
help off
over
the back.
top, but then they didn't switch it, and he was open.
Great bailout cut by Rom.
Still stuck on this sideline. Let's see what they're gonna do. They get the up line. Good swing. That's a great throw. Oscar Owl.
Just got kneed in the head.
He also had a slip where he put some weight on the.
Yeah, certainly no intentional contact. But slip caused a little extra body than it wanted to be.
But here we go. Tufts. 4 players behind the disc right now. Oh, I don't know about the blue card there.
And that is technically the second blue card on UVM, so I don't know if there's a punishment after that one.
Yeah, I was in a game with a lot of blue cards last year. I don't really know how it works, but I think 3 you get yardage penalties.
It's possible. We'll see on the next poll what gets enforced.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh,
are they taking it out?
No, it looks like because of the second one, they're going to get a reverse brick.
Yeah, so, and if my memory serves, I was, in the quarterfinals against Machine put up, I think, 5 against us. So we got 3 yardage penalties, and then they were going to forfeit if they got 1 more.
Wow.
When we had no idea.
And luckily, I don't think we're at that point yet, and it's certainly these aren't causing much contention.
Yes, absolutely not. That, to be honest, was not a blue card. I'll just say it. It was like a slip.
And I think UVM's reacting the same way.
Yeah.
But Tufts is certainly going to be happy given what you were just saying, that they were a little out of formation.
Yeah, they'll definitely take this reset.
Yeah,
you don't
this
get
is
to reset
basically
that much in club.
Red zone practice here.
And it looks like they got their players in the right spot.
The observer was actually just playing a little extra defense. That's how good 81 Rom has looked on offense.
Tufts working on the slips. That's a good inside break here to the middle.
Yeah, good spacing. Let's see if they can get these 4 involved. Nice catch on a floaty.
It'll probably stay. There's a pick called here on the slip, but I can't see that going back.
Yeah, maybe on the up line motion, but it also doesn't look like it affected anything.
Well, we talked about kind of like the urgency that Tufts needs to get some break. This is the first point out of half?
Yep, still, this would be a hold for Tufts.
This would be a hold.
I think they can be, while there definitely needs to be some urgency, I don't think this means they need to start taking shots early quite yet. Because it's point-based, they want to be patient when they have the disc. But maybe we'll see how much flying around gets done once they're back on defense.
As expected, this is going to stay there. That's a great spot here to look at the front for that inside break.
Yeah, but you can
take the wheel back.
You can see the UVM defenders downfield starting to realize.
I mean, they just should
realize.
Yeah,
they're way too close to their
never
defenders.
Thought about throwing it to any of those players. They should be at the front of the end zone. They come to the front, they stop it, it works well. Far side, they're still just helping way too much off Oscar.
A little bit of a slip. A little bit of a slip on defense. I don't know if there was a blown switch or not, but Tufts able to get a nice open side.
And the Vuvuzela returns, and it is Albert Yuan the whole time, as expected. So if you're hearing a an obnoxious vuvuzela. That's our boy. That's our boy. We love it.
Shout out to the 2010 World Cup for bringing that in.
Yes. All right.
But there's the hold for that Tufts needed.
8-7. If they can get one, start to make it nervy,
and this is also UVM's first 0 point out of half. First,
maybe
first
20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah, so
like
we'll see.
A long point, a long half, and we'll see if they can keep the energy. Their sideline still has it. It's electric still, but it's really going to come down to execution.
Yeah, they had been looking clean all the first half, but this big break, especially now, the stakes are even crunched even more.
Yeah. What do we got on this kind of D-line here? We got, looks like some of their,
looks like Vu's crossing over, Gas is being back in.
Yeah.
They definitely, at this point in the game, I don't know if we'll be seeing many more junk looks. They might just be relying on hard person, win their matchups. Starts here with the big pull. Let's hopefully, they got called, I think, once for offsides in the first half. Let's see if they can manage to stay on this time, not get overexcited.
A little flick blade. Oh, missed it right. Slipped out of his hands. Is it turning?
It's turning over. Looks like it's sitting.
And he got it. All right.
Pretty impressive, given that didn't look like the release that he wanted.
over here. This is UVM's been running it lately. And
nice little twist.
Off the 3 side. Fantastic pull play. Had a look if he wanted it, but opts to reset to Casey. Gets that upfield chisel, and now Casey takes a look.
And that's the upwind throw that you want. Great find on an island.
Fantastic offense. Great pull play, great chisel, great shot.
It looks like almost the Tufts defender had given up and was expecting his mark to start coming back under, as opposed to trying to find that position and force him back under.
Yeah, and just shows you how important it is as a cutter to make sure you can kind of threaten both. If you're too deep, it just makes your life a lot harder. So
for sure.
Fantastic offense again. The answer, we asked the question, how was the
that was as clean as could be. That was also the best probably puck going that direction that we'd seen from UVM.
Yeah. It was clean, low, drivet, it was flat.
Yeah, had to leave his feet, but not really.
Yeah, and it drifted a little bit to the break side too, like we talked about earlier, which made it impossible to defend. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so now Tufts immediately back on. I think that was pretty much the ideal outcome for UVM. Quick hold, in addition to one being clean, not giving Tufts O-line much time to rest after a longer O-line point.
That's a great point. I mean, they just had to work for 10 minutes. Now they're right back out in the field.
Yep. But we got the same O-line that they've been coming back out.
Yep. And
looks like the same D-line. I think they have.
It's crunch time.
You can see actually a couple of UVM players crossing over. Bliss, number 42.
Yep.
Lynn Butler, 37. Joining, we'll see.
They got to think if they get one more break, then it's
the backbreaker.
Yeah.
But
whereas if Tufts holds, they're one break away from tying the game up. So here we go.
Absolutely.
Another great pull. UVM has just had these fantastic pulls.
Great air time.
That's always going to catch it. Yeah.
And we still love, there's the pull coverage that they've been missing.
Great pull catcher too. Shout out to that on the heralded job. Can't connect downfield. Yeah, they can. Nope. Perfect. Right in the middle of the field.
A little later than they wanted, but the deep throw.
Dancing in the lane.
You can tell he's just trying to set up a deep cut.
Yeah.
Just hasn't been able to.
So UVM going backhand here. Forced into that low side.
Yep. Oh, good catch behind, on a throw behind. Oh.
Doesn't take the look. Tufts flows into a vert.
Oh, but a slip.
He slipped.
Oh, what a catch on the second effort.
Oh my goodness, one of the best
plays. Good defensive bid as well.
This game has had some highlights, but that was the best yet, I think.
Big pump fake from Oscar.
They take the dump. Oscar slashes. Still limping out there.
Nope.
Finds the
still effective. Did anything travel called? Perhaps on turning the corner. A classic turning the corner foul.
You gotta let that slide.
Yeah. Given also that there was no throwing happening.
It's slippery out here. The grass is slick. Come on. But there hasn't been any.
And these two have been working this matchup this entire game. This is the same one. So.
Yeah. But.
Although they've been getting, you can see Tufts continuing to get more separation on offense.
Fair.
So I wonder if some of the UVM defenders starting to have some bit of tired legs.
Yeah, I mean, definitely earlier in the game, Tufts was not getting anything downfield, but lately they've got a few, but they still are staying in the heavy handler sets. And looks like they're gonna spread out in the end zone line, and we're gonna see if Vermont can finally sag off those players in the back of the end zone line. They're absolutely not in the play. I would make them throw something over the top.
I mean, you mentioned it last time when they fell into a red zone set that the downfield defenders didn't poach as much as they could have. And maybe taking a few more steps off would take away. Oh, a foul call, it looks like, upheld. So I guess the disc is going to be going back.
Back shouldn't be the worst thing. It's even more central and just lost a few yards. But
yeah, and it seemed like it wasn't late in the stall count at all.
Yeah, so that makes more sense than the travel call. There's been a little contact downfield, but nothing too bad. Pretty advantageous spot here, though, for Tufts. Centralized, 20 yards out of the end zone, isolating. They get the inside slip. Now they're going break side. Counter flow back to the open side.
Yep, good job following his throw by Oscar.
Doing a good. Yeah, see, that throw's not coming. They're not throwing that over the top. And it looks like that's a lot of contact.
Yeah, interesting after a little bit of a push-off call to then be initiating that level of contact.
But, yeah, there's a little 4-on-4 here.
Yep. UVM forcing him back, but Tufts staying patient.
Wow. Vu
so gassed. Good. Livingston and Graff working in between each other, and
they don't take.
That was a nice little.
Look, Oyo, there it is. Oh,
Cheeky, maybe he's been watching some of your videos online.
I mean, that throws in. Yep. Great throw. I love that. From the sideline saying,
Tufts able to earn a hold, but definitely some hands on hips after.
No hands on hips anymore. You got 3 points left in your season. Let's go.
Yep.
Everything you got.
Let's see if there's another timeout going on. As they're talking about how long until soft cap. I see 2:29 on my watch, but I don't know what the observers are saying.
Yeah, and looks like they're huddling right now. If you're joining us late here for the push to Nationals Northeast Region, Tufts 8, UVM 9. UVM receiving, going slightly upwind, and it's anybody's game. It's anybody's game, but UVM has been playing slightly better across the board.
And you can see UVM calling a late timeout here. Maybe see if they can try and not have this point start before Cap possibly goes off.
You like that? You like the timeout to bring into Cap?
I don't mind that. I think it probably would have come to Cap during this point anyway, but why not ensure it? Give your O-line a little extra rest.
Yeah. Maximize the chance to win.
I personally like timeouts being taken in between points way more than in-game, almost no matter what. So that makes it nice. Did you know melanoma is the second most common form of cancer for 15 to 29-year-olds in the United States? Protect your skin, your body's largest organ, by wearing sunscreen SPF 30 or higher, seeking shade, wearing a hat, and avoiding tanning beds. Today, maybe a little bit of a sneaky burn day. Not that cold, but not that sunny either. Check your skin. Melanoma is a 99% curable form of cancer when caught early. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org. Just another one of our great sponsors here for Maine Ultimate. They've contributing a bunch of shade tents around all the fields.
It's so important for Ultimate players. Like we're outside 8 hours a day. Tournaments are crazy. I started playing in pants and long sleeves as much as possible. Like, it's so clutch for Impact Melanoma to.
And it's definitely definitely an aesthetic choice by Ultimate players, but a practical one when you think about it in that regard.
Shout out to the sponsor. And here we go, 8-9.
Pull
just out of bounds. Not the worst thing. It was a short pull anyways, but UVM's going to set up. They're back to their 3-2. They've been running a lot of, we call it goat or tornado off to the right side, where they just kind of twist and go on this right.
Yeah, pretty common splits side stack
I wouldn't
isolation.
be surprised if they work a flood here.
Yeah, and you can see Tufts adjusting maybe to switch these.
Nope, they go right back to the twister, and it's wide open. And they got a blown
maybe
coverage.
a blown switch.
They won it.
Yep.
And the
Rosenberg
help off the
wanted
top
to
keep them open. So
you can see Livingston crossing over. Great up line and this little slip by the defender.
Yeah.
but in a little bit of trouble. Stall count getting high.
Yeah, good swing there. They also
Nice
got yards,
bailout.
but they got possession. They got the yards back here.
Yep. Nice button hook again.
My
Oh,
goodness, the throw was
behind. A great block by number 5.
That's fantastic D. It looks like Casey landed on his right shoulder, which is tough. He's been quarterbacking for months.
And that's a really hard bid, trying to
Yeah.
lay out back towards the disc behind him.
And that's number 5. We shouted him out early for making some huge bids.
Yeah, and this one a little more at timing.
This one landed.
Zach Risby, according to the online roster.
Well, yes.
Also comes up holding his hamstring.
Okay. Well, this changes everything.
Yeah, and I don't.
Tufts to pick up 50 yards away with the chance to tie the game. This would be the first tie since
0-0.
There has not been many lead changes.
Still be down a break, or would this be to bring it back on serve?
I believe they would be technically down a break, but yeah, because they would need to break one more time to win.
Vu also on the field.
Vu, Tufts MVP of the day, in my opinion.
Gast also just got called on as part of that.
That's not going to work.
Oh, and as we shout him out, pushes a swing a little bit. That crosswind maybe coming into effect, sailing
but here,
that swing.
UVM's O-line now without Casey to kind of anchor him. Let's see if they can get in the last 10 yards here.
Yep, Declan definitely going to kind of take over that high touch.
No help, though.
Roll.
They need to hit this one.
Yep.
They can't get there. They go for the inside break, and a great fill there. 5 yards out.
That's a
go up by
tight
2.
throw to have to make.
Tufts playing for their lives right now.
Little give and go, but a nice switch down on the receivers.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Pressure here.
A lot of pressure.
Livingston, finding it.
Over. He missed it high.
He was open, was running out of space with the sideline, so definitely had to force it in there.
But there you go. Like, that's what happens when your center O-line handler comes out. Like, it's just gonna be a little bit harder. So hopefully Casey's okay and can finish the game. He's been playing fantastic.
You can see him standing on the sideline, just trying to work that shoulder out a little bit.
Just a hard landing.
Yeah. All right. So another try for Tufts with their big players on.
And we talked about this, as you said, Zach's little hamstring. He's gonna come off. They're gonna bring in somebody else. But from the first point, we said these 70-yard defensive possessions, especially college, ultimate, any level, the teams that can convert this are the teams that can go to nationals.
Yeah, I mean, and D-lines, you can obviously, both these teams pretty deep, and you're able to use their full roster and have a pretty high level of skill across them. But now bringing over these, maybe they're more veteran players to try and complete it.
Yep.
This swing a little floatier.
The same swing as they turned it, but this one's better. They can connect it. It's a tough catch.
Good sliding catch.
Great sliding catch and slick surface. I wouldn't mind a shot here downfield.
Definitely.
It's just, you can feel there's a nice blade over the top and a stop.
Just off the hands,
Great
even
throw.
with gloves on.
Great throw.
Yeah.
And we're going to see here, now UVM, again, 30 yards out this time. They got it 10 yards out last time.
You see they switch the force to a backhand trap this time.
Inside, good swing up, but it's floating.
Just misread, went up.
Got the break swing if they need it.
But there it is.
Middle, 5 yards out, right on the goal line here.
Switching that backhand force does allow the give and go a little bit more.
Yeah.
And Bliss able to just win the sprint to the cone.
And they win the sprint to the cone, yeah. So still no word here on the cap, but right now we have UVM's cleared it by 2.
If cap did go on during that point, it'd be a game to 11.
Yeah,
at 10-8, right?
10-8, yeah,
yep.
10-8 for UVM. But
because we add 1 to the current highest score once cap is on.
Yeah.
Although this game will either be to 11 if cap's already on, or if it isn't on and Tufts is able to hold. If UVM's able to get this break, they'll either win or game will be delayed to 12.
Yeah. So it looks like the observers are chatting again here. No signs yet.
Yep. We'll see what the observers.
Game to 11 just called.
There you go. So cap is on
for coming over and letting the booth know.
Just wanted to get some camera time.
So 8-10. Tufts needs to hold to keep their season alive. UVM looking to make nationals here on this point.
Yeah, no crossover here from UVM.
Smart. Keep the offense fresh.
Yep.
I totally get that. I remember watching Japan, Belgium at Worlds, and Belgium was playing their stars at like 14-11, and they just got a little fried. And then they didn't have the legs to hold when they needed to. So good coaching decision here from UVM. Tufts got to throw everything they can at it.
Right, and you can see probably the same 7 players will be going the rest of the game.
And
let's see if they can start this with another big pull.
And looks like they can. And then, unless it's too far, but
nope. On sides, deep in the middle, but
Hostak here, slash across from the A spot here.
And we've seen that a lot.
They've got a little space and separation. Great. Now some great connection. Probably want to
throw a little behind. Great
with
catch.
the game on the line. And he's got Oscar. Come on, Oscar.
Wow.
Yes.
And has to bail out, but a great cut. Oh, we see him giving everything.
He really is.
All right, 10-9. Break or die time for the Tufts E-men.
We just for the fans, we just want one break. Make it exciting.
Just one break, yeah.
All we're asking for is one, and we would love. It looks like we got Casey out there. That's great to see.
Yeah, you could see him. He was getting some touches in on the sideline, but he's not missing this point.
But yeah, so. Oh, we do have Joe White in the chat. That's a huge win for the program. Shout out Joe, and also shout out Maine Ultimate for, not many regionals are broadcasting.
Joe, come on up next time. Hop on the mic. We'll get you involved.
Free lunch, free breakfast?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe some free merch. We can let us know. And stick around for the club season after. So, there we go. All right.
Red Tide or the Bowie Association would love to have you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe.
Some mixed ultimate. All right, Oscar's first D point since 2-2. All heart. Tufts looking to break to stay alive.
Yep,
I'm rooting for Universe. I'm impartial. Actually, I'm slightly rooting for Tufts, but UVM has played
everyone loves the underdog.
Everyone loves the
comeback
underdog.
story.
But I've been incredibly impressed with UVM's game. The second point, we talked about it, UVM's offense looked so good. Hey, they go 2-3 this time. They flood this way. Don't get it. This is the first time they haven't got a pull play in a minute.
Even though he was open, I wonder if he had just looked away at that point.
Got a streaker. Casey.
Yep.
Ooh.
You have to wonder if that
Casey
shoulder was bothering his shoulder enough that he didn't want to take that shot.
Yeah, that could be fair. He might not be looking deep. UVM still possessing middle of the field here.
Look, they've pushed a bunch of the cutters. Great little
cut. They've been hitting that chisel all game. Oscar.
Parker Limbuller has been.
Don't throw it at Oscar right now. He locked me up all year in practice last year. UVM 20 yards out.
But that opens up.
They're looking for it for nationals, and they got it.
And they got it. Great throw by Declan after seeing some Hucks go that direction, sail.
And UVM floods the field. Ruckus right behind him. I believe that's both programs going to nationals.
Absolutely.
Shout out Ruckus too. They've been blowing up in these last, 10 years. So.
Local parent Mike Letting also rushing the field.
Yeah, and honestly, just the reflections here, like Tufts was scrappy and they played hard, but UVM with honestly a masterclass. They possessed on offense. They disconnected Tufts cutters on defense, and I love Tufts, but UVM definitely, I think, deserves to go to nationals.
Yeah, no, specifically their O-line, having watched them a little bit yesterday, their O-line from yesterday to today has just cleaned things up so much. I think we mentioned it earlier, but them being able to really take care of possession, and even when they were turning it over, get the disc back, not give up too many breaks, I think made the biggest difference in them being able to return to nationals.
And, we talked almost like maybe it would be a chipper game early, but an absolute clean game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a fantastic game. The spirit was there, retracting calls. So,
and none of it was too much contact. There weren't. Most of the foul calls were in the stack or things that would probably be avoidable. So minor stuff. But
we just wouldn't be here without Maine Ultimate. So thank you for that opportunity. Shout out again to Maine Ultimate, some of our sponsors, Revision Energy out there, Impact Melanoma. Thank you so much for the support. We got to talk about the Vacation Land and Island Time tournaments.
Go to mainultimate.org. If you're local, sign up for Summer League. Registration also ongoing. Rowan, it was great to hang out with you.
Hey, this was the first of many. You know, I'm diving into Portland full time in August, so I'll be around here.
Love to hear that.
Looking for some more of that Maine love. So thank you all for watching too. Subscribe. Maine Ultimate does more of these in the future.
Absolutely.
We'll catch you next time.